Chapter 41. Buying a Watch. Wang Xinyue, in a sky-blue Chanel sundress, held onto Chu Du's arm with her jade-like pale arm. The swaying hem of her dress revealed a flawless, slender leg, complemented by a pair of beige pointed high heels, making her look elegant and beautiful. Although the Lamborghini Aventador was expensive, it didn't attract the usual crowd of onlookers like in some novels. Most people just glanced at it, kept their distance, took a picture from afar, and then left. A few women who wanted to take photos also didn't dare approach. This was reality. Getting too close for a photo might lead to an accidental bump, and the resulting compensation would be unaffordable. Wang Xinyue snuggled against Chu Du's arm and asked sweetly, "Chu Gu, what kind of watch do you want to buy?" Chu Du scanned the storefronts and said, "Let's check out Patek Philippe." When it comes to the top of the luxury watch rankings, Patek Philippe was undoubtedly the king. Brands like Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, and Cartier were also highly competitive. Upon entering the Patek Philippe store, the sales associate, after a quick glance at Chu Du with Wang Xinyue, knew she was dealing with a young master. As a sales associate at a luxury brand, they had received specialized training before being hired and were very knowledgeable about other luxury brands. Not to mention the outfits of these two customers, which together easily cost over 200,000 yuan. These were definitely big spenders. The sales associate approached with a beaming smile. "Welcome, sir. This is Patek Philippe. I will be your guide today. Do you have a particular model in mind?" Chu Du shook his head. "No, I need two watches, one more formal for business and one more casual. Can you make some recommendations?" Just that one sentence was enough for the sales associate to know that this customer was serious about buying and not just looking around to show off. She cautiously inquired, "Certainly, sir. Our watches are suitable for any occasion. Do you have a budget in mind?" Chu Du shook his head again. "No, I don't care about the price. Just something suitable." "No budget?" The sales associate was instantly shocked. What kind of rich second generation was this? She couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Wang Xinyue. But comparing their looks, she knew that she didn't stand a chance. Chu Du then turned to Wang Xinyue and said, "Let's buy one for you too. See what you like." Wang Xinyue pointed at herself in surprise. "Me?" She hadn't expected Chu Du to buy one for her too. Chu Du smiled and replied, "You're my woman. If I don't buy for you, who would I buy for?" Wang Xinyue hugged Chu Du, leaving a trace of her rosy lips on his cheek. "Thank you, Chu Gu," she said, her voice light and cheerful. Chuckling, Chu Du sat on a nearby sofa, wiping the lipstick off his face with a tissue while sipping tea and waiting. Soon, the sales associate returned with a tray covered with a white cloth, on which lay two watches. Placing the tray on the coffee table in front of Chu Du, and wearing gloves, she began to explain. "Sir, these two watches are a Patek Philippe Aquanaut from the Elegant Sports Collection, and the other is a Grand Complications chronograph." Chu Du gave them a quick look. The casual one was 5 million yuan, and the formal one, 3 million yuan. While expensive, the designs didn't quite meet his expectations. He shook his head. "These aren't really my style. Do you have any other designs?" The sales associate immediately nodded. "Of course, sir. Please wait while I bring you some others." In less than 3 minutes, she returned with two more watches. This time, Chu Du was impressed. The Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6002G001, worth 38 million yuan. And the other was the Patek Philippe Aquanaut 5719/10G010, worth 5.6 million yuan. The casual series was naturally cheaper than the formal one, but Chu Du didn't even look at the price. It was irrelevant. After trying them on, he liked the effect. He put the casual one on his wrist and said, "All right, I'll take both of these. Then, let's see what she wants." A deal worth over 40 million yuan was a big one for any watch store. Her excellent professionalism kept the sales associate from being fazed. She replied respectfully, "Of course, sir. I will assist the lady in choosing one." Wang Xinyue was hesitant to pick an expensive one, mostly choosing ones that were in the hundreds of thousands. Chu Du glanced at them and said, "I remember there's a pink Aquanaut. Do you have it here?" The sales associate quickly replied, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it." Soon, Chu Du and Wang Xinyue were looking at the watch. The Patek Philippe Aquanaut 7118/1452G001 in pink, worth 4.7 million yuan. Wang Xinyue said a bit awkwardly, "Chu Gu, isn't it a bit too expensive?" Chu Du looked at the price and said, "Do I look that poor?" Wang Xinyue didn't say anything further. Working at a commercial bank and being Chu-Du's lover, she knew how much money he had in his account, hundreds of billions. This 4 million plus price tag was nothing to him. Seeing that Wang Xinyue didn't speak, the sales associate tentatively asked, "Sir, would you like this one to be wrapped?" Chu-Du glanced at Wang Xinyue and said, "It's up to you. You can either have it wrapped or just wear it now." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Xinyue said, "I think I'll wear it now." The total of 48 million was directly swiped from Chu-Du's account. Wang Xinyue was secretly astonished. Although she was living in Chu-Du's house worth nearly 100 million and drove a Porsche, she still wasn't used to buying such an expensive watch. With the watches bought, it was time to go shopping with Wang Xinyue. But instead of heading to clothes and bag stores like Chu-Du expected, Wang Xinyue took Chu-Du to a storefront. Even with Chu-Du's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed at the moment. The shop in front of him was a women's lingerie store. It was filled with all sorts of women's underwear, some even of the naughty variety, which made Chu-Du feel extremely awkward. The store was called Amer, which Chu-Du hadn't heard of before. Of course, this was normal. He wasn't really into women's lingerie beyond the design and style. As for brands, he was clueless. Seeing Chu-Du's expression, Wang Xinyue leaned in and said seductively, "Honey, don't you want to choose them for me yourself? Then, tonight, watch me put them on to seduce you. How does that sound?" Chapter 42. Chen Shuai's Dilemma. Her tongue lightly licked Chu-Du's earlobe. A seductress. A jolt ran through Chu-Du, making him itchy with desire. Damn it. So what if I lose face? I don't care. Chu-Du waved his hand. Let's go. The saleswoman didn't seem to notice Chu-Du's embarrassment. Men often accompanied women to this store, and she was used to it. At first, Chu-Du felt a little awkward, but he quickly relaxed. When it was time to pay, Chu-Du was shocked to see that the bill was over 40,000 yuan. Looking at a few pieces of cloth in the bag, Chu-Du sighed inwardly that it was women's money that was easiest to make. Perhaps having bought what she wanted, Wang Xinyue wasn't so excited for shopping for the rest of the day. In the evening, they ate hot pot at a restaurant upstairs. Looking at the information on her phone, Wang Xinyue said excitedly, "Chu-Ge, I've booked movie tickets. We can go to the 5th floor to watch a movie later." Chu-Du naturally agreed. "Okay, let's go after we finish eating." "Oh right, what movie did you book?" It's a romance film, I think," said Wang Xinyue uncertainly. Chu-Du rolled his eyes. Most men weren't fans of romance movies, many preferred action movies. Of course, if the two genres were combined, then that would be great. Fortunately, modern movies didn't have much substance, so after finishing the movie, Wang Xinyue felt nothing but boredom. The weekend was still uneventful. Chu-Du and Wang Xinyue were too lazy to go out. They spent the day just lazing around the house with their huge projector, watching short dramas, and eating snacks. On Monday morning, when he arrived at the office, Secretary Liu had already prepared breakfast for him. Chu-Du picked up the bag and saw it was small steamed buns and tofu pudding. He slumped into his office chair and started to eat. Secretary Liu, sitting on the sofa nearby, picked up a pile of documents and walked over. "Boss, these documents need your signature. Please take a look." Lu Ruyan was wearing her usual professional suit today. A white shirt and a faint fragrance of perfume drifted to Chu-Du's nose. He glanced inadvertently at her slender legs and sheer stockings. A legs 4 days situation. He glanced over the documents. There was nothing wrong, so he signed. As he signed, Chu-Du asked casually, "Your perfume smells different today." Lu Ruyan smiled and replied, "I changed to Dior Blooming Bouquet today." Chu-Du took a deep sniff and said, "Smells good." Lu Ruyan stretched out her wrist. "Here, boss, smell it." I sprayed the perfume on my wrist. Chu-Du didn't stand on ceremony and sniffed deeply twice, inhaling the delightful fragrance. Lu Ruyan quickly pulled her wrist back, picked up the papers Chu-Du had already signed, her face a bit flushed. "Boss, I'll get back to work." Clack, clack, clack. With the crisp sound of her heels, Lu Ruyan swayed out of the office. What a gorgeous woman. Chu-Du sighed silently. Whether it was Zhang Lily, Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, they were all top-tier beauties of the older sister type, but each was unique. Zhang Lily was the sultry type. Lu Ruyan had charm down to her bones. As for Li Wenxin, she was the gentle, wifely, older sister type. But regardless, they were all absolutely stunning. Chu-Du knew that Li Wenxin's husband was an ordinary man. He was curious about how this ordinary man could have married such a beauty. Moreover, Li Wenxin hadn't been with any other men before him. Today was Zhang Lily's day off, but they had a new training assignment, so they couldn't come to see Chu-do. As for Li Wenxin, he wondered when her husband would go to work. Just as he was pondering, Chen Shui called. "Hey, what's up?" Chu-do answered the phone casually. Chen Shui's voice sounded confused. "I think I've run into a problem." Chu-do perked up. "Tell me about it?" Chen Shui organized his thoughts and said, "Do you think there really are women who will share life's hardships with you? I feel like I might have found one." That was too deep of a topic, and hearts were too fickle. Chu-do pondered for a moment and said, "There are so many people in this world. There must be all kinds. Some are materialistic, some aren't. It depends on your luck. Anyway, of the people I know, I'm only sure of two who are not materialistic." Chapter 43. Relationship Issues. One was Lu Ruyan, and the other was Li Wenxin. To be honest, with Lu Ruyan's looks, she could easily make millions a year if she wanted, but she didn't. Instead, she worked hard, studied for her master's degree, and worked to earn money with her own skills. As for Li Wenxin, in the beginning, she had no idea who he was. They were just online friends. Li Wenxin simply liked his voice and how she felt when they talked, plus her special family circumstances. She gradually became obsessed. Even after she found out he was rich, Li Wenxin never asked for anything. It was a very pure kind of affection, even though the relationship had a strange angle. Chen Shui sighed and continued, "Well, I've met Chen Tian 3 times in the past few days. Objectively, the girl is pretty good. She's not materialistic, she's willing to work hard and support the family, even willing to save up to buy a house together. But it all feels too unreal. How could something like that happen to me?" Chu-do was speechless. "How did you two even talk?" Chen Shui thought for a moment and said, "We didn't really talk about anything specific. We just talked about work, money, houses, cars, that kind of stuff. So far, she seems nice. She's quite generous, and she has a younger sister. An ordinary family. I talked to her about housing and cars. She said that she cares more about feelings. If two people are right for each other, then both families can put down a deposit, and we'll pay off the mortgage together slowly. As for a car, she said if we don't have money, we can wait, and just take the subway and bus to work." Chu-do couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Holy crap, is that for real?" Chen Shui chuckled. "Why would I joke about that with you?" Chu-do sighed. "From what you've said, I get the feeling you've had one of those hit the lottery kind of things happen to you." Chen Shui said helplessly, "I feel like my heart is not firm anymore." "What do you mean?" Chu-do ate his steamed buns while listening to Chen Shui's love story. "Before, all I wanted was to make money and not think about relationships. But now that there's someone who doesn't care about money, but about my feelings, someone who is willing to share life with me, I'm wavering." Hearing Chen Shui's words, Chu-do was also astonished. The two of them seemed like a match made in heaven. From their blind date until now, they'd only met 3 or 4 times, and they already had feelings for each other. Not wanting money, what did she want? Chu-do racked his brain, but couldn't figure out what ulterior motive Chen Tian could have. He could only conclude that Chen Shui was just lucky and destined to find a wife. But in the end, it was his good brother's life partner. Chu-do thought it over again and cautioned, "Well, don't rush things. You haven't known each other for very long, and you're not getting married right away. You can spend more time getting to know each other, maybe half a year, or even a year and a half. That's normal, right? Marriage is a lifetime commitment after all. If the girl really is like that, then all I can say is, you hit the jackpot." Chu-do envied Chen Shui for being able to meet a girl like that, but he didn't necessarily need that himself. As a man, not a good man, or rather, a scumbag, a girl like that would be a huge burden. He had several women at once. If that came out, it would be a huge blow to a good girl. Thankfully, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili knew their place and had no complaints. As for Lu Ruyan, he couldn't tell so far. And his relationship with Li Wenxin was complicated. Such things didn't matter with them. Chen Shui's feelings were clear to him, and Chu-do believed he would make his own decisions. After hanging up the phone, Chu-do sighed. Relationships were too complex. He was once a pure young man, had a wonderful first love, but it was just a dream. They broke up, and after graduating from college, they were on different paths, and he never saw her again. Now, he had gradually lost hope for relationships. Perhaps being a scumbag, a sugar daddy, was more suitable for him. Just as he was thinking, Secretary Lu knocked on the door and entered. "Boss, I heard you sigh. You seem upset. Is there anything we can help with?" Chu-do shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. It's not my problem, but a friend's blind date problem. Lu Ruyan pouted. Blind dates? I have a lot of experience with those. My mom is always setting them up for me. I'm used to it. Chu Du was surprised. So you've been on so many blind dates? How come you're still single? Lu Ruyan's face turned red. They're just not suitable. Although I've met many people, we just didn't click, so we ended it. Chu Du said with interest. Tell me about it? Let me see what your requirements are. Lu Ruyan placed the documents on Chu Du's desk and considered it. Boss, do you think I'm pretty? Chu Du carefully observed Lu Ruyan and said seriously, you are definitely pretty. You have a great figure. Among the people I know, few can compare with you. Lu Ruyan said proudly, right? I know I'm good looking. My family's circumstances are not bad either. So, I want to find someone who's even better than me. Like specifically? Specifically, I graduated with a master's degree, so he should at least be at the same level, right? I earn 800,000 yuan a year here, so he shouldn't be earning less than me. Although my family conditions are average, we still have 2 houses and 2 cars. His family should be better than mine, right? I'm 173 centimeters, and with heels, I'm easily 178 centimeters. So if my boyfriend isn't at least 185 centimeters, can that work? As for character, he shouldn't be messing around outside. I'm so pretty. If he were to cheat, that would be wrong, right? It's pretty much like that. But I haven't met a single person who fits those requirements. After hearing Lu Ruyan's requirements, Chu Du swayed slightly in his office chair. Have you ever considered how many people actually meet these requirements? Lu Ruyan said matter-of-factly, I have, but I don't want to find a man who is less than me. If I have to support him, then if I can't find one, I'll just be alone. I can support myself with my salary. I'm not afraid. Chu Du was silent. Lu Ruyan was right. She was an excellent person. Her salary was enough to support herself, and she didn't need to rely on a man. If she could find someone better, that's great. If not, she'd just be alone. There was nothing wrong with that. Everyone had their own choices. Chapter 44. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan asked, Boss, how tall are you? Chu Du subconsciously replied, I'm 1.85 meters. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, her expression a bit strange. Chu Du raised an eyebrow. What's with that look? Did you fall for me? Thinking about an office romance? Lu Ruyan blushed and said, No, I was just asking. Don't overthink it, boss. She stole a glance at Chu Du's profile. He really is handsome. Lu Ruyan was a serious face lover, and she was very particular about it. Chu Du just happened to be very attractive, and from her first glance at him, she was really into his looks. Moreover, Chu Du was tall, rich, and seemed great in all aspects. As for being a womanizer, Lu Ruyan didn't know for sure, but she could more or less guess that he likely had more than one woman since she'd occasionally smelled several different perfumes on him. TSK, a womanizing jerk. But he really is handsome. What should I do? Lu Ruyan was somewhat infatuated, a bit love-struck. But her relationship with Chu Du was currently only through work, with little private interaction. It hadn't reached that stage yet. After tidying up her files, Lu Ruyan left in her high heels. As he stretched, his phone buzzed with a message. He's gone. The message was from Li Wenxin. Chu Du immediately perked up. He sent a message. Are you free now? Li Wenxin. I'm at work. Chu Du realized. Right, not everyone could come and go as they pleased, like him. But generally, she'd be free from Monday to Friday, so there would be plenty of time. The two chatted casually. Li Wenxin's work was simple. She worked at the sales center of a real estate company. Because of her beautiful looks, tall figure, and elegant demeanor, she was mainly responsible for shooting promotional short videos. Her job wasn't too difficult, but Chu Du wasn't in a rush. To truly try a new experience, he needed a lot of props. After some thought, Chu Du opened a website and started doing research. When buying things, he naturally wanted the best, and Chu Du had no shortage of money. He wanted quality and exquisiteness. After all, if these things were ugly, there would be no mood to play, right? Soon, Chu Du found quite a few items that suited him and placed an order online. By the afternoon, Chu Du had bought nearly 30,000 yuan worth of items. These things weren't actually expensive, but there were a lot of different types, and he had to buy each type. However, Chu Du was selective. Not all props were acceptable. It depended on what they were both comfortable with. That night, as Chu Du lay in bed, Wang Xinyue was already fast asleep. He looked at the messages on his phone. A message from Li Wenxin. Are you free tomorrow? Chu Du. Yeah, what's up? Li Wenxin. Tomorrow at noon, I don't have to pick up my child from school. Chu-do, got it. I'll pick you up at noon tomorrow. Send me your location. Lee Wen-shin. Okay, shared location. Chu-do, no problem. I'll wait for you. Lee Wen-shin. What do you think I should wear tomorrow? Chu-do, I think you look good in business attire. Chu-do did indeed think Lee Wen-shin looked good in business attire. A white shirt and a skirt, paired with stockings and heels, gave her a gentle, secretary-like vibe, as well as a unique kind of sexiness. Lee Wen-shin. All right, I'll wear that. Chu-do, see you tomorrow. Lee Wen-shin. See you tomorrow, BB, good night. Chu-do, good night. Looking at Wang Xinyue sleeping next to him, Chu-do felt no guilt. A scumbag, what guilt could he have? He placed his phone aside and slowly lay down. Sensing someone next to her, Wang Xinyue opened her drowsy eyes. Seeing it was Chu-do, she reached out to hug him, resting her head on his chest. She mumbled sleepily, "Sleep, Chu-go. Don't stay up late." Chu-do grunted in agreement, hugged Wang Xinyue tighter, and closed his eyes to sleep. For Chu-do, work could be busy, or it could be slow. With 3 executives, they could handle a lot of things. There was no need for Chu-do to handle every single matter. As it approached noon, Chu-do didn't call Ning-lei. He drove his Lamborghini out of the company alone. Lee Wen-shin, worried about her colleagues seeing her, specifically chose a location slightly further from the company. When Chu-do arrived, he sent Lee Wen-shin a message. "I'm here. Waiting for you." Lee Wen-shin quickly replied. "I'll be off work in 10 minutes. Wait for me a bit." Chu-do. Okay. It had to be said, a fully optioned Lamborghini, valued at 10 million, was impressive. Chu-do casually parked in the parking lot there, and was playing on his phone in the car. In less than 3 minutes, girls were already approaching him, wanting to get to know him. As the saying goes, if you don't have money, you'll never know how proactive girls can be. Especially in this materialistic society. Money has become the standard most people use to measure success. Just the car alone was enough to attract countless people. Especially in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, there were countless girls who dreamed of climbing the social ladder. It was normal for a passerby girl to want to meet the driver, especially if the driver was young, handsome, and rich. Some of the girls were thinking that even if Chu-do didn't have this car, with just his looks alone, they would gladly give themselves to him. There was no other way to say it. He was just too handsome. The so-called handsome looks of many celebrities are all made up with makeup and are somewhat effeminate. But Chu-do's handsomeness was natural, with sharp features, as if he was a favorite of the goddess Nuwa. However, Chu-do had no interest in such common beauties. They were far too different from Lee Wen-shin and Lu Ruyan. But Chu-do knew that it was hard to casually meet such high-level beauties in the street. If it were in ancient times, with her figure and appearance, as well as her gentle, mature aura, Lee Wen-shin was someone that Cao Cao would go to great lengths to obtain. As for Lu Ruyan, she was a beauty capable of overthrowing kingdoms, the kind that many wealthy nobles would want to get their hands on. After refusing countless attempts by passing girls to flirt, Lee Wen-shin finally appeared in Chu-do's view. She wore a white short-sleeved work shirt, revealing a section of her pale arm. Her smooth, black hair had a slight curl at the bottom, adding a touch of sexiness. She wore a women's watch on her wrist, which made her look like a working professional. Her lower body was clad in a black skirt, revealing her plump thighs wrapped in sheer stockings. Lee Wen-shin wasn't the type to be too skinny. She was a bit curvy. She was already 172 centimeters tall, with a large chest and a prominent butt. Her thighs were a little curvy, which instead gave her a well-rounded beauty. Curvy but not fat, a unique kind of beauty that was perfectly showcased on her. On her feet were 5-centimeter heels, which made her already tall figure stand out. Lee Wen-shin had a small bag in her hand and walked over in her high heels. Chapter 45. Her heels clicked out crisp and pleasing sounds on the road. Her outstanding appearance and tall figure caused people who passed by to look at her twice. After getting in the car, Lee Wen-shin looked at Chu-do and smiled. Chu-do leaned in and kissed her full, red lips, then said, "Let's go. First I'll take you out for a meal." They didn't have much time at noon. If they went to a fancy restaurant, plus waiting time, it would take too long. So Chu-do just found a restaurant nearby, and the two had a simple lunch. Lee Wen-shin didn't have any expectations about it. She ate like that every day after work, and was used to it. After lunch, Chu-do drove Lee Wen-shin to a nearby hotel, and booked a luxury room. After entering the room, Lee Wen-shin casually placed her bag on the table, then sat on the edge of the bed, just looking at Chu-do. Looking at the beautiful, mature woman in front of him, Chu-do pushed Li Wenxin onto the bed and kissed her deeply. Li Wenxin wrapped her arms around Chu-do's neck, responding enthusiastically. During a passionate kiss, a man's hands would never stay still. Li Wenxin couldn't help but let out a melodious moan. After the kiss, Li Wenxin looked at Chu-do, panting. She said seriously, "This time he came back wanting it, but I refused. I didn't give it to him." Chu-do didn't say anything. He lowered his head and lightly licked Li Wenxin's ear. When everything was finally calm, the two of them lay on the bed. Li Wenxin's face was still flushed, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and happiness. "I like you," Li Wenxin said tenderly. Chu-do held the beauty in his arms and said, "I like you a lot too." Li Wenxin nuzzled her head against Chu-do's chest like a kitten. After lying there for a long time, the two finally got up and got dressed. Li Wenxin still had to go to work. On the way to drop Li Wenxin off at work, Chu-do couldn't help but ask, "Since you two are like this, why don't you get a divorce?" Li Wenxin hesitated for a moment and said, "The situation is complicated. On the surface, we are still a model couple, but in my heart, I don't have him anymore. But he is my child's father, and I don't want my child to have an incomplete childhood. Actually, for me, whether we're divorced or not is irrelevant. I don't care. But my childhood wasn't happy, and I don't want my child's childhood to be broken either. I want her to have a good life and a complete family." Chu-do fell silent. This was related to Li Wenxin's childhood experience. It involved her child's biological father and childhood, which would affect her whole life. He couldn't interfere with that. Li Wenxin glanced at Chu-do and said, "I'm sorry, I can't be with you openly." Chu-do reached out and held her delicate hand. "It's okay. I understand your difficulties." As they got closer to the company building, Li Wenxin, afraid of her colleagues seeing her, had Chu-do stop the car. After kissing Chu-do lightly, Li Wenxin said, "I'm going to work." Chu-do had a gentle smile on his face. "Go on." Chu-do watched Li Wenxin enter the building before slowly driving away. Chu-do wanted to be with Li Wenxin, but it was incredibly difficult. Chu-do didn't know what kind of childhood Li Wenxin had experienced, but it seemed to be unhappy. She wanted her child to have a complete family with both parents. Chu-do could understand that. But they could only ever be underground. Chu-do hated that feeling. It felt like something that couldn't see the light of day. He had countless ways to get Li Wenxin to divorce her husband, but Chu-do was in a dilemma. He sighed deeply and could only put the matter aside for now and deal with it later. Perhaps he was in a bad mood, but Chu-do spent the entire afternoon in his office, spacing out, thinking seriously about this matter. To be honest, with Chu-do's current ability, he could absolutely find a way to get her husband involved in drugs, gambling, or prostitution, which would lead to domestic strife and then divorce. But while that would allow him to get Li Wenxin completely, it would also make Li Wenxin sad and miserable, and leave her child with psychological scars for life. Was it worth it? Chu-do asked himself. He wasn't a good person, but using such a method to destroy someone else's marriage and family, with the goal of obtaining a woman, was against his conscience. Chu-do had a very low moral bottom line, but this time there was a child involved. If it was just Li Wenxin and her husband, Chu-do wouldn't have any moral issues. But because it involved a child's heart and future, Chu-do couldn't bring himself to do it. After much thought, Chu-do still couldn't get over his conscience. He could only say he would wait and see what happened. He couldn't do something like that at the moment. Chu-do was still in a daze until it was time to get off work. Suddenly, Secretary Lu's voice came from the side. "Boss, what's wrong? You've been in a bad mood all afternoon." Chu-do suddenly woke up, looking at Lu Ruyan beside him. He sighed in relief. "You scared me." Lu Ruyan looked at Chu-do and frowned. "Boss, I feel like something's on your mind. You look suppressed. You've been out of it all afternoon. Are you feeling unwell?" Chu-do shook his head. "You don't need to worry about it. It's some other stuff. I'm just annoyed." Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said, "Boss, is there anything I can do to help?" From the moment Chu-do came to the office and she went to report to him, she knew that Chu-do was bothered by a woman. Moreover, it was likely a new woman, because the perfume scent on him was something that she had never smelled before, so it was probably a new woman. As for the previous perfume scents, she had more or less recognized them. Chu-do stretched and said, "Forget it. There are some things that you shouldn't get involved in." Lu Ruyan pursed her lips, not saying anything. "Boss, oh boss, why do you keep getting involved with women? It's infuriating." Chapter 46, Zhang Lili and Wang Xinyue meet. Although Li Wenxin's problem couldn't be solved right away, life had to go on. Chu-do went to work every day, occasionally flirting with his secretary. When Li Wenxin was free, he would secretly meet her. But a few times her husband would video call, almost catching them. At night, it was either Wang Xinyue or Zhang Lili. In short, Chu Du's bed was never without a woman. Time passed by, and summer was upon them. In the middle of summer, the weather was unbearably hot. Chu Du's body had a lot of yang energy, so he felt even more uncomfortable in this summer heat. Fortunately, he was mostly either in the office, in the car, or at home, all of which had air conditioning, which made him feel much better. Today was Saturday, and Zhang Lili happened to be off work, so Chu Du accompanied Zhang Lili out shopping. When raising a pet, not only did she have to be fed, but also get material rewards from time to time. Arriving at the Vientiane International City, Chu Du planned to buy Zhang Lili some clothes and jewelry today. While leisurely browsing in a women's clothing store, Zhang Lili was enthusiastically looking at the clothes while Chu Du was spacing out on the sofa. Suddenly, someone stood in front of Chu Du, tilting her head as she looked at him. Chu Du suddenly woke up and looked at the person in front of him. Oh no, it's Wang Xinyue. Wang Xinyue was wearing a blue-black dress, revealing her lower legs, and a pair of white pointed high heels. Standing next to her was another girl. Chu Du vaguely remembered her from the night when Zhao Qian had invited him to dinner. She was one of the Tin Bank girls. She was pretty, but on the cute and petite side, which was not Chu Du's cup of tea. He liked mature women. Wang Xinyue looked at him curiously. Chu Go, what are you doing here? Before Chu Du could say anything, Zhang Lili's voice came from behind him. Chu Go, how do I look in this outfit? Chu Du was speechless. Damn, was his luck this good? Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili had actually bumped into each other. But Chu Du wasn't worried at all. Both women knew their place, and there was no chance of any chaotic drama. So Chu Du was as calm as an old dog. Wang Xinyue followed the sound and saw Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili had just changed into a sexy silk bodycon dress. The tight, narrow clothes completely showed off her sexy and alluring figure, making her shine. Zhang Lili also saw Wang Xinyue. Seeing this pretty girl standing in front of Chu Du, she was also a little surprised. The two women looked at each other, neither backing down. The girl next to Wang Xinyue felt awkward and quietly walked to the entrance. When two of the big boss's women meet, it's best not to get involved, so that Wang Xinyue doesn't lose face. The store assistants, seeing this, all stepped aside to watch from a safe distance, gossiping quietly. The main wife bumped into the mistress? How exciting! But both the wife and the mistress are beautiful. No wonder the big boss wants them both. Although Wang Xinyue had long known that she wasn't the only one, seeing this scene, she felt a little lost. Especially the seductive and alluring aura that Zhang Lili exuded, something that she did not possess. Therefore, she was worried that Chu Du would get tired of her someday. Zhang Lili was also a little stunned, but she wasn't in a rush. She knew that Chu Du was not married, so the beautiful girl in front of her was probably in a similar position as her. Wang Xinyue hesitated for less than a second, then sat on Chu Du's lap, hugging his neck. Chu Go, are you going back for dinner tonight? Chu Du shook his head. I'm not. Seeing this, the store assistants were all amazed. What kind of amazing development is this? They didn't fight, but are instead trying to please the man? I get it. This is what being rich is like. Building a crystal palace, and nobody dares to cause any trouble. Zhang Lili didn't seem angry at all. She walked over gracefully, sat on Chu Du's other leg, faced Wang Xinyue, held out her right hand, and said with a smile, Hello, sister. My name is Zhang Lili. Wang Xinyue also extended her hand and shook hands with Zhang Lili. Hello, my name is Wang Xinyue. Outside the store, Wang Xinyue's colleague wasn't surprised, but rather envious. She worked in a bank and knew that many of her colleagues were involved with their bosses, and it was almost an open secret. It wasn't a big deal at all, especially since she sometimes came into contact with certain people and knew a few things. These rich people had several partners on the side. It was very common. She didn't mock Wang Xinyue. Instead, she envied her. Envious that she herself was not in that position. Although it was humiliating, she could change her fate and class. A person can't abandon money for the sake of dignity. Neither Wang Xinyue nor Zhang Lili seemed to be angry, but were instead smiling. Zhang Lili looked at Wang Xinyue, knowing that Wang Xinyue posed no threat to her. She could see that Wang Xinyue was more of a well-behaved girl. She was okay with Chu Du's fetish play, but was less proactive. Unlike her, she had become a mistress, so she was open about it, willing to please Chu Du, to make her sugar daddy happy. Chu Du looked at Wang Xinyue, then glanced at the door, and asked casually, Are you out with your colleagues today? Wang Xinyue said, yeah, I wanted to buy some things, and buy some for my parents too. Chu Du didn't care. As long as she wasn't with other men, it was fine. He hugged them both, one on each side. Do you have enough money? If not, I'll transfer you some more. Don't be stingy when buying things for your family. It's not like I don't have money. Wang Xinyue quickly shook her head. No. I still have over 1 million that you gave me. That's more than enough. Looking at Zhang Lili, Wang Xinyue thought that she should go. She said, well, Chu Gu, I'll go first. You guys continue. Chu Du wasn't in a hurry to let her go. He said, let's have dinner together later, at the restaurant upstairs. Wang Xinyue glanced at Zhang Lili, and seeing that Zhang Lili didn't react at all, she replied, okay, Chu Gu. Saying that, she kissed Chu Du lightly on the cheek, and then got up to speak to Zhang Lili. Well, I'll go first. See you later. Zhang Lili also smiled and said, take care, sister. See you later. After watching Wang Xinyue leave the store, Zhang Lili asked curiously, Chu Gu, who was that sister? Chu Du rolled his eyes. There's only 2 of you right now. What do you think? Zhang Lili's eyes lit up, and she kissed Chu Du. BB, don't worry. I'll be a good girl. Chapter 47. Whose house tonight? Chu Du gently patted her shapely bottom, not saying anything. Although the 2 women had unexpectedly met today, fortunately, both were very sensible and there wasn't any conflict. This was due to various factors. From the start, they both knew that they were mistresses, so they naturally wouldn't think of anything more. If Chu Du had been dating and both thought they were the official girlfriend, then that would have been interesting. But in today's society with its twisted values, with Chu Du's wealth, there were very few girls who would break up over something like this. They might cry a little at most. Chu Du wasn't bothered by this and continued to shop with Zhang Lili. When it came time for dinner, Chu Du had booked a private room at a restaurant upstairs. He and Zhang Lili sat in the private room, and after less than 3 minutes, Wang Xinyue walked in, carrying several bags. Her colleague knew that this was a special occasion, so she left ahead of time. Chu Du placed the menu on the table and said, you 2 order. Order whatever you want to eat. Everyone was familiar with each other, so there was no need to be polite. After they both ordered, they handed it over to Chu Du, who added a few more dishes before letting the server take the order. Once the server left, it was just the 3 of them in the private room. Chu Du cleared his throat and then said, let me give you a formal introduction. This is Wang Xinyue. Currently, she's my deposit assistant at the commercial bank. And this is Zhang Lili, a flight attendant. Hello. They reached out and shook hands. Chu Du said calmly, before I got involved with you, I said that there would be more than 1 or 2 women by my side. You both knew this. Today's meeting was indeed an accident. But now that we've met, you can all get along well in the future. Wang Xinyue said gently, don't worry, Chu Gu. I know. Chu Du was an honest person. If he liked someone, he liked them. Wang Xinyue was confused and asked, what is it? Zhang Lili leaned in and whispered something in Wang Xinyue's ear. Wang Xinyue's face instantly turned red. At least in this regard, she knew Chu Du very well. Neither Wang Xinyue nor Zhang Lili were official wives, and both of them would most likely never be, so there was no conflict of interest between them. And because of Chu Du's presence, the 2 could get to know each other and even become good friends. Both of them understood this and wouldn't try to fight for Chu Du's favor in a way that would upset him. So, a strange scene occurred at the dinner table. The 2 sat on either side of Chu Du and were enthusiastically discussing women's clothing, makeup, and so on. Chu Du was speechless, but seeing the 2 getting along so well was a good thing. The food was just ordinary fare, costing a few hundred yuan in total. It was simple, but the atmosphere was pretty good, especially for Chu Du, who said that the meal was very interesting. Around 9 o'clock, the 3 of them slowly prepared to go back. Chu Du was driving his Ferrari today, which could only carry 1 person, but it didn't matter. He could just have Ning Lei pick them up. As for the Ferrari, Ning Lei could come pick it up tomorrow. He didn't need to worry if this was exploiting Ning Lei or making him run around. Ning Lei was doing it willingly. That was how you showed the boss was using you and valued you. If you were just hanging around with nothing to do, then you'd probably be close to getting fired. In less than half an hour, Ning Lei arrived at the mall's parking lot in a Maybach and picked up Chu Du and the 2 women. Go to the Triumphal Arch, Chu Du told Ning Lei before putting down the divider. The only question was, whose house to go to tonight? However, Chu Du didn't go to either of their places. After arriving at the residential area, Chu Du took them to another apartment. Chapter 48. A Threesome. Hearing Chu Du's explanation, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were well-behaved and obedient, then those houses would really be theirs someday? The cleaning of the house was something he had arranged during the meal, a temporary notice to property management, including newly bought fruit and freshly changed water in the water dispenser. He had asked the property management to do everything on an urgent basis. It had to be said, the power of money was immense. A different property management company would have cursed him, or simply ignored him. But the property management here could only express that Mr. Chu's waving of cash had conquered them with feelings. When Chu Du vaguely woke up, Wang Xinyue had already prepared breakfast. Yeah, your cooking is really good, Chu Du said while eating. Hearing Chu Du's praise, Wang Xinyue quickly said, Chu Gu, what do you like to eat? I'll learn more dishes. My cooking skills are average, but I'll study hard. It had to be said, Wang Xinyue was gradually developing into a domestic woman. Since Chu Du's group had just started, and he had delegated many powers, Chu Du wasn't as busy as other bosses, spending most of their days at banquets, or on the way to banquets. Most of the time, life was without too many upheavals. It was worth mentioning that the various props that Chu Du had purchased had all arrived. Li Wenxin wasn't free at the time, but Zhang Lili just happened to be off. So, Chu Du brought a whole set of items to Zhang Lili. Seeing the 3 huge bags full of things, Zhang Lili was dumbfounded. Due to safety review issues, 200 words have been removed here. Sorry, everyone can use your imagination. Zhang Lili was also a very complicated woman. You might say that she was open-minded, but her time with Chu Du was still a first for her. Looking at Zhang Lili's alluring eyes and kitten-like state, Chu Du thought of Lu Ruyan again. Zhang Lili's was a seductive sexiness. Lu Ruyan's sexiness was a natural, bewitching one. If it were Lu Ruyan, that would be very exciting. Wang Xinyue herself was just an ordinary bank employee. Aside from being pretty, she didn't have any special advantages. But since becoming involved with Chu Du, her status at the bank had skyrocketed. Everyone at the bank had to call her Sister Yu, and even the bank manager, Zhao Qian, spoke to her politely, without any airs. Zhao Qian knew very well that a woman like this could influence him with even a few soft words at night, even better than outsiders. He didn't want some other dog from a competing bank to steal away Chu Du's hundreds of billions. Recently, there was a training opportunity. After asking Wang Xinyue, he added Wang Xinyue to the list. If everything went smoothly, Wang Xinyue could get a promotion after training. Actually, with the amount of money Chu Du had in deposits, he could completely get approval from the head office to build another bank and make Wang Xinyue the president. Chapter 49. A late-night invitation. But Wang Xinyue refused. Although that would be a fast promotion, she wanted to work hard for it herself. Zhao Qian had also told her that once she returned from this training, she could officially become the bank manager here. As for Zhao Qian, his status had also risen because of this, and he had become the highest authority of the commercial banks in all of Shanghai. The saying that when one person finds success, everyone around them rises as well was never wrong. Zhao Qian had secretly made up his mind that when he had more power, he would provide even better service to this super-rich young man. As long as he served this one person well, that would be enough to support the entire Shanghai branch's performance. Wang Xinyue's training was in Beijing and would take a week. Zhang Lili only had 2 days off this week, which meant that Chu Du found himself sleeping alone for a while. Feeling bored and lying in bed, Chu Du stared at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, Chu Du thought of Li Wenxin. Today was Tuesday, and her husband was out again. So Chu Du sent a message. Are you asleep? Li Wenxin. Putting the child to sleep. Chu Du. Can we chat in a bit? Li Wenxin. Wait for me 5 minutes. Chu Du. Okay. Chu Du opened his phone and looked at it casually, but after waiting for 15 minutes, Li Wenxin finally messaged, okay, done. Chu Du. Voice or phone call? Li Wenxin. Either. A call is better. The next moment, Chu Du had already made the call. Li Wenxin glanced at her sleeping daughter and went to another room to answer the phone. It's already 11:30. Why aren't you asleep yet? Chu Du was rubbing the pillow next to him. I can't sleep. I miss you. Listening to Chu Du's sweet words, Li Wenxin said gently, I miss you too. Perhaps it was the middle of the night, but women became more emotional. The two chatted about work and life, and Li Wenxin confessed her family's unhappiness. She was still unwilling to say what her husband had done to her, but she told Chu Du that it wasn't infidelity. Chu Du secretly guessed that if it wasn't infidelity, then the most likely thing was domestic violence. But Chu Du didn't want to pour salt on the wound, so he skipped that matter. Their voices became more hushed. But Li Wenxin could sense the desire in Chu Du's words. She hesitated, and then said very quietly, "Then, how about you come over now?" Hearing this, Chu Du immediately perked up. He glanced at the time. It was just a little after 12 a.m. now. They had been chatting for over an hour. Chu Du didn't give Li Wenxin a chance to change her mind. He knew that women were very emotional at this time, and if she regretted it, then that would be a problem. He said directly, "Okay, then send me the location. I'll come over now. Should I go to the same place where I picked you up last time?" Li Wenxin also seemed to be letting go and said, "I'll send you the exact location. Come over here, to our neighborhood." While getting dressed, Chu Du said, "Okay, I'll go now. It'll take me about 20 minutes. Li Wenxin thought about it and said, "I'll get up and put on some makeup and tidy up a bit." She hesitated for a moment and asked, "It's so late. Where do we go?" Chu Du said without thinking, "To your house." Li Wenxin asked tentatively, "Then, how about we go to your car? Or to a bed and breakfast?" Chu Du replied, "I'm okay with anything, whatever is convenient for you." Li Wenxin sighed, "But I'm afraid that if I go too far, what if my child wakes up?" Li Wenxin's child was 6 years old, which was still quite young. If she suddenly woke up, it would be an issue. For a moment, Chu Du couldn't think of a solution. Suddenly, Li Wenxin said, "I know. To my basement." Chu Du was instantly stunned. The basement? Basements were usually where you stored things. They were messy. How could you date there? Li Wenxin seemed to know what Chu Du was thinking and explained, "There's a bed and sofa in my basement. My dad sometimes rests there, so it's livable and very clean." Chu Du understood. She had renovated the basement. Although the environment wouldn't be as nice as a hotel, under special circumstances, they had to do what was possible. Chu Du immediately agreed, "Okay." While saying that, he went out to drive his car. Li Wenxin said quickly, "Don't hang up, just keep talking to me." "Oh right, what do you want me to wear?" What to wear? That was a very profound philosophical question. Bye. Chu Du was never vague when it came to this kind of thing. Chu Du added, "As for inside, if you have something sexy that would be great. And a trench coat on the outside." Li Wenxin frowned. "How would I have those things at home? We've always been very conservative in the past. We never had things like that." Chu Du slapped his forehead. That was right. Soon, Chu Du drove to the residential area that Li Wenxin had sent. Chapter 50. The Secrets of the Basement. Reviewer, would you check other people's work? Compared to them, I'm already so vanilla, and you're still not letting me pass? Seeing the gate of the residential area was closed, Chu Du asked, "Do they allow outside vehicles into the neighborhood?" Li Wenxin replied, "Yes, if the security guard doesn't open the gate, you can honk." As expected, Chu Du gently honked his horn, and the gate opened. Seeing this, Chu Du shook his head secretly. In upscale residential areas, this would never happen. You'd have to verify your identity and register. But this was just an ordinary community. Security was only a whistle. Chu Du was too lazy to say anything about it. Anyway, it was convenient for him. Arriving at Li Wenxin's building, Chu Du parked the car and went down to call. "I'm here. Where are you?" The next moment, a figure appeared in the window that was the only one lit up. It was Li Wenxin. Li Wenxin quickly said, "Please wait a moment, 3 minutes. I'll be right down." Chu Du wasn't worried and chatted with Li Wenxin. Soon, Li Wenxin said, "Come into the building. I'm going downstairs now." After hanging up, Chu Du quietly went into the building. Li Wenxin came down as well. She was wearing a trench coat, black stockings on half of her bare legs, and a pair of slippers, with a pair of high heels in her hand. Chu Du's eyes lit up. Li Wenxin said quietly, "Let's go." Taking Chu Du to the basement, she opened the door. The two quickly went in and closed the door gently. Li Wenxin first changed into her high heels, then got up and spun around, saying happily, "How do I look? Am I pretty?" She was wearing a trench coat, and inside was a loose, at-home nightgown. Her lower body was just black stockings. Her figure was curvy, and she had a combination of a domestic woman's laziness and sexiness. The two different auras were blended together, which was even more breathtaking. Chu Du hugged her and put her on the bed, immediately kissing her. It was his best response. Perhaps wanting to let herself go completely, Li Wenxin was also especially passionate, responding fiercely to Chu Du's kiss. Li Wenxin did her best to bite on her clothes, afraid of making noise and being heard. After a long time, Li Wenxin turned her head and said, "Feeling wronged? Do you not like me?" Chu Du asked strangely, "Why would you say that?" The two got back onto the bed again. There was no air conditioning in the basement. Looking at the sweat on Chu-Du's body, Lee Wen-shin took some tissues and gently wiped it for him. You must be tired. Chu-Du grabbed her wrist and placed her hand on his face. Regardless of how tired I am, I'm very satisfied. Lee Wen-shin also smiled and said, I'm very satisfied too. After the two lay down, they just looked at each other, not saying anything, but their eyes were full of tenderness and love. After a little while, it was time to go back. Chu-Du said softly, be quiet when you go back. Don't wake the child. Lee Wen-shin nodded. You also go back and rest early. I'm going to take a shower and then go to sleep. After getting dressed, Chu-Du and Lee Wen-shin carefully opened the door and walked out. In the hallway, Chu-Du kissed Lee Wen-shin again, then said, go back? Lee Wen-shin returned home, looked at Chu-Du's car driving away from the window, and then went to take a shower. Chu-Du looked at the time. Oh my, it was already 3 o'clock. When he came, it was 1 o'clock. Now it was already 3 o'clock. After he arrived at home, Chu-Du also went to take a shower, since he had broken a sweat. When he was done, Lee Wen-shin sent him a message. Chu-Du, let me rub that for you. Lee Wen-shin, you must be tired. Chu-Du, you've worked hard too. You've endured too much. Lee Wen-shin, I just showered. I'm exhausted. Gonna sleep. You should also sleep early. Chu-Du, good girl. Sleep early, baby. Lee Wen-shin, okay. Sleep early. I love you. The night, finally, became quiet. Chapter 51. The Jewelry Exhibition. He had to pick up the kids again in the afternoon, go home to take care of them, and help them with their homework. Sometimes, he wouldn't see her even once a week. And on weekends, sometimes the grandparents would take care of the kids, but then Lee Wen-shin's husband would come back, and they still wouldn't have time for a date. Even though he barely slept all night, when Chu-Du arrived at the office the next morning, he was still brimming with energy. He had to admit, the elixirs of the cultivation world were truly impressive. Just a single low-level pill like that made Chu-Du's body superhuman. Although he had showered, the scent of Lee Wen-shin's perfume still lingered on Chu-Du, strong yet not vulgar, alluring yet still elegant. Lu Ruyan came to Chu-Du's side with breakfast, placed it on the table, took a deep sniff, and turned to leave. Watching Lu Ruyan's retreating figure, Chu-Du just smiled. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that Lu Ruyan was angry? Therefore, Chu-Du wasn't in a hurry. In work and in life, he would gradually wear down her thoughts, and things would naturally fall into place. As for whether she might be snatched away by someone else in the meantime, what a joke. Was there any other young, handsome, rich, and good-natured man like him around Lu Ruyan? With his confidence, Chu-Du wasn't worried at all. Besides, it would be difficult for anyone to quickly pick up a woman like Lu Ruyan. The group was now running smoothly in all aspects. It was basically following the predetermined plans of each subsidiary and could develop steadily. Chu-Du suddenly felt like work was a little too boring. Other bosses were busy every day, while he was incredibly idle. After thinking about it, he gave up on that idea. With over 800 billion, what difference did it make if he tried hard or not? He could lay flat until the end of his life with what he had now. To be honest, even if he became addicted to gambling and went to the casinos in Macau, no one could win all his money. His capital was too formidable. No one could take it. As he was pondering, Lu Ruyan knocked on the door again with a document. During work hours, Lu Ruyan always wore a black business suit, a white shirt, a black skirt, black stockings, and black pointed-toe high heels, seemingly never changing. But this outfit was extremely flattering on her, highlighting her stunning figure. Boss, this is the opening ceremony plan for our Xinghe Hotel. Please take a look. Xinghe Hotel was exactly what Chu-Du had planned, located in Building A of the Xinghe Building, from the 56th to 70th floors. The most luxurious room inside was reserved for Chu-Du as a backup. Chu-Du was naturally too lazy to attend an opening ceremony. He casually glanced at it and said, just have Renjun go, I won't participate. Lu Ruyan picked up the document and said, Boss, there's one more thing. Recently, our Xinghe Media's film division is preparing to shoot a movie. The director hopes you can cameo in a role. It would only be about 5 minutes of screen time. What do you think? Make a movie? Interesting. It could be a bit of fun. Chu-Du casually said, show me the script. If it's suitable, I can do a cameo. Lu Ruyan placed another stack of documents down, saying, the script is here. Chu-Du didn't rush to look at the script and asked, anything else recently? Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan said, several group CEOs want to meet you for a meal. Chu-Du asked curiously, who are they? Are there any groups that have work connections with us? Yes. Lu Ruyan's work ability was strong. She remembered what she needed to remember. Two are from media companies. They mainly operate in the influencer field and have some cooperation with us. The other is a pharmaceutical company that wants to discuss cooperation with our hospital. Chu Du said, "Oh," and replied, "Reject them. Or see who is free to meet them. Don't look for me for this kind of thing, only for important matters." Also, there's a Cartier jewelry exhibition coming up soon. Because the mall in our podium building has just partnered with Cartier, Cartier has expressed their wish to rent our group's large exhibition hall on the second floor to host a jewelry exhibition and promote their products. Jewelry exhibition? Chu Du suddenly became interested. If the pieces were good, buying a few for his women wouldn't be bad. When is it? The exhibition is next Tuesday. Chu Du said without hesitation. Approve it. Also, arrange a spot for me. I'll go and take a look. You'll come with me. Understood, President Chu. After delegating everything that needed delegating, Lu Ruyan left to carry out her orders. Speaking of jewelry exhibitions, Chu Du suddenly realized that these brands were all foreign. Most of the mainstream top luxury brands were also foreign. What about domestic brands? Chu Du pondered whether he could also create a top luxury brand. Or rather, turn all of the flagship brands under his banner into world-class brands. Like the Xinghe Hotel, a top-tier hotel that would spread all over the world in the future? Like Xinghe Media, the world's #1 media company in the future? Like Xinghe Security, the world's #1 security company in the future? Moreover, he could also find ways to create his own top brands in cosmetics, jewelry, and watches. The more Chu Du thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Any brand could be created. If foreign countries could do it, why couldn't he? So, Chu Du began a new round of conceptualization and planning. Chapter 52. The Exhibition. It wasn't until the end of the workday that Chu Du had some plans. However, creating such a brand, or multiple brands, wasn't something that could be solved immediately. It required time and a good reputation. Back home, Wang Xinyue was cooking. She said gently, "Brother Chu, wait a moment. It'll be ready in a few minutes. Today we're having braised sea bass, stir-fried tomatoes and broccoli, and celery with shredded pork." Looking at Wang Xinyue in her apron, wearing casual clothes and her long hair tied back, Chu Du had a sudden feeling of being married, with his wife cooking for him after a day of work. A strange feeling of home, a peculiar warmth, filled Chu Du's chest. He paused for a moment and said, "You've worked hard, yeah." Seeing that Chu Du's expression was off, Wang Xinyue asked worriedly, "Brother Chu, you don't look happy. Is something wrong? Or is it that you don't like the food I made today?" Chu Du suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Don't think too much. What you make is great. I really like it." With that, he gave Wang Xinyue a deep kiss on the lips. The worry in Wang Xinyue's heart immediately disappeared, and she said with a smile, "Wait a moment, Brother Chu. It will be ready soon." Chu Du casually walked to her side. Watching Wang Xinyue cook, he said softly, "Next Tuesday, there's a Cartier jewelry exhibition at our group. You'll come with me, and I'll buy you some jewelry." Wang Xinyue immediately shook her head and said, "No need, Brother Chu. I haven't spent much of the money you've given me. Now I have a house and a car. I'm very satisfied." Indeed, Wang Xinyue had initially followed Chu Du to change her social class, to become wealthy and live a good life. Now, she lived in a house worth nearly 100 million, drove a luxury car worth over 1 million, and wore clothes and carried bags that were all top-tier luxury items. A single outfit could easily cost tens of thousands. She was already very satisfied. Now, all she wanted was to be stably by Chu Du's side. Before Chu Du officially dated or got married, she could live with him long-term, cook for him, and serve him. When one had everything, often one's needs and desires would decrease. Wang Xinyue was such a person. Now, her desire for money was irrelevant. She couldn't spend it all anyway, and there was nothing she needed to buy. The luxury goods that were once out of reach, now, as long as she asked for them, Chu Du could buy her a pile of them, enough to fill several closets. She used to study how to be a green tea that could coax men, but now she studied how to cook and clean up the house. Of course, it wasn't that she couldn't afford a chef or a maid. It was just that she didn't want a simple life to become complicated. This warm feeling gave her a sense of security. Seeing her refusal, Chu Du continued, "Dress up nicely, and come with me." This time, his tone was more commanding, brooking no refusal. Wang Xinyue's heart was sweet as she said, "Okay, then I'll take a day off to go with you." It is worth mentioning that Wang Xinyue had returned from her training in Beijing, and had just been promoted to president of a commercial bank these past few days. Although it was only for a regional area, the speed of this promotion was enough to shock countless people. And Zhao Qian had rightfully become the person in charge of the entire Shanghai commercial bank. Looking at Chu Du, Wang Xinyue said, "Brother Chu, should we ask Lily to come along too?" Chu Du shook his head and said, "No, it's just you and me." The meal was ready quickly, with meat, vegetables, rice as the staple food, and seaweed and egg drop soup. It had to be said, Wang Xinyue's cooking skills were getting better and better. The food she made suited Chu Du's tastes, making him feel very comfortable in his daily life. Soon, the day of the Cartier jewelry exhibition arrived. Cartier is a French luxury brand, a subsidiary of the Richemont Group. In terms of jewelry, Cartier is definitely among the top 10 super brands in the world. Cartier rented the conference center on the second floor. This conference center had a total area of 2,000 square meters and was an oversized pillarless ballroom with a height of 10 meters. In addition, it was also equipped with large LED electronic displays and other advanced equipment, making it a great venue. There were no private rooms in a venue like this, so Chu Du's seat was the best in the house, front row and center. From his seat, he could see all of the jewelry on the stage with ease. Today, he was wearing a custom chiton suit, custom-made by an Italian designer by hand. The entire suit was worth over 500,000. This was Italy's top bespoke menswear brand. The brand's suits are known for their high-quality fabrics, fine tailoring, and unique craftsmanship. Each piece represents the highest level of craftsmanship and tradition. Most of their fabrics are made from high-quality natural fibers such as wool, silk, and alpaca. This not only makes their suits look high-end and luxurious, but it also ensures the comfort and durability of the clothing. And their tailoring combines traditional Italian tailoring techniques with modern tailoring theory, which allows each suit to fit the wearer perfectly. Chiton studios are in Naples, and all of their suits are hand-sewn by master tailors. Wearing this suit, Chu Du seemed to have matured quite a bit. Coupled with his handsome face, he was practically the male lead on a romance novel cover, a walking hormone. Many women in the venue were secretly observing Chu Du, and some of their eyes were practically glowing. Chu Du's female companion was Wang Xinyue. Today, Wang Xinyue had also prepared a lot for this exhibition and was dressed particularly beautifully. Her dress was Pronovia's, a high-end dress from Spain. It was a long, pale pink, glittery, one-shoulder mermaid evening gown, dazzling from head to toe. The glittery design, which would usually look vulgar, appeared as captivating as a moon goddess on her. The one-shoulder dress showed off her delicate collarbones and a pair of jade-like arms. Her skin was as smooth as cream, both sexy and noble. The mermaid part of the gown perfectly modified her leg shape and her overall figure, making her look like a beautiful mermaid. Below the knees, the hem of the dress gradually became transparent, like a thin veil, revealing her long, slender white legs. Her pair of silver, diamond-studded strappy high heels were noble and elegant. The handbag she was carrying was a brand new LV bag that Chu Du had just taken her to buy yesterday, worth over 200,000, and her watch was a new Roger Dubuis velvet pink diamond worth over 3 million. Although it wasn't as expensive as the previous Patek Philippe watch, it was more beautiful. Chapter 53, Rectification and Hiatus. Wang Xinyue had never worn such expensive clothes and accessories, especially since there were many celebrities and tycoons here, things she had never experienced before. Although she was already the president of a bank, she had been promoted too quickly, and she hadn't been able to adapt yet. All of this made her feel a little flustered and nervous. Chu Du noticed her nervousness and whispered, "Don't be nervous. If it was face-to-face, they'd be nervous of me." Hearing this, Wang Xinyue couldn't help but smile, and her whole body relaxed a lot. What Chu Du said was right. Just the Xinghe Twin Towers and the highest-level VIP treatment at the commercial bank was something others couldn't compare to. Although outsiders didn't know the amount of Chu Du's savings, those two towers and the companies he invested in were tangible things that could be seen. No one would be foolish enough to provoke such a super big shot. Instead, the moment they saw Chu Du, many people were eager to approach and try to get to know him. But many were also weighing themselves to see if they were qualified to speak to him. Society has layers: the poor, the ordinary, the middle class, the upper class, and the elite. But little did they know, in the wealthy upper class, there were also hierarchies. Chu Du, who had thrown away tens of billions and had eaten up 2 towers in one go, was a super big fish in their eyes. Hundreds of billions of cash, as well as the signing of the deal in the bank conference room that day. Though many people had not witnessed it firsthand, many others had been on the scene, and word would naturally spread. Spending nearly 100 billion in a day was enough to shake the entire Shanghai tycoon circle. Therefore, whether they knew him or not, many people knew of Chu Du, a super rich man. The two of them walked towards their seats, Wang Xinyue hooking her arm through Chu Du's, her lotus steps graceful. Her bright red lips were striking, and her Chanel No. 5 perfume wafted around them. They sat down in their seats. Wang Xinyue was to Chu Du's left, and Lu Ruyan was to his right. However, Lu Ruyan hadn't arrived yet. She was still speaking to Cartier's people about tonight's jewelry exhibition, seeing if there was anything else that needed to be prepared. Next to them were some tycoons and celebrities. They were the people sitting in the first row, and even the first 5 rows were filled with Shanghai tycoons, or others who had been invited from other places. Further back were the celebrities, the people Cartier had invited to be models for the evening, both Chinese and Western. Looking at the tycoons in the front row, Chu Du was still the most powerful one. The exhibition was supposed to start at 8 p.m. It was 7:30 now, so while they were waiting, many of the tycoons sitting in the first 2 rows came up to chat with Chu Du. The seats were ranked according to the strength of each family. Those in the first and second rows naturally had considerable strength. Although not necessarily the top in Shanghai, they still had assets worth billions. Facing these people, Chu Du only chatted casually, completely dependent on his mood. And everyone showed no sign of dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they all smiled, praising Chu Du for his youth and achievements, and also for having such beauties around him. Wang Xinyue looked at these tycoons that were once so out of her reach, now so subservient in front of Chu Du. It was like a dream. Not many people were qualified to come up and talk to him, and the conversations were brief. After all, it was their first meeting, and they were mostly just getting to know faces. True friendships had to be made slowly. Soon, the jewelry exhibition officially started. And at this time, Lu Ruyan finally returned to her seat. Tonight, Lu Ruyan was wearing a black evening gown. Chu Du only glanced at it once, and he felt his mouth go dry. The design of the strapless dress revealed Lu Ruyan's smooth skin, but couldn't conceal her shapely, jade-like breasts. Her slender neck looked like a proud white swan, noble and beautiful, and the way the dress was tailored around her waist highlighted her slender curves. Around her hips, the dress was slightly looser, fully revealing her S-shaped curves. Under the side slit of her skirt, long and straight legs were visible, and a pair of black, diamond-studded high heels. Lu Ruyan was like a noble goddess, her fair skin peeking through her black clothes, mysterious yet beautiful, elegant yet sexy. Her Coco Chanel perfume added even more charm to her presence. Looking at Lu Ruyan's luscious red lips, Chu Du's eyes glowed with a burning light. Very beautiful. Lu Ruyan's heart leaped with joy, but seeing Wang Xinyue next to her, she became unhappy. "Boss, please don't flirt with your female employees." Wang Xinyue burst out laughing, but then felt it was impolite and quickly covered her mouth. Chu Du was speechless, rolled his eyes, and said, "So tsundere." At this moment, a voice came from the microphone on the stage. "Esteemed guests." With the host's words, the exhibition finally began. Fortunately, everyone knew that such opening remarks were the most boring, so the organizers didn't take up too much time. A few minutes later, the first display started. The purpose of a jewelry exhibition is usually to promote communication, showcase the latest products, and generate some buzz. Some will also offer on-site sales of jewelry. Chu Du flipped through the booklet for the day. This booklet contained all of the jewelry being displayed today, and they could be purchased in advance. Chu Du looked around, then leaned closer to Wang Xinyue and said, "Is there anything you like?" Wang Xinyue shook her head and said, "Brother Chu, don't buy anything. I took a look. It's really quite expensive. I don't need it right now." Chu Du said, not caring, "The earrings and necklaces are very nice, and you don't have any, so I'll buy them for you. Besides, I don't lack money. The interest I make on my savings is more than I can spend in a day. What are you worried about?" Wang Xinyue looked at Chu Du, knowing that he really wanted to buy something for her. She lowered her head and said, "Then I'll take a look." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at them, but didn't say anything. Chu Du laughed to himself. Then, he leaned in close to her ear and said, "Whatever you want to buy, I can buy for you today." Chapter 54. I, who haunt San, have returned. The rectification is complete. I'm out of the little black room. I'll control myself in the future, brothers. Let's start updating. When it comes to chasing women, while money is something you show off to women, you can't just show it forever without spending it. What woman will stay with you then? Appropriate spending is normal. The definition of appropriate varies depending on the person and the situation. For example, if you have 10,000, you can spend 3,000 or 5,000. If you have 1 million, you can spend 50,000 or 100,000. But for Chu-do, even spending tens or hundreds of millions wouldn't matter. Hearing Chu-do's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes clearly flared up for a moment, which she then skillfully controlled, casually saying, "What if I take a liking to something too expensive?" Chu-do's smile didn't waver. "There isn't any jewelry here that I can't buy." When a man spends money for a woman, especially a large amount, the woman will definitely think the man is amazing and cool. Lu Ruyan stared at Chu-do for a moment, then tossed her long hair, and lowered her head to look at the booklet in her hand. Chu-do, on the other hand, was watching the models on the stage with great interest. It had to be said, Cartier's eye for choosing models was excellent, and those they had called over were mostly Cartier's ambassadors. They were all celebrities, but Chu-do didn't recognize any of them. He usually didn't pay any attention to the entertainment industry, so it was normal for him not to know them. Only when two celebrities, one male and one female, came on stage, Lu Ruyan leaned over to his ear and whispered, "They are from our Xinghe media." Chu-do looked at them for a few moments. Both were handsome and beautiful. Indeed, they were not bad. Chu-do didn't know the celebrities on stage, but it didn't mean those two celebrities didn't know him. Those who could become ambassadors for Cartier were not third-rate stars. Naturally, they were quite famous. They were also very perceptive. Especially in the entertainment industry, one had to remember the capital backers, so they wouldn't get into trouble and get banned one day. They had seen countless photos of their group's ultimate boss, Chu-do. Although they had never met him in person, they still recognized him at a glance. And Lu Ruyan next to him, the female secretary by the big boss's side, they had met a few times. Seeing that the boss was paying attention to them, these two celebrities also puffed out their chests and walked with confident steps, hoping to show their best side. Suddenly, Wang Xinhua looked at the female celebrity and said, "Brother Chu, the earrings and necklace she's wearing are very nice." Chu-do turned his head and said, "If you like it, I'll buy them later." Lu Ruyan acted like she hadn't heard anything, focusing on the booklet. There were close to 20 celebrities, showcasing nearly 100 pieces of Cartier jewelry, including bracelets, earrings, necklaces, rings, etc. All the displayed items were in the booklet, with prices ranging from a few tens of thousands to millions. Seeing Lu Ruyan close her booklet, Chu-do asked curiously, "Didn't see anything you liked?" Lu Ruyan said softly, "There is, but it's too expensive. I don't want to buy it." Chu-do suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "What are you afraid of? You have me." Lu Ruyan was caught off guard by this move. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Chu-do held it tightly, leaving her no choice but to let him. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan took out her phone and quickly sent a message. A moment later, Lu Ruyan said, "Boss, let's go to the room in the back and take a look at the jewelry." Chu-do naturally agreed. So the three of them got up slightly and left. Others who witnessed this scene were a little confused, but they didn't ask. In the office next door, people from the organizer, Cartier, were already waiting. Two middle-aged men and women in sharp suits were standing in front of a table, along with a few women in Chong Sams. In front of them were the jewelry Wang Xinhua and Lu Ruyan had picked out earlier. Seeing the three of them come in, the Cartier representative immediately stood up and said, "Ms. Lu, hello? Thank you very much for your fondness for our Cartier. Everything has been arranged. The jewelry you selected is all here. You can take a closer look and choose." "Thank you," Lu Ruyan said with a smile. As for Chu-do, the Cartier representative didn't recognize him. When they were in talks to open a store in the Podium building, they were dealing with Renjun. This application for the exhibition was also handled by Lu Ruyan. They naturally didn't know Chu-do was the big boss. But seeing Chu-do in his high-end custom-made suit, they knew that he was not just anyone. Chu-do glanced at it and said, "You two can take a look, buy whatever you like." The item Wang Xinhua chose was a love earring. The overall look was silver white, made with 18K white gold, 750% platinum. Each earring was inlaid with 48 round brilliant cut diamonds, with a total weight of 0.51 carats. Chu-do took a look. The style was indeed quite nice. And when he looked at the price, 100,000. Good heavens, this thing was worth 100,000. Chu-do could only say, women's money was indeed easy to make. But this thing was neither a loss nor a gain. It was purely for happiness. As for the necklace, it was also a love necklace. It was also silver white throughout, with 18K white gold, 750% platinum, inlaid with 450 round brilliant cut diamonds, with a total weight of 2.45 carats. Although it looked pretty, Chu-do knew that diamonds were really a tax on intelligence, mainly because of their high prices, non-scarce reserves, and hyped-up prices. The way they'd bundled diamonds with the idea of love was genius, resulting in a high-end positioning that kept prices high. And what could make them were all big brands. The brand premium was so significant that they far exceeded the original value, with profits that were more than 10 times greater. Moreover, these things weren't really scarce, they were practically everywhere. And in recent years, a certain province in the country had even started to produce diamonds in large quantities. Their fineness was comparable to diamonds, even surpassing them. All kinds of processing could be added, including hearts and arrows, 9 hearts and 1 flower, and so on. They could all be achieved. And production costs were extremely cheap, laughable really. Especially for ordinary people, they had no ability to distinguish between real and fake diamonds, and these man-made diamonds could be used to completely deceive people. It could even be said that if such diamonds flooded the market, then the entire global diamond market would be finished. Why? Because of the price issue. Many people may not have a specific idea. Everyone just knows that diamonds are very expensive, that diamond rings are scams. But they don't have an actual number to show how much the profits are. I can explain it simply. First, diamonds are mined in Africa, but there are international restrictions on these things. Because Europe had already seized this cake many years ago. So often, diamonds flow to Europe legally, but flowing into Asia is illegal. Chapter 55. Resuming updates. Of course, most diamonds are actually smuggled out, including through Europe. Not to mention domestically, you can't even get your hands on the mines, and you can only try to get diamonds from European businessmen. And the price that European businessmen pay when they buy from Africa is even more cutthroat than the capitalists themselves. As for the processing in Asia, the largest processing plants used to be in India. Now domestically, the country is catching up, but a difficult issue for domestic businesses is the source of supply. With each transaction in between, by the time it's finally sold in the market, the price has already increased countless times. For example, a diamond, smuggled from Africa to Europe, would be around a few thousand yuan per carat. But on the European market, it would be directly sold for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The difference, a profit margin of 10 or even tens of times. Moreover, most diamonds are smuggled, and often, customs duties can be ignored. With such profit, who wouldn't be tempted? Chu Du was even starting to wonder if he could organize a few large mercenary teams to try to grab a mine in Africa. He wondered if that was feasible. But for now, he'd better check out these jewelry pieces. The earrings Wang Xinyue picked were 100,000, and the necklace was 500,000. It wasn't much money altogether. But what Lu Ruyan picked was much more expensive. A necklace that looked very high-end had 3 Colombian emeralds, a whole 5.62 carats each, hanging in between diamond lines. The clever design of the combination of open space and full design felt quite dynamic, and the cone-shaped diamonds added a touch of vitality. The other ring was a 4.15 carat ring, cut into a rhombus. A colored brownish-yellow diamond served as the center stone, surrounded by triangular white diamonds. Symmetrical cracked patterns formed an orderly array of fractal structures. The prices of these two pieces were very expensive. The necklace was 3 million, and the ring was 2.3 million. In total, it was over 5 million. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan both put on the jewelry, making them look even more beautiful and dazzling than they already were tonight. Looking at the two seductive goddesses in front of him, Chu Du took a deep breath and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" Wang Xinyue nodded vigorously and said, "Brother Chu, they're really great." Lu Ruyan looked complicated and said, "Boss, are you really going to buy them for me?" Chu Du snapped his fingers. "I've never seen you so hesitant at work. Let's swipe the card." Close to 6 million was swiped out in an instant, and the meaning in Lu Ruyan's eyes deepened a bit more. Now that they had bought what they wanted to buy, there was no need to continue watching the exhibition. Chu Du sent a message to Ning Lei to have him get the car ready. When the three of them got into the car, Chu Du said to Ning Lei, "Go, send Secretary Lu back first." "Okay, boss." Ning Lei responded softly, and then put up the partition. Tonight's events gave Chu Du many new ideas. For example, jewelry was not easy to get into. First of all, there was the source of goods. Because jewelry was not just diamonds, there were many other things. Chu Du needed to find a way to obtain a variety of mineral resources. In addition, there was the issue of transportation. Although Chu Du had a transportation company, the company was not large and didn't have an international transportation license. Not only that, this company also had other shareholders. If Chu Du wanted to have the ability to transport mineral resources, he had to develop the company. Next, there were safety issues during transportation. From the African continent to here, it was more than tens of thousands of Miles. It was inevitable that there would be dangers at sea. If pirates were to kill and rob, it would be even more troublesome. Chu-do had to strengthen his security capabilities and equip them with a certain amount of firepower to ensure they could resist pirates and sail safely. When the goods arrived domestically, Chu-do would also need factories and skilled workers to make the finished products so they could enter the market. The whole process was very troublesome, but if done, there would be a large market. Because there were many people in the country, with a large population base, all consumer markets were actually very large and were still growing year by year. After careful consideration, Chu-do said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, I have a transportation company under my name. Tomorrow, tell Deputy President Lei to negotiate and acquire the entire company." Upon suddenly hearing Chu-do talk about work, Lu Ruyan immediately became serious. "Understood, boss. Also, after the company is acquired, you go through the procedures to merge the company into Xinghe Group, rename it Xinghe International Transportation Company, and then apply for an international transportation license." International transportation? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was a little confused. Once it involved international matters, the scale would definitely be large, but what international business did their group have right now? Although she didn't understand, Lu Ruyan still agreed immediately. Rubbing his head, Chu-do said, "Tomorrow, tell the security company that they need to have 1,000 high-level security personnel by the end of this year." "Okay, President Chu." Listening to Chu-do's orders, Lu Ruyan became even more confused. She couldn't understand what Chu-do meant by this series of instructions. Transportation and security she could understand, but these mineral resources, the source of each raw material was different. For example, diamond mines. Right now, the Australian kangaroo had already jumped to the first place in the world, and the combat nation to the north was in third place. But diamonds, in addition to their premium price, were not that valuable in themselves. Compared to the value of gold, they were far inferior. Although the mineral production in other places had exceeded Africa, for Chu-do, Africa was still the best choice. Because if you wanted to buy from others, the price would be much higher. But if you had your own mines in Africa, it would be different. On the African continent, Chu-do would need the power of warlords. This was a field that he had never come into contact with before, but he didn't resist it. On the contrary, there was a sense of excitement. There, a country only had tens of thousands of soldiers, and a regional warlord only needed a few thousand soldiers to be enough. With that level of power, to be blunt, any battalion of active soldiers in the country could crush them. Hiring thousands of mercenaries would be a massive expense. For a well-known international mercenary group, their salary would be around 200,000 to 300,000 a month. If Chu-do wanted to hire 1,000 of them, the monthly salary expenditure would be 200 million. Chu-do secretly shook his head. That was too much of a loss. Just a monthly expenditure of 200 million, and whether a gold mine could make 200 million in a month was still difficult to say. But he could bear that expense. Chapter 56. Mineral Resources. Not to mention other things, just those 50 billion alone would give him an interest of 10% per year from the commercial bank, which would equal around 13 million in interest per day. The monthly interest would be close to 400 million. He could definitely cover the military expenses. But hiring them long-term was not a solution. He had to quickly train his own security team. Chu-do also didn't want to rely on foreign mercenary groups alone. He needed some domestic ones too. After sending Lu Ruyan home, Chu-do and Wang Xinyue also went home. As soon as he got back, Chu-do sat in front of his computer and started researching information. He knew nothing about mercenaries. After looking at the data for a long time, Chu-do just thought it was too far-fetched. Either they exaggerated the mercenaries' abilities, or they were saying that they were all a bunch of useless people. In any case, there wasn't much real data that he could use. Rubbing his head, Chu-do frowned. That's not right. He already had a security company of his own. Although they weren't that useful, they should know about this sort of thing. But it was already past 11. He should ask tomorrow. With that thought, Chu-do turned off his computer and went to bed to sleep with Wang Xinyue. The next morning, Chu-do went to the office and immediately had the head of the security company come in. The head was called Qin Long, a former veteran soldier. Chu-do asked him directly. After thinking for a moment, Qin Long said, "President Chu, domestically, there is the Royal Shield Company in Beijing. It is currently the best in the country. As for internationally, famous ones include Blackwater, MPRI, and Aegis." Chu-do roughly noted those down and then asked, "Can our company train people like that?" Qin Long said with some difficulty, "President Chu, you might not be clear, but our current main business focuses on security for some residential areas, companies, and security for celebrities. We do very little security for high-end tycoons, let alone the higher-level bodyguards. If you were talking about people who can perform mercenary missions, we don't have a single one right now. As for training, first of all, our various equipment and supplies do not support such training. We would need a specialized training base as well as shooting practice, but guns and ammunition are illegal in the country. Private individuals cannot possess them. This is also a problem. After hearing what he said, Chu-do fell into deep thought. Indeed, many conditions limited his ability to train these people, unless Chu-do thought again and said, okay, this time, I will establish a training camp in Africa and hire professional trainers. I want you to be in charge. Within a year, I need to have a batch of people who are ready to work. Otherwise, hiring people is too expensive. Understood. But President Chu, the costs involved? Chu-do waved his hand and said, you don't have to worry about that. I'll pay for it. You just have to take care of things for me. Understood. After Qinlong left, Chu-do immediately contacted the Royal Shield Company. Upon hearing that they had an overseas mission, the Royal Shield was immediately interested. Overseas contracts were big money, but they were quickly shocked by the request from Chu-do. He wanted them to team up with other mercenary organizations, gather 1,000 people, and equip them with military-grade weapons. The goal was to seize at least 5 African mines, and to ensure their safety for 1 year. In short, they were going to fight, even engaging in armed conflicts. The requirements were difficult. Royal Shield alone couldn't handle such a big contract. But Chu-do's price was very attractive, and they really didn't want to refuse. Therefore, the Royal Shield's top management immediately called an emergency meeting and decided to accept the contract. For this operation, Royal Shield's manpower was insufficient. So, they contacted Aegis, Zhongqinghua, Tianzuan, the Spanish Foreign Legion, Cossacks, and a total of 8 international mercenary security companies. They were to send 1,000 people in total. Among them, each would have a commander, with a monthly salary of 500,000. The rest of the combatants would have a monthly salary of 250,000. The contract required that they choose a location, seize mineral resources from the local armed warlords, and protect the mine's safety for 1 year. Chu-do trusted them. These were mostly retired soldiers from different countries. They weren't any random group, they all had rich experience. In battle, with their weapons, equipment, single-person combat skills, and command abilities, they could crush those local warlord forces. It should be noted that there was a huge difference between the regular army and a random group, especially with many backward African warlords. Their equipment were all obsolete products. The regular army used new-style equipment. It was a completely different concept. Look at how many losses the US suffered when they were fighting in various parts of the world. When comparing that to a group of retired professional soldiers, working as mercenaries and using new equipment, the results would be similar if they were to fight a local backward warlord. Chu-do left the specific planning to them, as they were more professional than him in this field. After agreeing to work together, the 8 companies all returned. They needed time to prepare, including manpower, equipment, intelligence, and so on. They were scheduled to leave for Africa in a week. Next was the issue of buying ships. After they seized the mines, as long as they gave 2 meals a day and $10, they could completely recruit an adult local man to mine. Extremely cheap labor. Under this pricing, if Chu-do were to hire 10,000 people, it wouldn't cost much. To put it bluntly, the expenditure for 10,000 people for a month wouldn't even be as much as the price of one of his sports cars. And that was only in the slightly better areas. In many war-torn areas, a loaf of bread would be enough to hire an adult man to kill someone for you. Poor and backward, dangerous and crazy. When mineral resources began to be produced continuously, Chu-do also needed to ensure transportation capacity. However, it would definitely be too late to build new large cargo ships, so he could only consider acquiring used ones. Therefore, Chu-do had Secretary Wei Xian talk to the major shipyards, pay attention to used large ocean-going cargo ships, and release a message in the ocean-going shipping community, announcing that they needed to acquire ships. After that, he just had to wait for the news. Chu-do's daily life was simple. Go to work, get off work, eat dinner in the evening, watch a movie, and sleep. 10 days later, Chu-do received a message that the 1,000 mercenaries had set off. After a joint discussion by several commanders, they had decided on a location near Lake Victoria. This was where Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania meet. And there were abundant diamond mines and other resources nearby. Because this place was quite chaotic, there were a total of 3 warlord forces. The strongest force had more than 6,000 people, and more than 50,000 civilians under them. Chapter 57. Seizing Resources. The combined forces of the three factions were around 11,000, but the 8 companies didn't take them seriously. While they couldn't fight against a country, allowing these elites to fight against backward African tribal warlords was basically like crushing ants. Chu Du didn't want to know how they did it. He just wanted to know the results. Good news came a week later. All 3 warlord tribes had been defeated. More than 6,000 people had surrendered, over 1,000 were killed, and the rest had all fled. And there were a total of 7 resource locations, 4 diamond mines, 2 gold mines, and an oil field. When Chu Du heard the news, his head was buzzing. Diamond and gold mines, while highly valuable, wouldn't attract too much attention. But the oil field was different. It could easily breed problems. The mercenary companies also knew about the oil field immediately, but they still chose to hide the news and not notify anyone else. Firstly, Chu Du was their employer, and they were required to keep it secret. That was written in the agreement, and Chu Du was very generous, so they couldn't refuse. Secondly, and more importantly, they were international mercenaries now. Logically speaking, mercenaries were people who risked their lives for money. Selling this news would be more valuable. But they had to consider who they were dealing with. With Chu Du's wealth, though they didn't know his exact identity, they could tell that he wasn't an ordinary rich man. If something were to happen, they didn't know what the response would be from his connections in China. Especially in recent years, China's development had been a little too rapid. The severe internal divisions in America had led several mercenary groups to reconsider things and decide to keep this secret and serve Chu Du. Another reason was that they were an international organization. If they couldn't uphold a confidentiality agreement regarding such a major issue, they probably wouldn't get any more business from around the world. After considering the multiple reasons, several companies decided to keep the secret and guard these resources. This incident put a lot of pressure on Chu Du. He urgently needed to develop his own armed forces. He hired instructors from all 8 companies, along with instructors and equipment from a Siberian training camp, all of which was transported to Africa. At the same time, he hired a construction team to quickly build a training base there. Qin Long led the team, taking members with development potential to train there. If they didn't have enough personnel, they would recruit more. Black, white, and Asian, it didn't matter. Brainwashing and training, they had to train these people into Chu Du's private armed force. Within a year, he needed to have 2,000 people. Qin Long was under a lot of pressure, but he still accepted the task and headed to Africa. As for Chu Du, after this incident, he started to feel insecure. So he hired 10 high-end professional bodyguards from Royal Shield to guard him, both overtly and covertly. This attack on the warlords had gathered more than 50,000 civilians, and Chu Du paid them 2 meals a day and $10. With that tempting condition, many civilians quickly joined in, eagerly mining. These were all cheap labor, Chu Du sighed, feeling more and more like a capitalist. There was finally news about buying large cargo ships. Through Wei Xian's efforts, they had acquired a total of 5 large ocean-going cargo ships from various places, all with a tonnage of 100,000, costing a total of 3 billion. The company's procedures were also completed, and they could set sail at any time. So Chu Du contacted Royal Shield again. This time, it was for a naval escort mission. Chu Du and Royal Shield signed a new contract. For the next year, they would continuously escort the 5 ocean-going cargo ships of Chu Du's Xinghe Company. After the contract was signed, Royal Shield quickly sent out personnel, and Chu Du's side also arranged to set sail. The daily output of minerals in Africa was considerable. Combined with what the previous warlords had left behind, there was more than enough for Chu Du to use for a while. But there were still new arrangements to be made after the goods were transported back. Chu Du made another arrangement to build a processing factory and hire technical personnel with high salaries. In the future, these would all be sold. Recently, Lu Ruyan had been particularly gentle with Chu Du. Even when she smelled the perfume on Chu Du, she would bring out her own perfume and spray Chu Du a couple of times, leaving Chu Du both amused and exasperated. The processing plant was quickly set up. As long as you had money, you could hire anyone. From Shanghai to Africa, the cargo ships took about 20 days, including transporting the minerals and supplies. It almost took 2 months to return. Standing at the port, looking at the dense boxes, Chu Du smiled with satisfaction. These things would soon turn into money and flow into his account. Lu Ruyan had completely understood Chu Du's intentions. She was very shocked. But women's perspectives were always a bit strange. "Boss, can I have some custom jewelry made?" Chu Du cocked his head and looked at her. "Are you already tired of the jewelry from the last time?" Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head and said, "No, it's just that I want it. You know, women crave these things." That was true, and Chu-do understood it. He thought for a while and said, earrings and necklaces, you decide the style yourself? Thank you, boss. Lu Ruyan kissed Chu-do on the face excitedly. This wasn't the first time. In the past 2 months, Lu Ruyan would sometimes kiss him like this, but they had never kissed on the lips. Chu-do wasn't in a hurry. He knew that Lu Ruyan's heart was struggling. Objectively speaking, Lu Ruyan was a proud daughter of heaven. A master's graduate, never dated before, with a fairly good family background and quite a bit of savings. She was also stunningly beautiful with a high level of education. But she lost to her age. No matter what, Lu Ruyan was already 30. If she wanted to find an excellent man, slightly older than herself, those men would only want an 18-year-old beauty. The older people got, the more they preferred them young and tender. But in terms of compatibility, Lu Ruyan wasn't willing to go younger. This had led to her going on many blind dates, but with no results. And Chu-do's appearance seemed to have solved this problem. He was handsome and rich, with a bachelor's degree. Although his educational background was lower than hers, his overall vision and courage were very strong. As for age, Lu Ruyan had ignored that. But Chu-do had a flaw. He was a womanizer, with more than one woman. Lu Ruyan had smelled several types of perfume on him. Lu Ruyan, who had always kept a clean reputation, was extremely resistant to such a person. But in these past few months of working and living together, she had already begun to fall. Chapter 58. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Perhaps it was because she'd seen too much. It seemed like all the wealthy people around her had more than one woman. And Lu Ruyan gradually understood that once men had money, they craved other things, like power and beauties. Perhaps there were gentlemen who wouldn't be tempted, but had anyone considered what those odds were? If she wanted a man who was good-looking, tall, rich, had a bachelor's degree at the very least, and was also devoted, Lu Ruyan thought she would never find him in this life. Unless she considered maintaining a kept boy. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan had already convinced herself. But Lu Ruyan also had her own ideas. Even if he had other women outside, she would become the mistress of the harem. No matter who it was, they would all have to call her elder sister when they saw her. The Empress Ruyan would not be weak. Lu Ruyan was a very driven person, and also someone who had many thoughts. Since she had made up her mind, then she would take the initiative to grab him. Moreover, she would also take the position as the big sister. Although she had never been in a relationship, she had seen many people date around her. Coupled with the seductiveness in her bones, Lu Ruyan didn't believe she couldn't win over Chu-do. Just as Lu Ruyan was thinking in her secretary's office, Chu-do suddenly received a call from Jiang Lily. He was a little surprised. Jiang Lily had a flight mission during the day and was usually on her phone, so he was surprised she was calling him now. "Brother Chu, are you busy?" When he picked up the phone, he heard Jiang Lily's charming and soft voice. Chu-do was opening his computer as he casually replied, "I'm not busy right now, what's up? Are you off today?" Jiang Lily said softly, "I'm not off today. It's just that my mom just suddenly called me." "Your mom?" For a moment, Chu-do didn't understand what she meant. "Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up? My mom wants me to go back, and they are urging me to get married. Brother Chu, can you come back with me?" Jiang Lily's family was in Tianjin. From Shanghai to Tianjin, it was actually quite close, only about 300 kilometers, a drive of only 3 or 4 hours. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Chu-do was a bit dazed. He had heard the head of the orphanage say that when he was a baby, his parents had an accident and were no longer around. He was sent to the orphanage by the police and grew up there. Chu-do had never experienced what the feeling of family was like, and he never had the thought of having to go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival and the New Year. It didn't matter where he went, but this time was different. He was going to meet her parents. But Jiang Lily would definitely be with him for the long term in the future, so meeting her parents would also be fine. Thinking of this, Chu-do said, "Okay, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days. Tell me when you're off, and we'll drive over." "Okay, thank you, Brother Chu. I'm off tomorrow. Wait for me to come back, big brother." Hearing Jiang Lily's voice, Chu-do felt his heart stir again. 5 entries deleted. After hanging up the phone, Chu-do suddenly thought of a problem. These girls all had homes and parents. If they were to follow him for the rest of their lives, they definitely wouldn't be getting married. There was a high chance he'd be facing multiple sets of parents. Jiang Lily only had a day off for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but if she came back on the evening of the 14th, she would be off. The two of them had a buffet together, and then Chu-do said, "Let's go, let's buy some things, and head over tomorrow morning." "Okay," Jiang Lily said happily. Although she didn't know what to buy, cosmetics, jewelry, and alcohol were definitely good choices. Looking at all the things Chu-do had bought, Jiang Lily hesitantly said, Brother Chu, isn't this a bit too much? Chu Du took a look and said, dumbfounded, is a few $100,000 a lot? Jiang Lily was speechless. Fine, the rich are rich. Because she was going home tomorrow, Jiang Lily went to bed early in the evening. Early the next morning, Ning Lei drove the car, taking the two of them to Tianjin, followed by another car filled with bodyguards. Jiang Lily had said that her parents were also very materialistic, they liked money, and she had a younger brother at home. Growing up in such an environment, she inevitably became a gold digger. Her parents had always wanted her to marry a rich man, so that everyone could live a good life in the future. Listening to Jiang Lily's words, Chu Du felt like this was highly workable. They liked money, right? That was simple. He would just use money to overwhelm them until they would be willing to have their daughter become his mistress. Such a simple thing. A luxury car worth nearly 10 million, with a driver, followed by a Mercedes filled with bodyguards. Plus, a few $100,000 in gifts and various other things was definitely enough to make their standards very flexible. It wasn't until almost noon that they arrived at Jiang Lily's apartment complex. It was a very ordinary complex, even a little old. Chu Du had the bodyguards wait downstairs, and Ning Lei would help him carry the things. Standing in the hallway, Jiang Lily took out her key and opened the door. There were 3 people at home. The older ones were Jiang Lily's parents, who looked to be nearly 50, and a younger brother who was 5 or 6 years younger than her and still in school. When they saw Jiang Lily return, her parents were about to say something, but then they saw Chu Du and Ning Lei walking and carrying a large amount of things. After putting down the items, Ning Lei, very sensibly, left without saying a word, closed the door, and went downstairs. Chu Du looked at them all and said calmly, Hello, Uncle and Annie. I am Jiang Lily's boyfriend, Chu Du. Jiang's father and mother looked at all the things on the table and floor. Their breathing became a little rapid and they quickly said, So, you're Xiao Chu, right? Please, have a seat. Don't be shy. Just make yourself at home. Jiang Lily pulled Chu Du to sit on the sofa next to her. Her parents were secretly assessing the value of the things, while her younger brother sat on a stool next to them, curiously looking at Chu Du. After roughly calculating the value, the Jiang couple looked at each other. Their daughter's boyfriend seemed to be extraordinary. Jiang's mother laughed awkwardly and said, Xiao Chu, what kind of work do you do? Chu Du took Jiang Lily's hand and said naturally, I own a company, in Shanghai. Owns a company, no wonder he's so rich. Jiang's father and mother both showed excited smiles. How long have you known each other? Chu Du thought for a moment and said, It's been about 5 or 6 months. The two had met in Sanya in May or June. It was already November now, so half a year had passed. Chapter 59. Shocking the Jiang family. You've been dating for so long, when are you planning to get married? Jiang's father and mother were also very anxious. It was rare to encounter a man who was so handsome and had such good conditions. He gave away gifts worth hundreds of thousands, and even had a personal driver. What kind of big shot was this? If their daughter had climbed onto such a high branch, then wouldn't their family be rich? Hearing this, Jiang Lily quickly said, Mom, don't be so anxious. He's busy at his company and doesn't have any time right now. As she spoke, she frantically winked at her parents. Although Jiang's father and mother didn't understand the reason, they still said with regret, Well, okay, it's up to you to decide. We just think that sooner is better. Chu Du found it a little funny. He naturally saw through Jiang's father and mother's intentions. They wanted to use marriage to tie him down so they could have a sense of security. But Chu Du had no plans to get married, at least, not now. He took out 2 keys from a bag next to him and said, Uncle and Auntie, this is for an Audi A8. Top of the line, the whole package is over 2 million. This car, I'm giving to you and Annie to drive around in. There's also a spare key. I've arranged for someone to register it. They'll drive it over this afternoon. And this key is for Lily's brother. I heard Lily say you're a freshman in university. Don't be too high profile. This is an Audi A6, only a few $100,000. You can drive that. It'll be driven over this afternoon too. He placed the keys on the table, completely ignoring the shocked Jiang family, and took out a large folder. This is a house in the Shanghai Huizue Mingdi community, about 260 square meters. According to current prices, the house with all the furnishings comes to about 40 million. It's already been furnished. If Uncle and Annie want to go to Shanghai, you can stay here. An A8, an A6, and a 40 million house. The Jiang family had never seen such a scene in their lives. At this moment, they were completely stunned. They had thought that their son-in-law was very rich, maybe had a few tens of millions, but they had never thought that their son-in-law would be this rich. A house worth tens of millions. He gave it away just like that? Zhang's mother stammered, Xiao. Chu, the house and cars. Chu Du smiled slightly, it's nothing, I'm giving it to you. Zhang Lily also knew what Chu Du meant and said from the side, Mom and Dad, accept it, don't think too much about it. Although Zhang's father and mother wanted to accept them, the value was too high and they didn't dare. But hearing Zhang Lily speak, they nodded in agreement. Zhang's father suddenly said, well then, we weren't going to cook lunch anyway, let's go out to eat. Let's go to that Tianjin International Hotel. Zhang's mother also immediately said, yes, you guys are back, it's lunchtime. You must all be hungry. Let's go eat together. The hotel was a very high-end hotel in Tianjin, a place that Zhang's father and mother would normally never go to. But today, they were going to take their son-in-law there. As she spoke, Zhang's father and mother hurried to the room to get their money and cards. They had to treat their son-in-law for this meal to leave a good impression on him. They were afraid that they wouldn't have enough money, so they took out all of their savings and hidden cash before feeling a bit more at ease. Looking at her parents' actions, Zhang Lily sighed, not saying anything. Chu Du, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Zhang Lily had been with him for about half a year, always well-behaved, obedient, and flirtatious. Since he was keeping her as a pet, it was normal to give her some benefits. And Zhang Lily always maintained her figure. If nothing went wrong, even in another 10 years, when she was in her 30s, she would still be able to maintain her stunning figure, only adding a bit of mature and charming flair. And in all likelihood, she would still be with Chu Du. So Chu Du regarded this amount of money as a lifetime buyout. Zhang's father and mother would find out eventually, so Chu Du had to come in with a high attitude and use money to directly overwhelm them. Zhang Lily's brother, Zhang Long, didn't say a word, but the way he looked at the keys revealed the desire in his heart. What man didn't dream of owning a luxury car? Usually, their family conditions were average. He didn't have the ability, but in school, he had seen some rich classmates drive around and take beautiful classmates out for the night. He could only dream about it. And now, a luxury car was right in front of him. Don't think that the A6 wasn't a luxury car. In the country, for an average family, a car costing $200,000 or $300,000 was the ceiling. The percentage of average families in the country was nearly 99%, and for these people, their ceiling would be cars like the Passat and Sagittare. For them, a car like the A6 was a luxury car. Don't believe in the online memes that everyone owns a supercar. That's pure bull. How many Ferraris were sold in the country in a year? On Douyin, that number would be more than their global sales. Pure bull. Chu Du saw their expressions clearly. With people like this, as long as you whetted their appetite, and then told them that Zhang Lily was his mistress, wouldn't be getting married, but would be with him forever, would they still refuse? They wouldn't. Although some people might refuse, Zhang Lily's parents wouldn't. They loved money and wanted their daughter to marry into a wealthy family. Although there was no chance of marrying now, they could still enjoy these benefits. Wasn't it the same? Even if the reputation was bad, they could just move to Shanghai in the future. Wouldn't that be it? Besides, what did those neighbors in Tianjin know? They could just say that they had a wedding in Shanghai, and they wouldn't know shit about it. They would only envy her daughter for marrying a rich man. That was people. Vulgar people. And we are all vulgar. We just don't have the capital to be vulgar. We don't hate the rich, we just hate that we're not rich. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhang's father and mother were very polite and let Chu Du order the dishes, but Chu Du let Zhang Lily order instead. As someone who came from the bottom of society, Chu Du didn't have high requirements when it came to food. As long as he was full, it would be good enough. If he could eat well, even better. Now that he had money, Chu Du spent most of his time eating homemade meals cooked by Wang Xinyue. At the dinner table, Zhang's father and mother kept asking Chu Du questions, trying to find out about his situation. Eventually, Zhang Lily couldn't help but ask her parents to shut up. However, because Chu Du had shown off his financial strength first, the attitude of Zhang's father and mother throughout the meal was very warm, and the atmosphere was decent. When they were finished eating and were going back, the two audis had already been driven over. Chu Du raised an eyebrow and said, "Uncle, please take a look. Here are the two cars." Chapter 60. A conversation between the Zhang mother and daughter. The first time Zhang's father saw the cars, he fell in love with them. A car worth over 2 million. He and his wife would never be able to afford this car in their lifetime. And now, his son-in-law had given it away so easily. And the bodyguards around them, even the bodyguards' cars were Mercedes. What kind of big figure was he? At this moment, Zhang's father and mother's only thought was to quickly find a way to get Chu Du and Zhang Lily married. Only if they were married would they feel secure. There were too many foxes out there. What would they do if this good son-in-law was seduced by someone? And they didn't even know what stage they had reached. If they hadn't slept together yet, then things would be very dangerous. With various thoughts, they returned home. Zhang's mother made a gesture to Jiang Lily, and the two went into the bedroom together. And Zhang's father and Chu Du were in the living room, preparing to try the alcohol. Although Zhang's father had seen top-quality mutai before, he had never had it. But his son-in-law had just given him 5 boxes. Good heavens, truly amazing. In the bedroom, after Zhang's mother carefully closed the door, she asked seriously, "Tell Mom, is he really your boyfriend?" Jiang Lily rolled her eyes and said, "Of course, we've been together for half a year." Zhang's mother breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "How far have you guys developed? Have you lived together?" Jiang Lily frowned and said, "Mom, your questions are..." Seeing this, Zhang's mother naturally understood. Not only was she not angry, but she also smiled brightly. Good, that's good. I was just worried that nothing had happened. That would have been a problem." After glancing carefully outside, Zhang's mother said, "Can you get married sooner? I'm afraid that a good son-in-law like that will become someone else's." Marriage. These 2 words were extremely jarring. Jiang Lily bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Seeing the way she looked, Zhang's mother asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Is it that you don't want to get married, or that he doesn't want to get married? Right? After you get married, quit your flight attendant job. You're so beautiful. Being a flight attendant makes you vulnerable to harassment by men. It would be best for you to work at his company. Then you can watch him every day, so no shady women will seduce him." Mom is speaking from experience. I'm telling you, many women will want to pounce on men like this. You must keep a close eye on him. If he runs away, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Right, and also, did you guys use protection? I'm telling you, it's best if you don't. You have to try to get pregnant. Even if you get a divorce in the future, you can. Before she could finish, Jiang Lily interrupted her. "Mom, stop talking." Zhang's mother was stunned for a moment. Looking at her daughter, she asked, "What do you mean? You don't want to marry him?" Jiang Lily was very annoyed, but she also understood that some things could be hidden temporarily, but they couldn't be hidden forever. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lily said, "Mom, we can't get married." Zhang's mother's eyes widened. Looking at her daughter in disbelief, she asked, "What do you mean? Explain yourself." "Actually, I'm just his mistress." Jiang Lily's expression was calm, and after she said it, she no longer cared. Zhang's mother's expression instantly turned ugly. "You're saying that you're a mistress right now? Does he have a wife?" Jiang Lily shook her head and said, "He doesn't have a wife. He might not get married for the rest of his life, so I can only be his mistress." A mistress? How could Zhang's mother accept that her daughter was a mistress for someone else? She wanted to say something, but when she thought of the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of alcohol and cosmetics, the $2 million car, and the $40 million house, she couldn't say a word. Zhang's father and mother loved money too much. In this society, they believed that money was the standard to measure a person. Her daughter had found a man, young, handsome, and rich. You wouldn't be able to find another one like this, even with a lantern. But the only problem was that her daughter was a mistress. A mistress? She had hoped that her daughter would marry Chu Du, instead of fighting with a bunch of women for his affection. But she also knew that her family couldn't control Chu Du. Women were only meant to obey men like him. If they weren't willing, they could just refuse and find someone else. But where were they supposed to find a man like him? Moreover, if they refused, the things, including the house and cars, would all have to be returned. Her heart just couldn't bear to let go of it. After a long silence, Zhang's mother said, "What do you mean?" Jiang Lily's expression was complex. "In my life, I'm lucky to have found someone like this. What more can I ask for? Besides, he gave me a house in Shanghai, worth nearly 100 million. As long as I stay with him for 3 years, he'll give me the house, and he'll give me a car worth a few million after 1 year. You guys wanted me to be a flight attendant in the first place, hoping that I'd find a rich man. But I've seen too many rich men, and they are basically all already married. The younger rich second generation, they might exist, but they don't have this kind of money. Mom, compare the two. What do you think?" Zhang's mother's breathing became rapid. A house worth nearly 100 million, and a car worth millions? In 3 years at the most, all this would belong to her daughter. Her daughter was right. Most rich men were already married. Even if there were any rich second generation, how would they be willing to spend so much money? Besides, if you found another rich second generation, would they not be unfaithful? That was simply wishful thinking. If it were before, if they hadn't seen these things, Zhang's father and mother might have refused. But now that the things were right in front of them, to have them returned. After a long silence, Zhang's mother sighed and said, "Your situation. It's up to you to decide." Clearly, Zhang's mother had accepted the fact that her daughter would become a mistress. If you wanted to enter the upper class, how could everything be smooth sailing? But thankfully, Chu Du wasn't married yet, so there was still a chance. With that thought, Zhang's mother said, "I'm telling you, people aren't unchangeable. He might not want to get married now, but it doesn't mean he won't want to in the future. If you can have a child for him, then even if he doesn't get married for the rest of his life, he won't abandon you." The phrase "the mother relies on her son" is very important. You must keep that firmly in your mind. Don't use protection, just have a child for him, preferably a son. Then, no one will be able to compete with you in the future. Right? And if you want to compete for a man's affection, just being good-looking isn't enough. There are too many beautiful women. What will you do after 5 or 10 years? You need to have other aspects that can attract him. In the future, often video call me. I'll teach you how to cook and clean up the house. I'm telling you, no matter what kind of man, this will always work. If a woman can keep a house clean and tidy, and cook delicious meals, even if the man is being unfaithful outside, he will still think of you, because only you can give him a sense of home. And that's something that any sly fox can't compete with. Chapter 61. The Jiang family's private discussion. Listening to her mother's incessant nagging, Jiang Lily felt somewhat dazed. Tidy the house, cook? Indeed, she had always overlooked this point, only thinking about how she had a beautiful figure and was seductive enough. But youth would fade, what then? Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Chu Du bid farewell to Jiang Lily and left, not staying for dinner. Watching the departing luxury car and then looking at the 2 artists in front of them, the 3 members of the Jiang family returned home and sat on the sofa. Jiang's mother hesitated for a moment before revealing the relationship between Jiang Lily and Chu Du. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiang's father opened the cigarette pack that Chu Du had given him, lit one, and said calmly, "This matter will have a significant impact on our family. Let's all talk about it." Jiang's mother hesitated, then remained silent. Jiang Long carefully glanced at his parents, then at the car key in his hand, and said through gritted teeth, "Actually, it's not a bad thing." Both Jiang's father and mother turned their gaze to him. Jiang Long steeled his heart and said directly, "There are many wealthy people in society. Many of the girls at our school are being kept. It's not easy for us to find a rich man. If you don't want him, someone else will." This was true. If you didn't want it, someone else would be willing to do anything for money. Jiang's mother echoed, "That's right. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be gone forever. Since we've grabbed this chance, let's not think too much. As long as we don't talk about it, who would know? We can live a good life in the future." Jiang's father looked at the pile of gifts, bottles of wine worth thousands or even tens of thousands, filling several boxes, and the car keys on the table. He finally sighed, "In a few years, when our son graduates, let's move to Shancheng." In the end, the lure of wealth had moved their hearts. Chu Du didn't care about the Jiang family's thoughts, but he knew that they would agree. Perhaps feeling like a weight had been lifted, Jiang Lily was particularly proactive that night. Lying in Chu Du's arms, Jiang Lily suddenly said in a low voice, "Brother Chu, thank you for today." Chu Du pulled her closer, gently stroking her hair. "Why thank me? I imagine your parents are very angry, right?" Jiang Lily shook her head. "Given their personalities, they won't say anything. They'll just accept it." Chu Du smiled. "Isn't that better?" Jiang Lily tossed her long hair. "Brother Chu, I'm committed to you from now on. You can't abandon me." Feeling the smooth skin of the woman in his arms, Chu Du closed his eyes and said, "As long as you're good, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Even when you're old, I'll still look after you." Old. Everyone grows old. When her beauty fades, what would she be like? But no matter what, Chu Du had given her enough face today, forcing her parents to shut their mouths. Jiang Lily felt very moved. The room was filled with intimacy. When she woke up in the morning, Jiang Lily had already left for work, but she had left behind a fried egg and warm milk on the table. She knew that Lu Ruyan would bring breakfast for Chu Du, but yesterday, her mother had also said that relying solely on beauty wouldn't keep a man forever, only unique qualities would. Although she wasn't good at cooking, she could still manage to fry an egg. This was the beginning of a change. When he arrived at the company, Chu Du ate the breakfast that Lu Ruyan brought as well. After all, Jiang Lily had only left one fried egg and a glass of milk, which was not nearly enough. After finishing breakfast and wiping his hands, Chudu casually said, "Anything going on with work recently? Any plans?" Lu Ruyan, still in her professional attire and black stockings, said with a serious expression, "Boss, there aren't any major issues with work recently." Nothing? How could there be nothing? If there was nothing, create something. Chudu snapped his fingers and said, "I'm planning to make our Star River group bigger and stronger." Lu Ruyan asked curiously, "Boss, do you have any plans?" Chudu thought for a moment and said, "Our Star River group now includes Star River Media, Star River Transportation, Star River Hotel, Star River Tourism, Star River Advertising, and Star River Jewelry. Transportation has already gone international. Jewelry hasn't started yet, so let's leave that aside for now. The other companies, each has their own requirements." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan sat up straight and picked up a pen and paper to take notes. First, Star River Media. Right now, it's just an ordinary media company. I need them to poach talent. Anyone who is popular or has potential should be poached. How can we be a real media company if we don't have dozens of A-list celebrities? As for the influencer department, poach influencers from other platforms and try to bring in some major streamers who can attract smaller streamers and create buzz. Be careful with the content as well. As for short dramas, collect scripts, produce them carefully. Although the short drama industry is no longer at its peak, there's still a large audience. We can take the refined route. If the actors are good, they can go to the film and television department. I want Star River Media to have the most top-tier artists in the country within a year. Star River needs to be the biggest media company in the country, so we can go global." Lu Ruyan silently marveled at Chudu's grand plans, but her hands didn't stop, and she continued to write quickly. Chudu suddenly thought of something. Many domestic dramas and songs imitated foreign ones. What if he directly recruited talent from abroad? The more Chudu thought about it, the more he liked the idea. On one hand, there were Hollywood superstars from Europe and the United States, and on the other, there were Korean girl groups. Both were good options. Also, Star River Hotel has just been established. Let's build Tin in Shincheng first. Once the business is stable, we can expand to other places. As for Star River Tourism, let's prepare and expand our business. I'm planning to launch international tourism soon. The tourism industry has been very hot in the past few years, especially since Zibo and then Harbin. The tourism industry will continue to grow, and international tourism will increase as well. There are a lot of wealthy people in Shincheng, so there's a market for this. Lu Ruyan quickly recorded Chudu's words. Opening an international tourism business required a lot of preparation. For example, they needed a certain number of international tour guides, as well as an international tourism permit. But to Chudu, these two issues weren't problems. There were plenty of tour guides, and with enough money, there would be more than enough willing to come. As for the permits, given the status of Star River Group in Shanxing, applying for a permit was a piece of cake. After thinking it over, he felt that there wasn't anything else. So, Chudu waved his hand and said, "All right, that's the direction. Come up with a detailed plan, and let's get started." Chapter 62. The Commercial Bank's High-End Networking Event. Understood, boss. Lu Ruyan closed her notebook and left with the click of her high heels. As soon as Lu Ruyan left, Chudu's phone rang. It was Zhao Qian. Chudu glanced at it and answered, "Director Zhao, long time no see, congratulations on your promotion." Hearing Chudu's words, Zhao Qian also laughed. "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Chu. I wouldn't have gotten this opportunity otherwise." After a brief exchange, Zhao Qian got to the point. "This is the thing, Mr. Chu. Our commercial bank has a high-end VIP circle, all our clients with personal deposits exceeding 100 million. Our commercial bank organizes a networking event every year to provide a platform for everyone to enhance cooperation and exchange. Our Shunqing event will be held next Friday night. Do you think you'd be interested? A networking event? And all with big clients?" Chudu instantly became interested, excitedly saying, "Sure. Where is it?" Don't let Zhao Qian's mention of deposits over 100 million fool you. While it might be nothing compared to Chudu's tens of billions, it was important to remember not everyone had a cheat. Normally, an individual with long-term deposits over 100 million would be considered a major VIP client. This was all liquid cash, something every businessman needed to do business and generate more wealth. According to the latest financial wealth report, there are 130,000 people in the country with total assets exceeding 100 million. As for those with over 100 million in deposits, there were fewer than 2,000, and they were mostly concentrated in a few major cities. On average, How many people were in Shunqing? At most, no more than 500. Those who could reach this level were all big bosses, their schedules packed with clients and busy with business. Chudu estimated that if there were 100 people attending, it would already be great. But this didn't dampen Chudu's enthusiasm. Hearing Chudu's response, Zhao Qian was delighted. This was their biggest client. As long as he was willing to go, many others would be eager to attend. After all, this circle was so small. Even if they didn't know him personally, they would have heard of him. Based on the outside world's understanding of Chudu, many people would want to meet him. Friday night at 7 p.m., the location is at Yuntian Manor. Yuntian Manor was located in the suburbs. It was a large manor, big enough to accommodate a lot of people. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chu, there will also be some officials attending. Officials? Chudu understood as soon as he thought about it. With so many businessmen and bosses gathered together, the government would naturally want to promote investment and development. This was normal. After thinking about it, Chudu called Lu Ruyan. A minute later, Lu Ruyan walked into the office and asked, "Boss, is there anything I can help you with?" Chudu played with his phone and said, "This Friday night, you're coming with me to a party. Get a fancy dress. If you don't have the money, tell me, I'll give you some." Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "No need, boss, I have a dress." Chudu nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave from here at 5:30 p.m. on Friday." "Okay, boss." Chudu was very much looking forward to this networking event. If he wanted the company to develop faster, cooperation was essential. However, Chudu only intended to cooperate in terms of business. As for shares, that was absolutely impossible. He liked having complete control and preferred having everything in his own hands. Friday. Chudu was wearing a custom-made suit, Hermes belt, and Cassano leather shoes. From head to toe, he exuded wealth and luxury. Combined with his handsome face and height of 1.85 meters, he was a walking embodiment of hormones, capable of seducing countless young women. Lu Ruyan had also changed into a dress in the office, a beautiful Prada evening gown. The dress was a mix of blue and gray, with faintly glittering rhinestones that resembled stars. The beauty of the vast starry sky was condensed in the misty gauze. The beautiful gold and silver beads seemed to radiate a dreamlike and translucent glow, like brilliant New Year's fireworks. The dress was paired with an elegant color scheme. Both the front and back had large areas of see-through mesh. The dark see-through long sleeves could visually shorten the shoulder distance. The handmade beads were cleverly arranged to create a dazzling starry sky, emphasizing femininity in every detail. They unintentionally added a touch of nobility and mystery, creating a strong and unique sense of creativity. Lu Ruyan's tall figure of 1.73 meters and her full chest were perfectly showcased in the dress. The fitted design revealed a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her specially made-up makeup for today and the scent of Chanel Coco Mademoiselle perfume added a touch of mature womanliness and allure. Her red cherry lips were accentuated with top-of-the-line Lancôme lipstick. Tonight, Lu Ruyan was like an elegant goddess wearing a dazzling starry sky, mysterious, sensual, and charming. She wore white diamond-studded crystal high heels, which made her, already tall, reach nearly 1.8 meters. Even compared to Chudu, she was not much shorter. Her long, perfect legs were hidden by the light fabric of her dress, but the semi-transparent gauze skirt below her knees was hazy, and yet tantalizingly visible, making it impossible to look away. She wore the Cartier earrings and necklace that Chudu had bought for her, adding a dazzling sparkle. Seeing Lu Ruyan's outfit, Chudu's breathing quickened. Since he got rich, he had seen countless beautiful women, but Lu Ruyan's looks and figure were definitely top tier. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan, Chudu deeply inhaled her perfume and said with his eyes closed, "You look really beautiful today." Lu Ruyan's face was slightly flushed. Whether it was from embarrassment or blush, "Boss, let's go. We'll be late if we don't leave." Chudu took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Ning Lei drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom, heading towards the manor, followed by two Mercedes-Benzes, all carrying Chudu's bodyguards. An hour later, the vehicles arrived at the manor. Yuntian Manor was said to be a private manor built by a real estate tycoon, who was also one of today's attendees. The entire manor covered over 5,000 square meters. The lawn alone was 1,000 square meters. There were also villas, an outdoor swimming pool, an indoor hot spring, a basketball court, a basement, a wine cellar, a home theater, a home KTV, a home bar, and many other features. The perimeter was surrounded by an electric fence, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. The guards at the entrance verified their identities and allowed Chu Du to enter. The bodyguards were to remain outside the gate. Lu Ruyan held onto Chu Du's arm as they walked into the manor. Chapter 63, The Networking Event. It was already 6:30 p.m. Although it was supposed to start at 7, almost everyone had arrived early. Chu Du quickly scanned the scene. There were many waiters, about 100 or so, serving drinks and snacks. As for the guests attending today, both men and women, Chu Du estimated there were nearly 300 people. But after thinking for a moment, he understood. Of these, only a little over 100 were true elite individuals. The other women were just female companions, like Chu Du and Lu Ruyan. Although Lu Ruyan was an exceptional woman, in the context of a gathering at this level, she was not qualified. Chu Du also noticed a dozen or so people he recognized, people he had met while spending money to buy shares before. And everyone obviously recognized him. As Chu Du walked over, many people waved and raised their glasses to greet him. "Mr. Chu, good evening." Chu Du also smiled and greeted them back. Although with his financial power, he could completely ignore these people, there was always the chance of encountering someone with a bad temper who might want to go up against you and resort to underhanded tactics. It wasn't worth it to offend people. As Chu Du's companion, Lu Ruyan was also graceful and generous, with a smile on her face that put people at ease. Chu Du casually took a glass of wine from a passing waiter's tray and toasted with everyone. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm from Zhongjia Real Estate." "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm from Future Venture Capital." Those who came here were mostly men in their 40s and 50s, all of whom had worked their way up, step by step, to their current wealth. Looking around, Chu Du was the youngest in the whole room, but no one would look down on him even a little bit. Chu Du chatted with everyone about the latest market trends. Every word they said could potentially change the direction of the market. Someone suddenly said, "Mr. Chu, I heard that you've been investing everywhere for the past 6 months. I wonder if you still have any investment plans?" Chu Du raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Do you have good ideas or plans?" This was a middle-aged man who, by the looks of it, was a successful businessman. He wore a Vacheron Constantin watch, and his family was also wealthy. Chu Du had some impression of him. He was called Su Kai, and he'd mentioned that he worked in medical equipment. But Chu Du already had a company in this field. He had invested in it previously, so he wasn't very interested. However, he still politely engaged in some small talk. Who knew that this person would start by saying, "Mr. Chu, I'm currently optimistic about the new energy vehicle industry. I think." Chu Du only listened to 2 sentences before he lost interest in listening any further. This field seemed to be widely promoted, but it actually had many limitations. For example, in the northern regions, many new energy vehicles simply could not start when winter arrived. Even turning on the air conditioning required being frugal. Taking them on the highway was something to be feared. The pressure of charging was the most difficult problem for many car owners at the moment. With Lei's company already making cars, it wouldn't be very meaningful to get involved. But this did remind Chu Du, could he find a way to create fast charging? If fast charging wasn't possible, could he increase the number of charging stations? Once these problems were solved, the potential profit was immense. However, the technical challenges involved weren't easy to resolve. On the other hand, increasing the number of charging stations seemed much easier. Establishing charging stations over a large area, combined with wind, water, and other forms of power generation, would be sufficient. Chu Du silently noted this, and decided to look into this matter more carefully once he got back. Seeing that Chu Du was losing interest, the man also fell silent. Many people wanted to get Chu Du to invest, but they didn't have particularly good projects. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, "I wonder, Mr. Chu, if you have any interest in the hydroelectric power industry?" Chu Du's eyes lit up. It was like his thoughts had manifested. He clinked glasses with the man and asked, "How should I address you?" The middle-aged man politely replied, "Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Sheng from Huayuan Energy Company. We mainly work in energy generation. For example, my company does wind power generation in the Northwest. We also have hydroelectric power stations here. But in recent years, more and more electric vehicles have appeared. Whether it's electric bikes or new energy electric vehicles, they all require charging stations. So, in this aspect, the current market isn't saturated yet. I want to expand the scale of hydroelectric power stations to increase power generation capacity. I wonder if Mr. Chu is interested?" Chu Du also had an energy company, but that company also had shares owned by others, and although it was profitable, they were unwilling to sell. He said with interest, "Mr. Lu, could you describe the current scale and plan?" Lu Sheng said without hesitation, currently, we mainly focus on wind, hydro, and tidal power. I'm considering that more and more electric cars are appearing, so I want to expand this aspect of business. Chudu also had the idea, but it was obviously not the right time to talk in detail. So, Chudu said, how about this? Let's find a place to talk in detail next Monday. How does that sound? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He knew how wealthy this god of wealth was. As long as he nodded, expansion would not be a problem. He immediately said, good, no problem. Anytime next Monday that's convenient for you. Just contact me, Mr. Chu. He then handed over his business card with a hint of respect. Lu Ruyan took the card for Chu Du and placed it in her handbag. Tonight's event didn't really have any particular theme. It was just a platform for everyone to connect and increase cooperation. From the moment Chu Du arrived, he had barely stopped. People had been wanting to collaborate with Chu Du on a wide variety of projects. However, Chu Du didn't agree to anything. Tonight was just basic networking. If there were any real collaborations, they would have to be discussed privately later. Tonight also made many people remember Lu Ruyan, this beautiful, charming woman. Her every move seemed to carry a hint of seductiveness. Just standing next to Chu Du, with a smile on her face, she seemed to be enough to intoxicate people. But everyone knew that this woman was off limits. The fact that she could hold Chu Du's arm in an event like this meant that she held a position in Chu Du's heart and was certainly more than just a pretty face. While Chu Du was talking to someone, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure walk up to him, smiling. Brother Chu, good evening. Chu Du looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. It was Wang Xinyue. But Chu Du quickly realized that tonight's event had been organized by the commercial bank. As a branch manager, Wang Xinyue was naturally present. And Zhao Qian must have been here as well, but Chu Du hadn't seen him. He didn't know what Zhao Qian was busy with. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wang Xinyue was wearing a pure white cheongsam, which showed off her perfect figure, and a pair of off-white high heels, making her look even more elegant. Her long hair was styled into a bun and held in place with a hairpin. She looked like a woman from a historical drama, with a hint of grace and nobility, beautiful and poised. Chapter 64, Lu Ruyan's Parents. Wang Xinyue glanced at Lu Ruyan beside her, her smile unwavering. Hello, Secretary Lu. One shouldn't refuse a smiling face. Although Lu Ruyan currently wanted to have Chu Du all to herself, she ultimately wasn't with him yet, and had gradually gotten used to the presence of others around him. So, she replied politely, Director Wang, you're too kind. Of course, Wang Xinyue wasn't just here for Chu Du tonight. She also had a large number of clients to manage. So, after greeting Chu Du, she continued chatting with other clients. Everyone was smart. They could see from their eyes that Director Wang's relationship with Chu Du was probably also different. They all understood this in their hearts, and they were all more courteous to Wang Xinyue. The networking event didn't end until close to 10 p.m. Wang Xinyue still had matters at the bank and couldn't leave for the time being. Chu Du left with Lu Ruyan. Ninglei drove the car. Chu Du and Lu Ruyan were sitting in the back. After a long silence, Lu Ruyan suddenly asked, Boss, do you like Director Wang a lot? A smile appeared on Chu Du's lips. I like her a lot. Xinyue is very well behaved, and she cooks well. She's very sensible, knows what she wants, and never oversteps her boundaries. A pang of sourness rose in Lu Ruyan's heart. She paused, and then said, Boss, you probably have more than just Director Wang around you, right? Chu Du turned his head and looked at Lu Ruyan and said, There are two others. Phew. Lu Ruyan exhaled a long breath. Boss, you're really a playboy. Chu Du didn't think much of it. Men, as long as they're not eunuchs and still breathing, who isn't a playboy? The difference is whether they have the ability and means to be one. Lu Ruyan was silent. She knew that this was the truth. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan asked again, Boss, have you ever thought about getting married and who you would marry? Would it be one of them? Marriage. Chu Du pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I don't want to get married. At least, I don't want to for the time being. What was the point of marriage? It was troublesome, tiring, and you'd still have to coax your girlfriend. It would be better to simply have a sugar baby. You don't have to think, and they would still want to please you. If I were to ever get married, I would hope that my wife is sensible, that's all. This word sensible had a multitude of meanings. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything else. She didn't know what to say. The car soon arrived at the bottom of Lu Ruyan's building, but two people were standing nearby. Lu Ruyan took just one glance and said in surprise, My parents? Chu Du's face showed surprise. Are you sure they're your parents? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. They're my own parents. How could I mistake them? Chu-do remembered that Lu Ruyan had mentioned that her family was from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and that she was alone in Shunqing. But in the middle of the night, how could Lu Ruyan's parents suddenly show up here? From the looks of it, Lu Ruyan was completely unaware of it as well. Ninglei parked the car, and Lu Ruyan quickly got out of the car and went forward. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Lu's mother's face was unfriendly. I called you several times, asking you to go on blind dates. You refused, so I had to come and ask you myself, didn't I? Her father's attitude wasn't very good either. You're already 30. When are you planning to get married? You keep saying you're busy with work. What are you so busy with? Don't you have time to meet someone? The person is also in Shenzhen. Can't you spare just an hour? Hearing this, Chu-do understood. He had talked with Lu Ruyan before. She was already 30 years old, and her parents were very anxious, wanting her to go on blind dates and get married as soon as possible. She had met many people, but none were suitable. The ones she liked wanted to find an 18-year-old girl, and the ones who liked her didn't meet her requirements. So, she had just kept putting it off. Lu Ruyan was very helpless. Dad, Mom, I've said, I'm very busy with work every day. I just got back from the networking event. I'm still wearing my dress. I haven't even changed yet. I'm so busy, how can I have time for blind dates? Besides, I know the people you introduced. They're all in their 40s, and already have 2 kids. What am I supposed to do with that? What do I need an old man like that for? So I can smell his stink? So I can deal with his high blood pressure? So I can be serenaded by his snoring at night? Speaking of money, I have my own money. With the money I've earned these past few years, I've already bought a house for our family. I don't lack money. I don't want to be with someone I don't like. It's very difficult. Lu's mother didn't care. Well then, I have a young man in his 20s here. He just graduated, and he doesn't mind that you're older than him. Why won't you meet him? The more Lu Ruyan heard, the more annoyed she became. Her boss was still behind her, and her parents were acting like this. She was just about to say something. When Chu-do got out of the car, she's not going on blind dates, because she has me. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Chu-do. I'm Ruyan's boss, and also Ruyan's boyfriend. Looking at Chu-do walking over, wearing a proper suit, with a handsome face, and an extraordinary temperament. If Chu-do was just an ordinary worker in the past, the current Chu-do had already changed completely. Being in this position for a long time, combined with the support of money, would change a person's temperament greatly. Chu-do had become even more mature. Hearing his voice, Lu's father first frowned, then relaxed and said, You are Ruyan's boyfriend and her boss? Chu-do walked over to Lu Ruyan, took her hand and said, Ruyan might not have wanted to say it yet. We just recently started dating. She was planning to tell you once things became more stable. The gazes of Lu's father and mother immediately turned to Lu Ruyan. Hearing Chu-do claim to be her boyfriend, Lu Ruyan's heart filled with joy and excitement. But when she thought of the other women around him, she felt uncomfortable again. However, this was not the time to dwell on that. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan said, Dad, Mom, we are indeed together. This earring and necklace are all gifts from Brother Chu. They're worth millions. Brother. Chu is very good to me, but we just started dating. I didn't want to say too much. I was planning to tell you after I went home for the new year. Hearing what his daughter said, Lu's father breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have a boyfriend, you should have said so sooner. It would have saved your mother and me worrying about it every day. Lu's mother looked at Chu-do. His face was handsome. His clothes were made of high-end fabrics, and he was her daughter's boss. He was handsome, rich, and seemed quite young. He was much better than the people she had introduced. Lu's mother hesitated for a moment and said, Well, little Chu, we as parents are also a bit worried about this matter. Ruyan is already 30 years old. Her father and I have been worried about this every day. Now that we know you two are together, we're much more at ease. Chu-do said with a smile, Don't worry, Auntie. I genuinely like Ruyan. Age isn't a problem. I will take good care of her. Chapter 65. Lu Ruyan's Invitation. Lu's mother nodded slightly. Ruyan is only good at studying and working. She's not very good at cleaning and cooking. In the future, you should have her practice more and learn more. Chu-do shook his head and declined with a smile. Auntie, those are not a problem. My place is quite large. It's very tiring to clean alone. I always hire a nanny. Oh, is that so? Lu's mother didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time and said, Dad, Mom, it's so late. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? You've seen it now. My work is going well, and I have a boyfriend. You can relax. Go back tomorrow. I have work tomorrow, and we'll be very busy. Chu-do found it amusing. Tomorrow was obviously Saturday, and Star River never forced their employees to work overtime for free. And Lu Ruyan had no work tomorrow either. She was clearly lying with her eyes open. But Lu's father and mother didn't know that. They looked at each other. It wasn't safe to go back this late. So, her father said, "Okay, your mother and I will go back tomorrow. You work hard and get along well with people." Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand." Turning her head to look at Chu-do, Lu Ruyan blinked her eyes. "Boss, I'll take my parents home first. You go home and get some sleep too." Chu-do looked at her tenderly. "All right, I'll go home and sleep early too. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Just as Chu-do was about to turn around and get into the car, Lu's father suddenly said, "Well, little Chu, be sure to come for the new year." "Don't worry, uncle. I'll definitely go for the new year." Watching the car drive away, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Chu-do had spoken up, Chu-do had really helped her out today. Her parents would definitely stop pressuring her. However, she had clearly underestimated the thoughts of the older generation. When you don't have a partner, they will urge you to quickly find a boyfriend or girlfriend. When you have a lover, they will urge you to get married quickly. And when you get married, they will urge you to have children quickly. Lu Ruyan's current apartment was rented, about 80 square meters, but it was enough for 3 people. As soon as she returned home, Lu Ruyan changed clothes and came out of her room. Lu's mother began, "Ruyan, how long have you two been dating? When are you going to get married?" Lu Ruyan, who was drinking water, almost choked. She looked at her mother in disbelief. "Mom, we've only been dating for a week. You don't need to be in such a hurry, do you?" Lu's mother's face hardened. "I've heard about your company, such a large scale. That person's conditions must be very good. First of all, the material aspect is no problem. Also, I saw just now that the young man looks very energetic and quite handsome. He's tall, so he's a good match for you. He also speaks politely, with great respect for others. You see for yourself, such a good man is right in front of you. If you don't take action quickly, what are you waiting for? Waiting for someone else to steal him away? Also, don't let any of your so-called best friends meet him. I know what your friends are like. They are obsessed with money. If they find out, they will all be your competitors." After this long speech, Lu Ruyan was speechless. How could her mother be so eager to rush things? Not to mention that they weren't really dating, it was just acting. Even if the two were really a couple, it was impossible to get married so soon. But she was too lazy to argue with her parents about these things. Okay, I understand, Mom. Don't say any more. We'll meet during the new year and see if it's suitable or not, right?" Lu's mother said with dissatisfaction. "What do you mean? See again. What do you mean by suitable or not?" "I think it's very suitable. He has such good conditions, and he doesn't mind that you're old. What are your assets to not be anxious? Just for your looks? Can your looks last a lifetime? Don't we all become old? If you don't seize the opportunity while you're young, I don't know what you're thinking all day long. Listen to me. Make contact more. Tomorrow, your father and I will go back. You must ask him out for a date. You'd better be married when you come back for the new year." Lu Ruyan wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't say it. "I know, Mom. I'm very tired. Let's go to sleep." Chu-do returned home. Wang Xinyue hadn't returned yet. Just as he changed his clothes, he saw a message from Lu Ruyan. "Are you asleep?" Chu-do, "No, I just got back. What's wrong?" Lu Ruyan, "I'm really sorry about today. My parents came suddenly. I didn't know, so you had to pretend to be my boyfriend." Chu-do, "Is there a possibility that the fake becomes real?" Lu Ruyan, "Boss, are you serious?" Chu-do, "You guess?" Looking at "you guess" on the screen, Lu Ruyan was going crazy. She wished she could smash her phone. What kind of dog of a man was he? You guess, like a child, always guessing. They were all grown adults. Couldn't they just be straightforward? She stared at the phone screen, thought about it, and then sent another message. "Boss, are you free tomorrow?" Chu-do, "Say it. What is it?" Lu Ruyan, "Can we have lunch together tomorrow?" Seeing Lu Ruyan's message, Chu-do couldn't help but smile. "Just lunch?" Lu Ruyan, "We'll talk about other things later." Chu-do, "Okay, let's do it for noon tomorrow. You pick a place and tell me." Lu Ruyan, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Chu-do, "See you tomorrow." After stretching and relaxing his body, Chu-do also prepared to sleep. Just then, Wang Xinyue suddenly opened the door and came back. "Xinyue's back," Chu-do said as he walked out of the bedroom. Wang Xinyue took off her high heels, put down her handbag, went forward and hugged Chu-do and said, "Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I was just busy with matters at the bank." Chu-do said with a smile. There's nothing to be sorry about, it's work. Overtime is normal. Wang Xinyue poured a glass of water and drank it. Then she said, Brother Chu, wait for me. I'll go change my clothes and freshen up a bit. You lie down on the bed first. If you're sleepy, you can sleep first. Chu-do looked at Wang Xinyue's shapely figure outlined by the Cheongsam, and his mind was racing. He had already been in a state of agitation with Lu Ruyan tonight. Now that Wang Xinyue was back, the scent of her perfume made Chu-do even more impulsive. He picked up Wang Xinyue, ignoring her exclamation, and said, Don't change. Just like this. Chapter 66. Having a meal alone with Lu Ruyan. The next morning, Wang Xinyue packed her things and went to the bank. Since becoming the bank manager, she had become much busier, with more matters to attend to and frequent dinner engagements. Chu-do leisurely got ready, glanced at the location Lu Ruyan had sent him, and didn't leave until 11 a.m. He didn't call a driver today. He drove his own Lamborghini. The restaurant Lu Ruyan had booked was a Western-style restaurant, located inside International Mix C. The level was mid-range, not bad. Chu-do was sitting in a corner seat. Soon, Lu Ruyan walked in. It was already November. Lu Ruyan was wearing a black wool coat, with a tight white thermal shirt underneath, and a black short skirt that barely covered her curvy bottom. Her legs were covered in a pair of black leggings, which encased a pair of long, slender, and straight legs. She was also wearing a pair of black, 5-centimeter high boots. Her long hair danced as she walked. Her eyes were full of emotion, like a peerless beauty. Combined with her makeup, she was a top-tier, beautiful, and mature woman. When Lu Ruyan saw Chu-do, she walked over with a smile, sat down opposite Chu-do, and put down her handbag. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm late. Chu-do said with a nonchalant attitude, It's okay, I just arrived too. Lu Ruyan took off her wool coat. The curves of her graceful figure were fully revealed under her white thermal shirt. Her impressive chest made Chu-do glance sideways. He praised, Your figure is really good. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. Then do you like it, boss? I do. Chu-do thought he was an honest man. Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction, Why, boss, are you interested in me? Chu-do started to pull in the opposite direction. Then do you hope that I'm interested in you, or not interested? If I say I'm interested in you, what if you don't like me? If I say I'm not interested in you, wouldn't it make you seem very unattractive? Lu Ruyan tilted her head. Boss, your twisted logic is really something. At this moment, a woman dressed very flamboyantly walked by. It was already November, but she was still wearing a purple tight-fitting, bodycon, halter-neck dress. She carried a khaki trench coat in her hand and wore thin black stockings below, making people wonder if she was cold. She had on black pointed high heels. Combined with her strong perfume and heavy makeup, she almost looked like the typical mistress or kept woman. In this cold winter, her outfit was particularly eye-catching, and many people were staring at her. Looking at the woman's swaying walk, Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction, Boss, people are gone, and you're still looking. Do you like that type of clothing? She looks very slutty. Why would anyone dress like that in the dead of winter? Chu-do coughed twice and said, I always believe that the purpose of reading and receiving an education is to help us establish a correct worldview, to be sensible, and to know how to respect others. It's not to criticize a stranger's appearance. Everyone has the freedom to dress and the right to pursue the life they want. There's no need to make fun of others. But then again, that woman is indeed slutty. Lu Ruyan almost spat out her drink. At first, listening to Chu-do's words, it sounded very educational and sacred, but the next second, it completely fell apart. It gave people a sense of extreme contrast, as if the previous second, she was still immersed in the macro universe of market economics, and the next second, she fell into the animal instincts of the ecosystem. From high level to low level, it seemed close but was actually a great distance. If Chu-do knew her thoughts, he would definitely say, You really understand metaphors. After the two ordered some dishes, they began to chat. What happened last night? Chu-do was still very curious. A trace of awkward blush flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. She still remembered what her mother had said last night. Nothing much, they just asked some questions. Chu-do's expression was meaningful. Oh, is that so? It's okay. We'll see each other during the new year anyway. We can talk about it then. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened immediately. You're really going for the new year? Chu-do asked in reply. Is that not okay? I'm your boyfriend now. If I don't go, how will you explain things? Lu Ruyan was speechless. In her parents' eyes, Chu-do was a great choice for a boyfriend. If she dared to tell her parents that they broke up and he wasn't coming for the new year, they would definitely kill her that day. Massaging her temples, Lu Ruyan sighed. Why is it so annoying? They're so anxious. Chu Du said leisurely, don't you have someone you like? Lu Ruyan said subconsciously, I do, but... Seeing her pause, Chu Du raised an eyebrow. You have someone you like? Lu Ruyan propped her pretty face up with both hands, just looking at Chu Du like that. Chu Du wasn't an insensitive fool. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's fair hand and said gently, since you like me, why don't you dare to say it? Finally, they had reached this point. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Her whole body relaxed and she said softly, I like you, but there are other women around you, and I'm not happy about that. So, I haven't said anything. Chu Du got up, sat next to Lu Ruyan, and put his arm around her shoulder. Actually, your heart has already agreed, hasn't it? Lu Ruyan didn't struggle. She just looked at Chu Du with a complicated expression. Chu Du hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. Don't think too much. They all have good personalities. Just think of them as friends you've gotten to know. Lu Ruyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can that be the same? Chu Du didn't care. How many rich people are clean? Today it's me. If you find another rich second generation, can you guarantee that he won't have affairs? Lu Ruyan was silent. She had met many rich people, and she naturally knew that many times, when those people went out to play or eat, the people with them weren't their wives. They didn't know if it was a mistress or someone else. What Chu Du said was also correct. Even if she changed to someone else, and he didn't let her know, could she really be sure that there wasn't anyone else? Maybe she'd find out in the future that the man already had kids with someone else. She remembered what her mother had said last night. If it were any of her best friends, even if they knew that the man had someone else, they would pretend not to see it. Lu Ruyan raised her face and looked at Chu Du. What do you like about me? Chapter 67. Be nicer to me in the future. After tidying up her clothes, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Du with a hint of resentment. Be nicer to me in the future. Chu Du gently kissed her red lips. Don't worry. Perhaps having cleared the air, the two became more open with each other. Lu Ruyan's treat didn't cost too much. After the meal, Chu Du looked outside and said, It's Saturday today, and we're in a mall, so let me buy you something. Okay, sure. Lu Ruyan didn't refuse. She usually bought high-end luxury goods, so she didn't have much resistance to these, nor was she as shocked or excited as ordinary people would be. She only felt happy and pleased that Chu Du was buying things for her. Chu Du didn't hold back. He started buying makeup, lipstick, perfume, handbags, and clothes. He just went on a shopping spree. He went through Chanel, LV, Gucci, Hermes, Lancôme, Dior, Valentino, Balenciaga, and many other stores, buying more than a dozen bags worth of items, spending nearly 3 million yuan. Although Lu Ruyan had her own money, she had never bought things like this before. Seeing the value of the things Chu Du was buying, her eyelids twitched. They temporarily left the items at the stores, and they would be delivered to her door later. They found a rest area and bought 2 cups of milk tea. The two of them sat down to rest. Looking at Chu Du drinking milk tea, Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed. You have billions of assets, and I'm also a senior executive at a large corporation. Yet, here we are, sitting here drinking milk tea, like young couples. Chu Du drank the milk tea with a smile. So what? As long as we're happy. Yeah, as long as we're happy. Chu Du suddenly said, I remember that you're renting that apartment, right? Lu Ruyan didn't understand why he was asking, but she still said, yes, because the housing prices in Shenzhen are relatively high, and I don't have that much money yet. The money I earned in Beijing before was all used to buy a house for my family. Chu Du seemed thoughtful. Shopping with women was the most boring thing, but fortunately, Lu Ruyan was here. Chu Du could look at her face and figure, smell her perfume, and consider it making the best out of a bad situation. The two acted like a couple, going shopping, eating hot pot in the evening, and watching a movie. By the time they came out of the movie theater, it was almost 11 p.m. Lu Ruyan yawned slightly. Honey, I'm sleepy. I want to go home and sleep. Chu Du wrapped his arm around her waist. Without me, how can you sleep? Lu Ruyan gently pushed him. You're annoying. Heavenly Palace. A very luxurious, high-end residential area. Chu Du had bought 3 apartments here, 1 villa, and 2 large, flat apartments. He took the day's Lu Ruyan to one of the large apartments. Chu Du had prepared this yesterday. During the day, he had the property management clean it again. All the furniture and appliances were there, and the entire room was spotless. Lu Ruyan wasn't surprised. Chu Du was so rich. What was one luxury apartment? She looked at the luxurious decor in the living room with curiosity. Honey, how big is this apartment? It looks very big. Although she was older than Chudu, she still called him Honey. Her charming Honey always struck a chord in Chudu's heart, stirring his soul. This large flat apartment is 700 square meters. The overall layout is fine, and there are walk-in closets and everything. Lu Ruyan said with envy, I don't know how long it would take for me to earn enough to buy a house like this. Chudu wrapped his arms around her from behind. Now, this house belongs to you. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. She said with disbelief, Are you sure? From what I can see, this house must be worth at least a few $100 million. Chudu was extremely gentle. Compared to you, what are a few $100 million? Lu Ruyan turned around. She was wearing high heels, so she was almost eye-to-eye with Chudu. Honey, do you want to lock me up in a gilded cage? Chudu laughed. This house is only worthy to be called a gilded cage with you in it. Lu Ruyan kissed him on the lips. You really know how to sweet-talk me. After taking off her coat, Lu Ruyan walked towards the bathroom. Honey, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me. Lu Ruyan was a very understanding person. Since she liked it, and since she wanted it, then she would give it, without being pretentious, without playing hard to get. Fortunately, there was more than one bathroom. Chudu immediately went to another bathroom to take a shower. Men showered much faster than women. After Chudu had been playing on his phone in bed for an hour, Lu Ruyan slowly came out. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe. Her long, dried hair was casually draped over her smooth shoulders, revealing her collarbones and fair skin. Her slender hands were clutching the bathrobe, which reached almost to her knees. Below was a glimpse of long, fair legs, and a pair of jade feet, stepping onto the wool rug. She smelled of body wash and shampoo. Even after showering, her bare face was still breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Ruyan was indeed a stunning beauty. Just standing there, her gaze seemed to carry some kind of allure, like a subtle flirt, like bewitching electric eyes. Chapter 68. It's You. Wang Ziying. After their morning exercise, the two snuggled up and rested. When they got up, it was nearly noon. While packing her clothes, Lu Ruyan said, Honey, I'm hungry. Chudu said casually, Get dressed, and we'll go out to eat. Okay. Lu Ruyan quickened her movements. Soon, the two went downstairs, got in the car, and drove out to eat. Today was the weekend. Neither of them had to work, so Chudu spent the day playing with Lu Ruyan. They ate, shopped, watched movies, and sang karaoke. However, they didn't buy anything today, as they had already bought a ton of stuff yesterday. Perhaps because she was too tired, Lu Ruyan went to bed early tonight. However, Chudu didn't need to force the issue. Seeing Lu Ruyan's sleeping face, he just gently kissed her, and then held her as they both went to sleep. On Monday morning, the two got ready together and went to work together. While driving, Chudu suddenly asked, What do you think of my car? Chudu was driving his Lamborghini Aventador with a blue exterior. It was very cool. Lu Ruyan nodded. It's really good. Chudu snapped his fingers. This car is yours now. I haven't driven it that much. It's still quite new. Lu Ruyan was a bit surprised. This car must be worth almost 10 million. You want to give it to me? Of course, you don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll exchange it for one you like. Chudu didn't care about houses or cars anymore. Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, No need to change it. This one is fine. It's just that I think it's very expensive, and you just gave it to me. Chudu put his hand on her thigh, looked ahead, and continued driving. In my heart, houses worth hundreds of millions and luxury cars worth tens of millions are not as good as you. Although she knew that Chudu didn't care about the money, Lu Ruyan still felt a sweet sensation in her heart. When they arrived downstairs, Chudu went upstairs first, and Lu Ruyan went to buy breakfast for both of them. After breakfast, Lu Ruyan went to work. As the boss, Chudu could relax, but she still had a lot of work to deal with. After breakfast, Chudu called Lu Sheng. He was still very interested in their collaboration from that day. Hello, Mr. Chu, hello? The call was answered, and Lu Sheng's enthusiastic voice could be heard. Chudu also said politely, Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm very interested in the proposal you mentioned to me last time. If it's suitable, I can invest. When will Mr. Lu have time? We can talk about the details. Lu Sheng's voice became excited. I'm available anytime, depending on your schedule, Mr. Chu. Chudu looked at the time. It was still early today. Okay then, I'll head over now. Mr. Lu, send me the location. After hanging up, Chudu called Ning Lei. Lu Ruyan also came along, ready to discuss the collaboration. When they arrived at Lu Sheng's company, Lu Sheng personally welcomed them downstairs. Seeing Chu Du, he enthusiastically stepped forward. "Mr. Chu, welcome, welcome." Chu Du said calmly, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Shall we go to the office and talk?" Come. I'll take Mr. Chu to the conference room. There's another shareholder inside as well." The two walked inside with smiles. Ninglei stayed in the car very consciously, and Lu Ruyan followed Chu Du. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Lu Sheng pointed to the people inside and introduced them. "Mr. Chu, this is another investor and partner in our company. She is Ms. Wang Ziying, CEO Wang." "CEO Wang, this is Chu Du, Mr. Chu, the boss of Star River Group, who is here today to discuss a collaboration with us." Chu Du and Wang Ziying's eyes met, and they both looked surprised. The two who should have been shaking hands and laughing were now silent. Perhaps because the silence had lasted too long. Chu Du and Wang Ziying spoke at the same time. "It's you?" Perhaps it was because the air conditioning in the conference room was set very high. Wang Ziying was wearing a white, tight-fitting sweater, showing off her curvaceous figure. Just looking at her appearance, she was even more beautiful than Lu Ruyan. But there was something different. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright as stars, a delicate and exquisite nose, and petal-shaped lips that looked beautiful and sensual. She wore Bond. No, 9 Swarovski crystal lipstick. Just this lipstick alone was worth 3,000 yuan. When she put it on her lips, it had a glossy, reddish color that wasn't excessive. It was as if she had been carefully crafted by Nuwa. Her facial features were exquisitely beautiful. Just from her appearance, Chu Du could guarantee that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Whether it was Zhang Lili, Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, or any of the other women, they were all top-quality beauties. But compared to Wang Ziying in front of him, they were all lacking. Her face was complex, dignified, grand, gentle, cold, and charming, yet sweet. It was hard to imagine that so many different styles could be felt at once, as if she was a thousand-faced goddess. Not only did she possess a world-class beauty that could drive any man crazy, but her figure was also perfect beyond reproach. Her slender swan neck was incredibly sexy and charming. Even Chu Du, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but want to gently caress it in front of such temptation. Above her sweater, her collarbones, which were slightly exposed, were as exquisite as ice branches made of white jade. Her graceful body had a mesmerizing aura under her clothing. She was standing there, at a tall height of 1.75 meters. Although she looked emotionally complex, it couldn't hide her queen-like aura. She was naturally born with nobility. Like an ice goddess on a glacier that never melts, and like a galactic queen roaming the stars. She didn't deliberately target anyone, but the nobility and elegance that came from her bones were enough to make any comparison pale. Her lower half was wearing a pair of fitted suit pants. She was slightly taller than Lu Ruyan, and also had a pair of amazing long legs. Her proportions were golden, a definite 9-head beauty. From head to toe, everything showcased her proud and world-class figure. Her dark hair was as smooth and silky as soft satin, and flowed down her back, swaying slightly with the breeze from the air conditioning. Under her pants, a section of her sockless ankle was slightly exposed, and below that, she was wearing a pair of white high heels. Elegant and dignified. Her figure, looks, and aura were impeccable. She was an absolute top-tier beauty. Chapter 69. Laughing to death, she's a repeat offender. Seeing the expressions of the two, Lu Ruyan and Lu Sheng both vaguely felt that something was wrong. These two knew each other? Chu Du took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. It's been 3 or 4 years, long time no see. Lu Sheng thought for a moment. He felt it was normal that people at their level would know each other. But Lu Ruyan on the side was staring at Wang Ziying, and she frowned. Wang Ziying's expression gradually calmed down. "Okay, but you seem to have changed a lot." Chu Du pulled out a chair and sat down without being polite. The ups and downs of life. No one can predict. To be able to get this far, I relied on luck. It was just a fluke. Wang Ziying's face showed a slight wave of emotion. Luck is also part of strength. Looking at Lu Sheng on the side, Chu Du raised his eyebrows slightly. "So, you're currently collaborating with Mr. Lu?" Wang Ziying nodded. "That's right. I own 65% of the shares here." Chu Du said, "Oh," and then continued, "Okay, in that case, I'll invest too." A hint of a strange light flashed in Wang Ziying's eyes. "You're not going to take a look? Don't you need to discuss it?" Chu Du looked directly at her stunning beauty. "Since you're here, I can rest assured. Whether I take a look or not, it's the same." Wang Ziying turned her head to look at Lu Sheng. "Mr. Lu, I remember. You said that if possible, you'd be willing to give up 10%, right? In this company, Wang Ziying owned 65% and Lu Sheng owned 35%. If he gave up 10%, then Lu Sheng would have 25% left. That's right, that's what we agreed upon before, and I can definitely do it. Wang Ziying nodded calmly. Okay, then in that case, I'll also take out 20% of my shares and give it to you. I'll own 45%, you'll own 30%, and Mr. Lu will own 25%. How does that sound? Chu Du said without hesitation, I agree. Lu Sheng also quickly expressed his position. I have no problem. Although he didn't understand what was going on with these two, this was definitely not the time for him to haggle. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lu Sheng quickly said, well, I still have something to do. I'll go to my office first. Lu Ruyan then followed him out expressionlessly and stood guard outside the door. After the door closed, only Chu Du and Wang Ziying were left in the conference room. Wang Ziying breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes became gentler, and they even seemed to have a touch of tenderness. Long time no see, husband. If anyone else heard this, husband, they would be shocked into disbelief. But Chu Du didn't show any sign of happiness. Instead, he sighed and said, it's been more than 6 years since I heard that term. Actually, you don't need to call me that. After all, we have never been married. But Wang Ziying said with a smile, you used to love it when I called you that. Chu Du's expression seemed to carry a hint of nostalgia. That was a long time ago, in university. It's a shame that we've been broken up for so long. Wang Ziying let out a light laugh. Was the one from before your girlfriend? Chu Du paused for a moment, knowing that she was talking about Lu Ruyan. You could say that. She's also my secretary. Wang Ziying's face was filled with curiosity. I'm very curious. How did you become so powerful? In the beginning, you had nothing. Chu Du's eyes were a bit empty, as if he had remembered something. It's nothing really. Everyone will have some special opportunities. Perhaps one opportunity is enough to change one's entire life. I agree with that. Wang Ziying nodded in agreement, but didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chapter 70, First Love. Wang Ziying's eyes became deep. You already have a girlfriend. When are you planning to get married? Get married? I won't get married. Chu Du shook his head. I have more than one woman around me, and I don't plan to consider marriage for the time being. Hearing that Chu Du had more than one woman, Wang Ziying didn't show any change in expression. It seems that you've really changed a lot over the years. Chu Du asked back, what about you? Have you gotten married after all this time? Wang Ziying shook her head. No, I've been alone all these years. Chu Du frowned and looked at Wang Ziying. You've been alone? Yes. Wang Ziying didn't understand Chu Du's attitude. Chu Du's face immediately darkened. So, you lied to me back then? Looking at Chu Du's eyes, Wang Ziying's aura seemed to disappear completely. She said weakly, I didn't do it on purpose. I had my own difficulties. Chu Du stared at her for a moment, then chuckled. Forget it. The past is the past. Wang Ziying met his gaze. But I haven't moved on. Chu Du raised his eyebrows. But I have more than one person by my side now. We can't go back. Wang Ziying suddenly smiled. Let's talk about this later. It's been so long. You're doing so well now. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Chu Du chuckled and said, how about I treat you to some skewers? Okay. Wang Ziying didn't refuse at all. Both of them had considerable wealth, so a meal worth tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan wouldn't matter to them. But a meal of skewers showed that Wang Ziying was greatly interested. It was still early, and not time for lunch yet. The two just sat there chatting, talking about some past experiences, and the experiences of former classmates. Lunch was a meal together for the three of them. Lu Ruyan sat next to Chu Du the entire time, picking up food and pouring water for him. She didn't say much, and just listened to the two reminiscing. A meal of skewers for a little more than 100 yuan had a different meaning for Chu Du and Wang Ziying. Perhaps they were both memories of their youth. After lunch, Wang Ziying left in an Audi A6 with a license plate that began with Jing A. Chu Du looked at the license plate thoughtfully. Lu Ruyan, who was next to him, asked curiously, Honey, who is she? Lu Ruyan had been holding this question back all morning. She had a feeling that there was a story between the two of them. Chu Du's gaze carried a hint of sadness. She's my first love. First love. Alarm bells went off in Lu Ruyan's mind. Regardless of gender, first love is a very special existence, like a white moonlight, an unforgettable beauty and dream in one's memories. Moreover, as a woman, Lu Rian could see that Wang Ziying still had feelings for Chu Du, otherwise, her attitude wouldn't be like this. If Wang Ziying joined the picture, she would be the most powerful opponent. Lu Rian didn't think of Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili as opponents at all. But Wang Ziying was different. First love, not seen for many years, beautiful with a good figure, and a good family background. No matter which aspect, it was a major advantage. If she turned around and looked for Chu Du, Lu Ruyan could guarantee that, given that little pervert Chu Du, he would eat Wang Ziying up 100%. With such an opponent, Lu Ruyan felt she had no advantage in the competition for the position of the harem mistress. Her proud looks and figure also seemed to be slightly inferior. For a moment, Lu Ruyan was in a predicament. On the other side, after getting in the car, Wang Ziying had Chu Du's information from these past few years laid out before her. However, due to the power of the system, she could only see some of it. Interesting, his source of funds is from foreign stock markets and funds. It seems that my first love is quite capable. 500 billion, wow. Did he rob Wall Street? Overseas account unknown, let's leave that alone for now. Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, 4 women, not bad. Not as big a playboy as my dad. Star River Group, oh, he has a lot of companies, and has an overseas shipping business and an international tourism business as well, not bad. Apart from what was blocked by the system, almost everything about Chu Du had been laid bare before Wang Ziying. After placing the information aside, Wang Ziying muttered, "You've really changed a lot, you guy." She put down the mirror in the car and carefully looked at herself in the mirror. So many years have passed, I don't know what you're really thinking. How long will I have to wait for you? In the car, there was a middle-aged driver, an elderly man with slightly gray hair, and a young and beautiful woman. The old man looked at Wang Ziying with a hint of affection. "Ying, go back and talk to your family. With his current conditions, I think the opposition will be much smaller." Wang Ziying shook her head. "It's not time yet. He's just a simple businessman now. No matter how much money he has, he lacks a layer of protection." At this point, Wang Ziying fell into deep thought. Chu Du was sitting in his car when he suddenly received a message from Wang Ziying. After reading the message, the smile on Chu Du's face disappeared and was replaced with a hint of solemnity. Lu Ruyan saw him thinking deeply and didn't dare to disturb him. She just sat next to him. Wang Ziying had returned to Beijing and only left Chu Du a message before she left. "Boss, our Star River Tourism's international business has officially begun. We currently have over 60 international tour guides that we've officially hired." Even though things that should have happened had already happened, now that they were back in the office talking about work, she would naturally call him boss. Chu Du lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Okay, expand more of our business. We can expand to the entire world." Chu Du originally wanted to go out and play with a tour group, but it was winter now, and it was too cold. He didn't want to run around. He would just wait until next spring when the weather was better and go then. Time passed by day. The weather was getting colder every day. It had already been more than half of December, and everyone had put on their down jackets. Christmas Eve and Christmas were only a few days away, and the New Year was also approaching. And then, in another month or so, it would be the Lunar New Year. In the past, Chu Du was always alone, so he didn't think about any other matters. But this year was clearly different. Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziying. Li Wenxin's husband would definitely be back, so she could be ignored. Wang Ziying was in Beijing, and their current situation was a bit complicated, so she could also be ignored. As for the other 3, he had promised to go to Lu Ruyan's home for the Lunar New Year. Sigh, just thinking about it is a hassle. While he was thinking, Wang Xinyue suddenly sent him a message. "Brother Chu, Christmas Eve is next Tuesday night, which is a Friday night. Do you have time?" Speak of the devil. Chu Du was thinking about this, and the message came. Chapter 71, Christmas Eve. However, Wang Xinyue's question was very subtle, using the phrase, "Do you have time?" She knew that Chu Du wasn't exclusively hers, and she wasn't sure who he would be spending the day with, so she could only ask indirectly. Chu Du paused for a moment to consider before replying, "Yes, I do. I'll call you then. But there might be more than just you and me." Wang Xinyue, "That's okay. As long as you're there, that's all that matters." Looking at Wang Xinyue's message, Chu Du shook his head and then sent a message to Zhang Lili. "Friday night, Christmas Eve. I remember that you're off work that day." Zhang Lili, Yes, I'm off that day, Brother Chu. I'm free." Chu Du, "Okay, let's get together then. But there might be more than just you and me." Zhang Lili was very understanding. "That's okay, Brother Chu. I'm happy as long as you are. I'm good with anything. After all, Zhang Lili and Wang Xinyue knew each other and were relatively familiar, so it wasn't a problem. But Lu Ruyan had never met Zhang Lili, only Wang Xinyue. As for Li Wenxin, her husband would be back on Friday, so she was out of the question. Sometimes having too many women could be troublesome, but fortunately there was no drama with Chu Du, which saved him a lot of headaches. At lunchtime, Lu Ruyan walked in. She stood at his desk, resting her hands on the surface, leaning slightly forward. "Brother, it's time to get off work. Want to have lunch together?" Chu Du yawned. "Sure, let's go eat together in the cafeteria." As they walked, Chu Du said, "Do you have plans for Christmas Eve?" Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. "If my brother calls me, of course I'm free." But seeing a slight hesitation on Chu Du's face, Lu Ruyan was already aware. Are there other people involved? Chu Du nodded heavily. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly, but said aloud, "It doesn't matter." Chu Du knew that Lu Ruyan wasn't happy, but he was also sure that she would adapt to it. The cafeteria food was, it must be said, really good. They had hired dedicated chefs, and the food prices were not expensive, about 20% off restaurant prices, which was totally acceptable for employees of the conglomerate. Furthermore, the kitchen had surveillance cameras, and the chefs ate the same food, so there were no concerns about safety or hygiene. The food was reliable, comfortable, affordable, tasty, and close by. Who wouldn't want to come? So the cafeteria was packed every day. Chu Du and Lu Ruyan found a random place to eat. Many people who passed by greeted them. Although many didn't interact with Chu Du often, he often visited the company, so everyone knew who he was. Seeing so many employees eating here, Chu Du couldn't help but sigh. It's rare to see everyone from a conglomerate eating in the company. Lu Ruyan laughed. "That's true. Because many cafeterias are dirty and expensive, but our company is cheap and clean, so everyone is definitely willing to come." "That's good." Chu Du focused on his meal, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, along with a bowl of rice and a bowl of rice soup. Simple, home-style food was what many people preferred. It didn't need to be complicated. Although Christmas Eve was a holiday from abroad, it was very popular in the country. Chu Du saw Christmas Eve decorations everywhere, sales promotions, activities, etc. It was a lively atmosphere. Friday. Chu Du didn't even bother going to the office today. He slept in and didn't start getting ready until the afternoon. Tonight, he would be celebrating with Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, and Lu Ruyan. It would be quite special. Chu Du wore a thick black trench coat, a black sweater, casual jeans with thermal leggings underneath, and thick sneakers. The overall look was casual, comfortable, and warm. Chu Du was in his own large flat, another one of his properties, a luxurious, 800-square-meter penthouse, luxuriously decorated. At 4 in the afternoon, Lu Ruyan arrived. She was also dressed in black today, a black down jacket, a black sweater, a black miniskirt, black leggings, and a pair of black high-heeled, knee-high boots, making her almost 6 feet tall. She put down her handbag and sat directly on Chu Du's lap, hugging his neck. "Brother, it's Christmas Eve today. I've prepared a gift for you." Chu Du looked at her with a smile. "What gift?" Lu Ruyan lightly kissed Chu Du on the lips and said, "It's a bit early to give it to you, but I still want to. Wait a moment." With that, she stood up and grabbed a bag nearby. Only then did Chu Du notice that Lu Ruyan had brought a large bag with her. He was curious about what was inside. Lu Ruyan pulled out a black bag. "This is a Leica camera, about 200,000 yuan. I hope this camera can be used to take many photos and videos of me and you together in the future." A 200,000 yuan gift was naturally nothing for Chu Du, but Lu Ruyan had spent quite a bit of money. Moreover, the sentiment was beautiful, and Chu Du liked it. The camera was white, gleaming with a metallic sheen, high quality and impressive. Chu Du suddenly said mischievously, "I suddenly have a bold idea. Why don't we use this camera to make some fun videos together in the future? How about that?" Lu Ruyan smiled seductively. "Sure, but you have to be careful. What if someone else sees them?" Chu Du said with a chuckle, "Just keep it at home. No one can steal them unless they break into the house." Lu Ruyan giggled. "Next time you want to film, let's get a tripod, find a good position, and let you experience being both the director and the male lead." Chu Du's eyes lit up. "Honey, I'm really looking forward to that." But even if he filmed, Chu Du wouldn't show it to anyone else. He could enjoy it himself, or maybe, next time, he could project it on the TV and watch their self-made videos together while. It would be a unique and stimulating experience. Looking at Lu Ruyan's enchanting face and her curvaceous figure, Chu Du started to feel excited again. Seeing the heat in Chu Du's eyes, Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Brother, not now. They will be here soon. Chu-do thought that was true. Even though Lu Ruyan was incredibly cooperative in bed, she couldn't accept others being around. He hugged Lu Ruyan and said fiercely, "Then let me collect some interest. Let me kiss you deeply." Lu Ruyan giggled as she leaned into his arms. "Come on, brother. Kiss me as you like. Kiss me hard." The two sank into a passionate kiss. Chapter 72, French Cuisine. When Zhang Lili arrived, it was half an hour later. Chu-do and Lu Ruyan were watching TV. Zhang Lili wore a purple down jacket, purple thermals, a black leather skirt, black leggings, and a pair of long white high-heeled boots. She also looked very sexy. Chu-do's eyes lit up. Faker wasn't lying to me. Purple is indeed very charming. Chu-do introduced the two. "This is Zhang Lili. She's a flight attendant." Lu Ruyan understood. A flight attendant. No wonder her figure and looks were so good. A really strong capital. "This is Lu Ruyan. She's my secretary." Zhang Lili showed no sign of offense, instead smiling brightly. "Hello, Sister Lu." You can't hit a smiling face. Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Lili and could only politely say, "Hello, Lili." They weren't very familiar with each other. After a simple greeting, she sat next to Chu-do. The gift Zhang Lili brought Chu-do was a Gucci leather belt, worth 30,000 yuan. Wang Xinyue also returned quickly. She was dressed in white, a white down jacket, white thermals, white pants, and even white sneakers. The three women had different styles, but each had her own unique charm. Chu-do glanced at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He waved his hand dramatically. "Let's go. Let's head out." The first activity was dinner. Man is iron, rice is steel. You'll get hungry if you don't eat. If you're not enthusiastic about food, then there's something wrong with your mind. Many restaurants were completely booked today, but luckily Chu-do had made reservations in advance. At a high-end French restaurant on the Bund, Ninglei was already in the car waiting. Chu-do and the three women sat in the back row, the privacy divider raised. Lu Ruyan flipped her long hair and said with some anticipation, "It's been a while since I've had French cuisine. I've been eating in the company cafeteria every day. It would be nice to change it up." Chu-do feigned dissatisfaction. "So you're complaining about the food at our company?" Lu Ruyan hooked her arm through his. "Brother Chu, the food at our company is of course delicious. It's just nice to eat out sometimes." Chu-do rarely ate French food himself. Perhaps due to his humble beginnings, he preferred home-style food, and he found it quite good. As for high-end meals, it wasn't that he didn't like them, but simply that he rarely ate them. As for Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili, they rarely went to such high-end restaurants. Before meeting Chu-do, their salaries couldn't support such high expenses. When they arrived at the restaurant, Chu-do led the three women inside. A good-looking female server immediately approached them. "Hello, sir. Our restaurant is currently fully booked. We are very sorry. If you are willing to wait." Chu-do waved his hand. "I have a reservation. Booth 888, Chu-do." Upon hearing that, the female server's face showed more respect. "Hello, Mr. Chu. Please follow me." Chu-do, a single man, was with three beautiful women, causing everyone around them to cast a few extra glances. There was no way around it. The three women were just too dazzling. Judging by their looks and aura alone, Wang Xinyue was gentle and quiet, Zhang Lili was charming and alluring, and Lu Ruyan was seductive and captivating. Wang Xinyue had been selected from the many beautiful women at the bank, making her a top beauty. Zhang Lili was the most beautiful woman among the flight crew, so there was no need to say more about her. As for Lu Ruyan, just hearing her name was enough to know that she was incomparably stunning and magnificent. Even though their down jackets covered their proud figures, their beautiful faces caused many people to take a second look. The three women were used to people staring at them, so they didn't care. After arriving at the booth, Chu-do asked directly, "Are the dishes I ordered ready?" "Everything is ready, Mr. Chu. We can start serving at any time." Chu-do said with satisfaction, "Okay, let's begin." Sometimes, French cuisine could be complicated, and they needed to be ordered in advance. After dinner today, they would be going out, and Chu-do certainly didn't want to waste time waiting for food. The three women were very curious about what Chu-do had ordered. Soon, several servers came in with the dishes. First was French onion soup, a classic French appetizer, mainly based on caramelized onions and beef broth, paired with puff pastry and cheese. Many Chinese people didn't actually have a habit of drinking soup before a meal, but Western food had many strange customs that Chinese people found difficult to adapt to. There was also a dish called beef stew with red wine. This French dish needed 4 hours of preparation in advance. If Chu-do hadn't pre-ordered it, it would only be ready around midnight. Chu Du thought this dish was not bad. It mainly consisted of red wine, beef, celery, potatoes, and various special seasonings. Baked and finally served, it was something that Easterners could also accept. The meal also included Marseille's fish soup, quiche Lorraine, foie gras, etc. Foie gras was a relatively luxurious French dish with a considerable price tag. After tasting it slightly, Chu Du made a comment. I feel that French cuisine and Chinese cuisine are similar in many ways, but French cuisine has become modern while Chinese cuisine has not. And so-called high-end French cuisine ultimately cannot compete with simple, fast, economical American fast food and steaks in the market. You can only say that it's all about the experience of eating at a certain level. The profoundness of Chinese cuisine was definitely unmatched by Western cuisine. Western food emphasizes etiquette and processes, but the color, aroma, and taste of Chinese cuisine were something that Western cuisine couldn't surpass. French food had a lot of onions and tomatoes. Chu Du couldn't understand why those Gallic people loved these so much. Did they not get tired of it? Lu Ruyan ate naturally. She smiled and said, I worked in Beijing for 3 years before. I ate a lot of Western food, steaks and foie gras, but most of the time it was simple things like pasta and pizza. A lot of people in Beijing and Shanghai eat these things, but many do it for the status. They don't really understand it. As for those etiquettes, nobody cares about them at all. Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili knew relatively less about this. They listened with great interest to their remarks. Chu Du shook his head slightly. Personally, I can only accept pizza and steaks. I can't get used to the taste of other Western dishes. When we have time later, let's eat some good Chinese food. Let's find some private chefs from a traditional restaurant. There are some that are really good. I know a few places. Chapter 73, Christmas Eve Night. The meal cost over 40,000 yuan, but everyone remained calm and didn't care about it. Following Chu Du, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili had broadened their horizons and seen the world. A few thousand yuan was no longer significant. First, they went to the Bund, which was nearby. Today, the Bund was particularly lively. It was crowded with people. 2 bodyguards cleared the way in front of them, so no one could take advantage of the situation and touch the 3 women. This was an advantage, because with so many people, it was possible that some girls would be harassed without anyone noticing. And when there were so many people, it was impossible to find who did it. Although the cold wind was blowing, the 3 women were very happy, chatting together and taking photos of each other. Standing by the river, Ning Lei used his high-definition DSLR to take group photos of them. But the place was too crowded, making it difficult to find an open place to take good pictures. After a while, the 3 women lost interest. Lu Ruyan suddenly said, Let's go to the church. It's Christmas Eve today. There might be a special program. Even though they weren't believers, that didn't stop them from wanting to have a look. Chu Du had no objections. They got back into the car and headed to the church. The Christian church in Shanghai was very large, and many people had come. The road was blocked a block away from it. Chu Du frowned. How could they get through with so many people? Wang Xinyue said nonchalantly, We're already here. We can get out of the car and walk over. It's not too far anyway. Therefore, Ning Lei found a place to park, and Chu Du led the 3 women to walk together. Not being religious, they didn't really understand Christianity. Even Lu Ruyan's understanding was limited to what she had learned in history textbooks. So, Chu Du gave them a little tour as they walked. Currently, the main religions in the country are Christianity and Catholicism. Many people can't tell the difference. They were originally the same family, but later they split because of different doctrines. The 3 of them listened to Chu Du's story with great interest. Christianity appeared in the 1st century, initially appearing in Jewish communities in Palestine and Asia Minor. The Bible records that it was founded by Jesus of Nazareth in Palestine. Christians believe in God. Jesus is the Christ, a triune God. Although he was crucified on the cross, he has risen from the dead and ascended to heaven, and will soon come to earth. Later, it gradually expanded, including the entire Mediterranean region, with many followers. However, all kinds of people could be found in the church. They had different interpretations and their own ideas. Then later, it internally split into the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, attacking each other with deep conflicts. Zhang Lili clicked her tongue. It seems that as long as there are people, there will be conflict. Chu Du chuckled. People all have desires, and everyone has their own ideas. When people are together, there is inevitably conflict. Therefore, in martial arts novels in our country, there is often a saying, where there are people, there is a martial arts world. Wang Xinyue also agreed, that's true, that's human nature. Chu Du continued, later, The emergence of Martin Luther formed the new Lutheran denomination, the Western Reformation, etc., which changed the whole of Christianity a lot. Currently, in the churches in our country, Christian churches are Protestant and believe in Jesus Christ God. As for Catholicism, although the foreign Vatican believes in God, I don't know how it got twisted in the country. Many people go to believe in the Virgin Mary. Although it seems they are all Christians, there are actually differences. Listening to Chu Do recounting many historical stories as if he knew them like the back of his hand, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes shone with admiration. Brother, you know so much, I've completely forgotten what the history books said. Chu Do raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking proud. Of course, I'm a well-read person. Seeing Chu Do's deliberate pose, the three women laughed happily. At the entrance of the church, people dressed in church clothes were there to receive newcomers, since they knew that a lot of people would come due to the special holiday today. They smiled warmly. Welcome, welcome. There will be performances in the church tonight. You are welcome to come in and watch if you are free. Chu Do and his group followed the crowd inside. There was a large auditorium inside the church. From the windows, you could see many people inside. There was a high platform with people performing programs. Chu Do and his group walked in through the back door, found a place to sit, and watched the program in front. Although they didn't understand the stories, the programs were decent. Even though none of the performers were professionals, it was clear that they put their heart into it. They watched a few programs with interest, but soon, the three women lost interest. Since they didn't understand the history of the church or the stories in the Bible, they were confused and didn't understand everything. But it must be said that the atmosphere here was quite nice. After staying for more than half an hour, the group quietly left through the back door. Walking along the street, everywhere there were crowds celebrating. There were also many couples. By now it was already 10 o'clock, but the traffic on the street hadn't decreased at all. Lu Ruyan said excitedly, I heard the shopping malls will stay open until 3 o'clock tonight. Should we go have a look? Perhaps shopping was a woman's instinct. Sometimes they didn't necessarily need to buy anything. They enjoyed browsing, choosing, and looking. As soon as this suggestion came out, Wang Xinyue and Zhang Lili said at the same time, I agree. Chu Du looked at them, shrugged his shoulders. Okay then, let's go. Let's buy some milk tea, then we can go look around. There were many milk tea shops on the street. The four of them looked around, and finally each got a hot grass jelly, before heading to the shopping mall. They often went to the International Grand Mall, so naturally they would go there tonight as well. The mall was rather warm. The air conditioning was turned up. Chu Du directly took off his coat and handed it to the bodyguard behind him. Seeing this, the three women followed suit, taking off their heavy down jackets and giving them to the bodyguards, before starting to browse the mall lightly. Winter clothes were often figure-hugging and warm. Before, when they were wearing down jackets, many people had only noticed their faces. Now that they had a good look, they were impressed. The figures were really good. People stared at them with envy. But everyone could also see clearly that the clothes they were wearing were all international brands, with a considerable price tag, and their watches were expensive, so even if you didn't recognize them, you knew they weren't cheap. Not to mention that they had bodyguards behind them. These were not people you wanted to mess with. No one dared to look too much. They turned their heads instead. In this day and age, while beauties were pleasing to the eyes, one's life was more important. If necessary, they could just look at internet pictures anyway. They were all beauties. Chapter 74, Private Jet. Chu Du leisurely followed behind the three women, watching them shop in store after store. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Prada, and so on. However, the three women all had a lot of things piled up at home, so whether they bought anything or not didn't really matter. Perhaps because shopping was a woman's natural instinct, the three women's relationship strangely became better at this moment. Even though Lu Ruyan had previously thought of them as rivals, their relationship had become inexplicably amicable now. Perhaps this was a woman's talent, Chu Du mused silently. Of course, he was happy to see this, as it was beneficial to him anyway. Maybe it was because of the holiday, or maybe because everyone was having fun together. Chu Du, rarely, commented on the things the women were picking out. This necklace is nice, the design is quite good. This outfit is nice, but it's a bit revealing. It's fine to wear at home, but not when going out. This bracelet isn't good, it looks a bit old-fashioned and doesn't suit you. The three women were quite surprised, as if they were meeting Chu Du for the first time. Brother Chu, you actually know how to help us choose? Chu Du said triumphantly, did you underestimate me? Just because I don't usually say anything, doesn't mean I have no sense of aesthetics. Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow. That's very straight man aesthetics. And so, the group shopped, chatting and laughing along the way, while looking at all the sales promotions in the mall. Even though they ended up not buying anything, the three women all had a great time. It was past midnight when they finally got back into the car to go home. There was no housekeeper at this apartment, so Chu-do simply ordered takeout. The hungry group didn't bother talking. They were all too exhausted from last night. They definitely needed to replenish their energy today. After eating, Chu-do leaned back lazily on the sofa and sighed. It's almost the new year. Time had flown by. Half a year had already passed. The ordinary man he once was had become a tycoon with endless wealth, surrounded by beautiful women. These were things he couldn't have even imagined before, and yet now, those women were right here, alluring and charming. Zhang Lily yawned and said, New Year? I probably won't be going back home for New Year this year. Chu-do knew about her family situation, so whether she went back or not was irrelevant. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked at him with anticipation. Chu-do understood what she meant and nodded. Since we agreed on it that day, I will definitely make it happen. Lu Ruyan sat on his lap and gave him a kiss. Thank you, brother. Chu-do put his hands on Lu Ruyan's waist and turned his head to Wang Xinyue. And you, yeah? Wang Xinyue thought for a moment and said, I'm planning to go home for New Year this year. My home is in Sichuan, which is quite far. Chu-do massaged Lu Ruyan's waist while saying, I'm alone anyway. I'll go with you to Sichuan before the New Year, and I've already promised to go to Hangzhou for the New Year. For the rest of the time, I'll just come back and hang out with Lily. All three of them's eyes lit up. Even though Christmas Eve was over, they all had nothing to do today, so they decided to go see a movie together. They had a dedicated home theater room. Chu-do went to get some drinks and prepared various snacks and fruits. The three women chose a movie. The leisurely and comfortable life was always beautiful and short-lived. After another night of indulgence, Zhang Lily left to fly a flight the next day. Chu-do got out of bed, stretched, and suddenly saw the phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Chu-do? A gentle, middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Chu-do was a bit puzzled. Yes, it is. Who is this? The man immediately said, I am Wei Ping, Deputy General Manager of China Eastern Airlines, the partner company of Beech Aircraft. The contract you signed with our airline was to purchase a private jet. The originally scheduled delivery time was the end of next year, but due to sufficient parts and manpower, the assembly process went smoothly. Just yesterday, it was completed and passed all tests. It is ready to be delivered to you. A private jet? This was a top-tier luxury item. Chu-do immediately got excited. Where's the plane now? Wei Ping replied, it's currently parked at Shanghai International Airport. Regarding the delivery of the plane and subsequent docking, maintenance, crew, and other issues, we would need you to discuss it in person. What time would be convenient for you? Chu-do didn't even hesitate. I'm free right now. I'll get ready and go to the airport. Wei Ping said politely, Okay, Mr. Chu, we will be waiting for you at the airport. After hanging up, Chu-do immediately shouted, let's go, to the airport. My private jet is back. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan became very interested. Although they had both been on planes before, it would be their first time experiencing a private jet, so they were naturally very curious. Chapter 75. Luxurious Private Jet. Especially after finally getting the private jet he had been dreaming about, Chu-do was very eager to see it, to experience what a customized private jet would be like. Chu-do didn't call Ninglei. The three of them drove directly in a Ferrari 612, a four-seater sports car, straight to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Chu-do made a call. Wei Ping was waiting for Chu-do in the parking lot, along with many other people. Large private jets were very luxurious. Especially for Chu-do, who had spent 3.5 billion yuan, it was no ordinary plane. You should know, even the Airbus private jet owned by Russian oligarch Alisher only cost slightly over 3 billion. In the eyes of the airline, Chu-do was a super-rich tycoon. Especially Wei Ping, who was the person who signed the contract with Chu-do at the bank. He knew very well how terrifying the young man's cash flow was. Today, everyone who was in Shanghai, all the senior leaders of China Eastern Airlines, had come to the site to welcome Chu-do. Even so, there were over a dozen people, plus their secretaries, a total of more than 20 people welcoming him. Upon seeing Chu-do, Wei Ping stepped forward enthusiastically, not caring that he was over 10 years older than the other man. He reached out with both hands and lowered his posture. To shake Chu-do's hand, Mr. Chu, hello. I'm Wei Ping. I was the one who signed the contract with you at the bank. Today, I will personally deliver this private jet to you. The people around him also greeted him with a bit of respect. President Chu. In front of money, that's just how reality was. This was society. Chu-do also smiled and said very gently, "Thank you, General Manager Wei, for making a special trip." Wei Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "Mr. Chu, you're too kind. It's our duty to serve our VIPs." This was the main part of the conversation between the two. As for the others beside Wei Ping, Chu-do just gave them a perfunctory greeting. Wei Ping also greeted Wang Xinyue. Because Wang Xinyue was now the head of the bank, her status was different. The airport had a special parking area for private jets. Wei Ping led Chu-do there. When Chu-do saw the private jet, he was stunned. The entire fuselage was 80 meters long, with a wingspan of 90 meters and a height of 20 meters. The maximum takeoff weight was 680 tons, and the maximum carrying capacity was 200 tons. The wing area was 800 square meters. Walking inside the plane, the interior was incredibly luxurious. You could say it was palatial. The entire passenger cabin was divided into 3 levels, with a spiral staircase and a private elevator connecting them. Just seeing this was enough to impress. As for the interior of the cabin, it was equipped with a large bed, a bathroom, a garage, a conference room, a music hall, guest rooms, and so on. Just looking at the luxury of this cabin, it was comparable to some of the top mansions in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. The aircraft cabin space was 500 square meters, and the maximum range could reach 14,000 kilometers. The entire cabin was large, divided into several zones. There were items such as spiral staircases, ceilings, wall-mounted TVs, wooden floors, and wool carpets, all of which allowed Chu-do to enjoy royal-like luxury and elegance at any time during the flight. Regardless of the room, all had specialized soundproofing made of high-quality materials. The soundproofing of each suite was excellent. Even with loud symphonic music playing in the music room, no sound could be heard in the neighboring bedrooms. You could sleep peacefully. In addition, a small bar, a gym, a small cinema, a bathroom, a master bedroom, guest rooms, etc., countless high-end luxury designs were used on it, making it a mobile palace in the sky, incredibly luxurious. Looking at the kitchen here, various cooking utensils and tableware had already been prepared. Whether it was Chinese or Western food, it could all be made here, completely depending on the mood and taste of the owner. But one also had to consider the flight time. Otherwise, it might be a little awkward if you landed before it was finished. Short trips certainly wouldn't need it. Luxurious. Expensive. Top-notch. No matter which angle you looked at it from, this was a top-tier luxurious private jet. Chu-do was very satisfied. It was obvious that they had put in a lot of effort when customizing it. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan were also shocked. Their faces were full of amazement. Wei Ping, seeing Chu-do's satisfaction, said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, this is how the plane is currently. Regarding the issue of parking, are you planning to keep it permanently at our Shanghai airport or?" Chu-do said without hesitation, "Just keep it here and have someone calculate the fees." Wei Ping was smiling happily, as this was no small source of revenue. Usually, the parking fees for private jets at airports are calculated based on the type of aircraft, the length of parking time, and the airport's facilities. In the case of domestic airports, the cost is approximately between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan per night. If it was an international airport, it would be even higher, about 20,000 yuan per night. However, airports usually had discounts, such as discounts and reductions for long-term parking. To put it simply, the landing fee and parking fee for a private jet, like the Falcon 2000, would be over 100,000 yuan per day at a domestic airport. Keep in mind, taking off and landing are also charged. That was the reality with private jets. Actually, the price of a private jet itself was not necessarily very expensive. There were cheaper ones. Many bosses could afford one if they gritted their teeth, but the subsequent maintenance, parking, takeoff and landing fees, etc., were too high. It was the same as private yachts. There were mooring fees and maintenance fees. In simple terms, most people couldn't afford to maintain them. They could afford to buy it, but they couldn't afford to keep it. A plane was not just parked there. There were too many kinds of fees involved: aviation management fees, landing fees, airport management fees, flight costs, and so on. All aspects considered, just for Chu-do's private jet alone, it would cost tens of millions of yuan every year to maintain it. But Chu-do didn't care about that amount of money at all. Wei Ping continued, "Also, regarding the crew of your plane, do you plan to temporarily hire them when you fly, or hire them permanently?" Chu-do said without thinking, "I plan to hire a group of maintenance personnel to provide service for my plane on a permanent basis, on standby 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The salary will be calculated according to the highest industry standards. For pilots, I want 2 both of whom must be experienced drivers, and 10 flight attendants. He didn't mention any requirements for the flight attendants, but everyone present was an intelligent person and naturally understood what he meant. However, Lu Ruyan and Wang Xinyue did not reveal any expression. Even if those flight attendants could get into Chu Du's bed, they were just temporary affairs, not worth mentioning, and so they didn't care. Chapter 76, Hot Springs. Usually, the recruitment of flight attendants for private jets was actually done in 2 ways. And currently, most of the flight attendants on private jets came from these 2 methods. One method was to sign a contract with an airline, and the airline would take care of all subsequent services, including the crew. The other method was for the owner to recruit flight attendants themselves, pay them their salary directly. They are simply rich and willful. It was usually the rich people who recruited themselves. In this way, they had more control. The boss could hire whomever he liked. The boss was simply willful and rich. If it was the first method, then the flight attendant salaries would be paid by the airline, and the boss would only need to pay the airline regularly. Currently, most private jets in the world have flight attendants who are self-recruited, with long-term contracts, and physical appearance was their core criteria. They were all definitely top-tier beauties. Chu Du instructed Wei Ping to arrange people for him to choose. However, it was not just China Eastern Airlines, but several companies that would be sending people. If he was going to choose, he would choose the best. There was no rush. Chu Du would wait until the various companies had gathered their excellent flight attendants before selecting them. However, it was definitely too late for today. Tomorrow would be fine. After arranging a time with Wei Ping for tomorrow, Chu Du left with Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan. After Chu Du left, Wei Ping immediately called the other companies and told them to get ready. It wasn't that Wei Ping was so magnanimous. It was that, faced with this kind of tycoon, he really didn't dare to play tricks. He just had to do his job properly. After all, this private jet would still be under their management and maintenance. It was already enough to earn a lot. There was no need to offend Chu Du over such a trivial matter. On the way back, Wang Xinyue received a phone call. There was something at the bank, so Chu Du drove her to the bank before leaving with Lu Ruyan. Only Chu Du and Lu Ruyan were left in the car. Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Du with her beautiful eyes, saying softly, "Brother, when are you planning to come over for New Year?" Chu Du thought for a moment and said, "I plan to go to Sichuan a few days before New Year to stay with Yaya for a few days. I will go find you on the 29th or 30th. I'll stay with you for a few days, and then come back to spend some time with Lily." Lu Ruyan smiled happily, her eyebrows like a crescent moon. "Then how's your alcohol tolerance? You'll definitely have to drink if you go to my home for New Year." Chu Du said confidently, "Don't worry, I can drink 1,000 cups and not get drunk." Just kidding, he was someone who had taken system pills. His alcohol tolerance was simply limitless. Of course, Lu Ruyan didn't know this, and she just took Chu Du's words as a boast from a man. Then don't fall down when the time comes. Chu Du laughed. Today was a rare chance to be alone with each other. Lu Ruyan was happy, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chu Du drove to a hot spring hotel. Lu Ruyan naturally knew what he meant. She grabbed Chu Du's arm, and they walked in together. With money opening the way, they quickly arranged for a couple's hot spring. There was a 30-square-meter hot spring pool inside. Chu Du wore a pair of shorts, leisurely leaning on the side, enjoying the warmth of the hot spring water on his body. Lu Ruyan didn't bring a swimsuit, but they could be bought here. She bought a black bikini swimsuit and walked into the hot spring as well. Sitting next to Chu Du, soaking in the hot spring in the middle of winter, their whole bodies felt warm and comfortable. It was indeed relaxing. The water here was also fresh and flowing well, and since it was also a higher-end place, it was clean and hygienic. Chu Du closed his eyes, relaxing. "I heard this place has a good reputation. A boss recommended it to me before. We can try the food here later for lunch." Lu Ruyan turned her face, looking at Chu Du, and said with a happy smile, "Okay, I'm good with anything." After the passion, Chu Du held the exhausted Lu Ruyan in his arms and went to take a shower. At lunchtime, Chu Du ordered a lot of food, also to replenish Lu Ruyan's energy. Silver dragonfish, snow crab from the northern sea, black-bone chicken soup, along with red dates and bird's nest. Not all the food was finished, but the price for just this table of food already exceeded 200,000 yuan. Lu Ruyan ate with her body feeling tired. Chu Du would feed her from time to time. After finishing the meal, Lu Ruyan finally recovered some of her energy. She lay on the bed, resting in Chu Du's arms. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chu Du's eyes just looking at her. Lu Ruyan immediately became alert. "Don't even think about it, I really can't. You're a pile driver, you animal." Chu Du didn't care. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's because you're so charming and beautiful. Like the old saying goes, the beauty suffers from temptation." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. "Brother, really no? Don't torture me anymore. I'm going to die. I feel like all my bones are going to fall apart." Chu Du wasn't that thirsty. He gently hugged Lu Ruyan closer and said, "Be good, take a nap, get some rest." Lu Ruyan hummed and leaned on Chu Du's chest, slowly falling asleep. Perhaps she was truly exhausted. Less than a minute later, Chu Du noticed that Lu Ruyan's breathing was gradually becoming steady. She really fell asleep. Chu Du had nothing to do. Looking at the beauty in his arms, now exhausted from his torment, he felt a little sorry. But his desire was just out of control. He couldn't help it. He gently kissed Lu Ruyan's lips and then closed his eyes to sleep as well. The two slept until the evening before getting ready to go back. Chu Du had originally planned to take Lu Ruyan back to sleep together, but the company called and said there were some documents that needed to be processed, so Lu Ruyan took the documents and went to the heavenly immortal mansion, the house that Chu Du had given her. Chu Du made sure she was safe before going back to Wang Xinyue's place. Chapter 77. Selecting Flight Attendants. When Chu Du returned, Wang Xinyue was reading a book on the sofa. When she saw Chu Du, she put the book down, stepped forward, and said gently, "Brother Chu, you're back?" She didn't ask Chu Du where he had been, as he still carried a strong scent of Lu Ruyan's perfume. She said softly, "Brother Chu, are you hungry? Do you want something else to eat?" Chu Du shook his head, taking off his coat and handing it to Wang Xinyue. "No, thanks, I've already eaten." Wang Xinyue, like a wife, helped him tidy up his clothes. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest early?" Chu Du glanced at the book on the sofa next to them. The title was Tips to Improve Cooking Skills and Controlling Heat When Cooking. Chu Du's heartstrings were gently touched. He hugged Wang Xinyue and said softly, "It's so good to have you." Wang Xinyue just smiled. "Brother Chu, it's my good fortune to have you." Chu Du felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He picked up Wang Xinyue in a princess carry and headed towards the bedroom. When Chu Du woke up the next day, it was already past 8. Ning Lei was waiting outside. Wang Xinyue had already left. He leisurely washed up, got dressed, and then got into the car. Ning Lei handed him a bag and said, "President Chu, this is breakfast that Secretary Liu asked me to give you." Chu Du responded with a nod, took the bag, and said, "Let's go. To the international airport? 5 meat buns and a cup of soy milk." Chu Du had already finished them before the car arrived. Today, he was going to the airport to select flight attendants and pilots. He had agreed with Wei Ping to arrange for outstanding employees from major airlines to come for interviews. Wei Ping was already waiting for Chu Du. They had already met yesterday, so they skipped the formalities and went straight inside. Wei Ping led Chu Du to a small exhibition hall, the kind that could hold 1,000 people. At this time, several hundred flight attendants and pilots were already waiting inside. Chu Du and Wei Ping, along with several senior executives from the airlines, sat in the middle, with Chu Du in the lead. Chu Du simply greeted everyone, then didn't speak any further. The leaders from the various airlines were quite enthusiastic. After the greetings, the selection began, starting with the pilots. There was really nothing to say about this. They just used their records. In the end, Chu Du selected 2 pilots, one from Shandong Airlines and one from Air China. Both were over 40 years old and had previously flown fighter jets. They were naturally capable and very experienced. The contract price was 500,000 yuan per year for each person, which was roughly the market rate. As for the flight attendants, there were too many who came today. Moreover, when it came to height, none of them were below 168 centimeters. They were all tall, long-legged, with small waists and large chests. They were all gorgeous beauties. Every flight attendant, if placed in a school, would be considered a real goddess-level campus beauty, not the kind of joke that one sees online. Several senior executives even told him privately that many of them had been specially selected from within the company. They were clean and hadn't been with a man. They were all first-timers and had been urgently selected yesterday. Of course, these kinds of privileges were only for top-tier customers like him. If it was someone else, they might be hiring flight attendants who had overnight rates of 8K, able to fly all over the country. After a careful selection process, Chu Du finally picked 10 flight attendants from several different airlines. For example, there was Hainan Airlines' Sea Heaven Auspicious Clouds uniform. It must be said that this uniform was really beautiful and had a gentle feel. And there were the extremely long-legged flight attendants from China Airlines. Many of China Airlines' flight attendants were former models, so their figures were naturally beyond comparison. From several other companies, Chu-do selected a total of 10 flight attendants. They were all top-tier beauties. Even if they couldn't compare to Lu Ruyan and Wang Ziying, they were almost all at the same level of beauty as Zhang Lili. Chu-do's selection criteria were simple, very common: beautiful, good figure, and long legs. All 10 of the flight attendants he selected were between 170 to 175 centimeters tall, each of them as beautiful as a flower. Several executives had hinted to him that they were all very clean flight attendants, completely at his disposal. Don't think there was anything wrong with that. The flight attendant circle was really chaotic, but there were also clean ones. When they encountered a top-tier customer like this, they were naturally brought forward. Chu-do had a lot of women now: Wang Xinyue, Zhang Lili, Li Wenxin, Lu Ruyan. Although these flight attendants were also very beautiful, he didn't necessarily have to bring them to bed. It was also a pleasure to look at them, right? As for the salary of these flight attendants, it was tentatively set at 300,000 yuan per year. The salary for flight attendants on private jets was already 200,000 or 300,000 per year, so Chu-do's salary was normal and could only be said to be at the ceiling of industry standards. This round, whether it was the airline or the airport, they had all made a profit. The salary, contract, long-term parking, maintenance, etc. were all fees. Even the cost of a thorough maintenance could buy an entry-level sports car. The flight attendants who were selected also felt that they had earned a lot. If you came here to be selected, don't think that she was a girl with a clean mind and body. At best, they just had a certificate of origin, but as for their hearts, after all, they were all dealing with wealthy men alone. They all had their ideas. How many flight attendants did not want to hook up with a wealthy man? Although there were some, they were incredibly rare. Chapter 78. Year-End Gala. Now that he had the private jet, Chu-do didn't have anywhere to go immediately. He would use it when he went to Sichuan later. When the crew was not needed for flights, they were basically relaxing nearby, doing whatever they wanted. But they couldn't wander off too far. When the boss called, they needed to be able to arrive. However, usually, if a private jet wanted to take off, the air routes had to be approved. So there was no such thing as a temporary situation. Chu-do had told Wei Ping to apply for the route to Chengdu and Sichuan on the 25th of the 12th lunar month, and by the way, the flight from Chengdu to Linen on the 29th. These kinds of things were approved by the Air Traffic Management Bureau, but as a senior executive of an airline, Wei Ping could apply on behalf of Chu-do. So naturally there was no problem. Moreover, the approval went very smoothly. Perhaps because it was getting close to the end of the year, recent work had been a lot easier. Everyone was preparing for the new year. Chu-do had also been relatively free recently, spending time with Wang Xinyue or Lu Ruyan every day, and occasionally spending time with Zhang Lili when she was off work. As for Li Wenxin, Chu-do did want to see her, but her child was on winter vacation and she had to take care of the child at home every day. She had just quit her job and wanted to rest for a while, so she couldn't come out at all. The two of them could only chat on the phone every day, and only when Li Wenxin's child was not paying attention or was asleep. Chu-do was also wondering, would their relationship just continue like this? And Wang Ziying, when Chu-do thought about the messages she sent him, his heart felt complicated. When Wang Ziying was with him, he actually didn't know Wang Ziying's identity at first. He only found out later. In any case, Wang Ziying was his first love, and it wasn't true to say he didn't feel anything for her. It had been a while since they last met. Wang Ziying was even more beautiful now. She was definitely a stunning beauty of unparalleled magnificence. Chu-do could guarantee that if a beauty like that was in society, without her own backing, she would soon be taken by someone. The simplest was to use money. If that didn't work, then it was about manipulating the heart. They would always be able to capture her. Just her powerful background alone was enough to intimidate many people. Time always passed by without one noticing. Today was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, and there were only 10 days left until the new year. Star River Group was holding its first annual year-end gala. The year-end gala was held in the conference center on the second floor of the main building. The large, 2,000 square meter, pillarless banquet hall, with a ceiling height of 10 meters and a huge LED screen, was a great place. The total number of people in the Star River Group was actually not that many. As of now, all the invested companies combined had only about 1,500 people. The main ones were celebrities, internet personalities, streamers, and their teams, and the other companies did not have many people. The media company had a lot of talent and could send a few people to host, which was not a problem. Chu-do set this year's gala to start at 7 p.m. At the front was a large stage for performances, and below were various tables and chairs. Chu-do was sitting in the middle. On his left was Lu Ruyan, and on both sides were the group's senior executives. Now, there were already over a dozen senior executives in the group. Then there were the secretarial staff and mid-level management. The air conditioning and heating were on full blast in the entire venue, making it very warm. Chu-do wasn't wearing anything too formal today. He just wore a down jacket, a sweater, and a pair of thick pants with thermals underneath. After all, it was a year-end gala, so it was better to be a little casual. Soon, the time had arrived. Chu-do smiled and walked onto the stage. As the head of the group, he would be giving the opening speech today. When they saw Chu-do walk up, everyone quieted down and stopped chatting. Chu-do stood in the middle, holding the microphone, with a smile on his face and not even a hint of a superior leader. Everyone, I am very happy that you could all attend this year's year-end gala. This is also the first year-end gala for our Star River group. Since it's a year-end gala, there's no need to be nervous or serious. Relax a bit. The goal today is to have fun and enjoy ourselves, so let's get straight to the point. I won't waste any time. Let's start tonight's gala. There was a burst of applause from below. Chu-do's speech didn't have much substance, but it was sincere enough. Everyone was tired of listening to leaders going on and on with their nonsense. It was better if it was simple, direct, and lively. Next, a male and a female host came on stage to prepare for tonight's program. The opening performance was a song and dance, with several celebrities from Star River Media coming on stage to sing and dance. Chu-do wasn't very interested in these things, but the people below were watching with great interest. After all, they rarely saw celebrities in person. They were only usually seen on TV. Next came various songs and dances. Celebrities came on stage to perform, along with internet personalities and streamers. In short, it was mainly about being lively. Chu-do sat there, munching on sunflower seeds, drinking milk tea, feeling happy. Of course, it couldn't really be just performances for the whole night. Chu-do had also prepared something to make everyone feel energized. Oh, don't misunderstand. It wasn't some kind of stimulant. Around 8 o'clock, just as the previous program was finishing, the host, who had already been given a signal, said, "At this exciting moment, President Chu has prepared a special surprise for everyone. Now, let's turn the stage over to President Chu." Chu-do smiled and got up, walking to the middle of the stage. The surrounding lights all shone on him. Today is our first year-end gala. I've also looked at the financial statements for this year. They're pretty good. Here, I'm announcing something. After the new year, everyone's salary will be increased by 5%. Long live President Chu. Woohoo! Hearing Chu-do's words, everyone went crazy. Nothing else was useful. Real money was reliable. Just a salary increase was enough to make everyone go crazy. Looking at the excited crowd, Chu-do said with a smile, "Also, there will be a lottery at 10 o'clock, which includes many rewards. For example, a month of paid vacation, a cash prize of 300,000 yuan, an Audi A6, and various other rewards. In total, there will be 10 prizes, all depending on luck, to see if you can get them." This round of rewards directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax, and the crowd nearly went crazy. You should know, although salaries were high in Shanghai, expenses were even higher. Chu-do's rewards were really incredible. Whether it was a paid vacation, 300,000 yuan in cash, or a car, all of them were enough to make everyone go crazy. Even those streamers and internet personalities couldn't ignore these rewards. Everyone was now eagerly waiting for 10 o'clock to come, fearing they would miss out on the rewards. There were over 1,000 people present, but only 10 people would get a reward. Even though they knew the chances were small, everyone still wanted to see if they were the lucky one. Chapter 79, Shunwangshu. Perhaps because of Chu-do's influence, the atmosphere that followed was very lively and exciting. The noise of the crowd was almost deafening, but Chu-do just smiled, without any objections. Lu Ruyan leaned close to Chu-do's ear. "You're really generous." Chu-do didn't care. "How much money is this? What's there to be afraid of? You also saw this year's financial statements. We made a lot of money. Why not take some out for benefits?" Lu Ruyan said with a smile. "Of course, I have no objections. The entire group belongs to you. Even if it goes bankrupt, it's still yours." Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was so close, her beautiful face exuded endless charm. He couldn't help but kiss her cheek, and then whispered, "What if I went bankrupt and had no money? What would you do?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face became serious. She grabbed his hand and said, "If you really go bankrupt one day, I have some secret savings here. I have a few million, which is enough for you to make a comeback." Then, her smile suddenly became a bit arrogant. "But then, it will be harder to reach your current level. You need to know, this is my secret. Savings, if we really get to that point, you won't be able to support them anymore. Just focus on marrying me, okay? I'll give you children. Looking at the loving gaze in Lu Ruyan's eyes, Chu-do knew that she was serious. He held Lu Ruyan's hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, I will never run out of money." Chu-do was right. At this level, especially with the various physical assets and industries, it would be difficult for him to go bankrupt just from business operations. Unless he wildly manipulated the stock market with leverage, he could never spend all the money in his lifetime. The interest alone was an insane amount of money every day. Besides, he had only put 50 billion in the country now. Don't forget, there were still over 700 billion in the hidden accounts the system had left him. Lu Ruyan's fair face blushed. She whispered, "Wait until you come to my house for the new year. I'll give you a surprise." Chu-do raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? That's great. I'll be waiting." Although he didn't know what kind of trouble Lu Ruyan was getting into, Chu-do was still looking forward to it. 2 hours was actually not a long time, but if you were always looking forward to something, time would feel slower. Finally, it was 10 o'clock, and Chu-do was ready to start the lottery. There was no trickery involved in the lottery process. Chu-do operated it personally. A list of names, projected on a large screen, was the list of names of all the group's personnel. In the end, a streamer named Shun Wangshu won a month of paid vacation, an employee named Zhang Yu won an Audi car, and the remaining few people won cash rewards and other prizes. In short, it was all very profitable. After the lottery, the year-end gala for the day was finally over. However, Chu-do had also prepared a New Year's gift for everyone. Rice, noodles, oil, red dates, milk, pastries, etc. A total of 9 items, one set for each person. For celebrities and internet personalities who made more money, they might not care about these things. But there were still many ordinary employees in the company, and everyone was happy with these gifts. While sighing about how they had such a great boss, they carried their things to their cars. The next morning, Chu-do came to the office, and Lu Ruyan came in and said, "Boss, Shun Wangshu wants to see you." Shun Wangshu? Chu-do looked blank. Lu Ruyan immediately said, "She's the female streamer who won the month of paid vacation last night." Chu-do suddenly understood and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "She didn't say. She just said she wants to see you." Chu-do said, "Oh," and then said, "Okay, let her come over." After Lu Ruyan went out, Shun Wangshu came in less than 5 minutes. "President Chu." Shun Wangshu said respectfully. Chu-do looked up, looking at Shun Wangshu before him. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. Shun Wangshu had the face of an older sister. Just looking at her features, she had the gentle feel of an older sister. She seemed somewhat similar to Wang Xinyue, but between her brows and eyes, she had a flirtatious charm. Chu-do found it difficult to imagine that tenderness and charm could be concentrated on the same face. Moreover, he always felt that this face seemed a bit familiar. Oh right, the female bodhisattva, Azu. Very similar, especially similar. Not to mention, her figure was also quite similar. Because the indoor temperature was relatively high, Shun Wangshu was not wearing a thick coat. She was just wearing a tight white sweater, showing off her attractive figure. What caught Chu-do's attention the most were her curves, the kind that would make you forget about any sense of logic, extremely seductive. Purification. Purification was needed. Her clothes were so big. Oh no. Her clothes were so tight. Her lower body was wearing a pair of yoga pants, completely revealing her straight legs. Moreover, Shun Wangshu was also quite tall, at least 170 centimeters. She was not one of those very skinny girls, but rather one who was a bit plump. Due to her full breasts, her waist was slightly curvy, her buttocks were also very rounded, and the plumpness of her thighs made them seem more elastic. Just looking at her figure, she was simply the ceiling of the slightly plump category. Plus the looks that resembled Azu, Chu-do clicked his tongue internally. This female streamer had a lot of potential. Chu-do looked at Shun Wangshu and asked, "You're looking for me? Is there anything you need?" Shun Wangshu took a deep breath and said, "President Chu, it's like this. At last night's year-end gala, I won a month of paid vacation, but I have some special circumstances. It is not convenient for me to go on vacation. Could you give me the cost of the vacation directly? I won't go, and I'll continue to stream. If that's not possible, can it be exchanged for something else?" Chu-do didn't directly answer her, but asked, "Can you tell me why?" Shun Wangshu lowered her head. "Because there's someone sick at home. I'm very short on money. I'm a streamer, and I often have to go home to take care of them, so I can't go on vacation." Chu-do narrowed his eyes as he looked at Shen Wangshu. You're very short on money? Yes, I'm really short on money, so I became a streamer. I used to do online game accompaniment, but it doesn't make as much money as streaming, so I came here. Shen Wangshu didn't hide anything. Chu-do had the personnel files of the group stored on his computer. He didn't speak, but opened Shen Wangshu's information to check. The file did indeed state that Shen Wangshu's elderly family members were sick and it had cost a lot of money. She was heavily in debt and very short on money, so she became a streamer. This document had been specifically reviewed and checked, so there was no problem. So, Shen Wangshu's story was true. Chu-do was not an unreasonable person. After thinking for a moment, he said, originally, the group was planning to arrange for one person to go on vacation as a reward. Since you have special circumstances, then this can be canceled for you. The corresponding travel expenses will be transferred to you by the finance department, so you can just continue streaming. Chapter 80. Chengdu. Shen Wangshu never expected that a big boss like Chu-do would agree so easily. She paused for a moment, and then quickly bowed. Thank you, President Chu. Thank you, President Chu. Chu-do waved his hand. It's nothing. People have difficult times. Don't worry, any problem can be solved. Things that Chu-do did not care about were very important to Shen Wangshu. Sometimes, the smallest of actions by the wealthy could be like an unexpected fortune or a life-saving straw for those at the bottom. Generally speaking, many companies now give their employees a holiday until the end of the 12th lunar month, and many didn't even give days off for the new year. Chu-do was different. He didn't need to exploit his employees, so when Chu-do was ready to leave on the 25th, he gave everyone a holiday. Those who wanted to go home for the new year could leave now. The holiday lasted until the 7th day of the first lunar month, almost half a month off. For modern working-class people, this was simply a miracle. However, Chu-do also made a requirement that there had to be people on duty at the necessary posts. If a situation arose, it had to be reported immediately. The 25th of the 12th lunar month. Chu-do and Wang Xinyue were going to Chengdu today to accompany Wang Xinyue home. The flight schedule at Zhang Lily's airline didn't allow for holidays. After all, planes wouldn't stop flying just because it was the new year. They still had flight duties. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, Chu-do drove a Ferrari with Wang Xinyue to the airport. The things to give to Wang Xinyue's parents were already prepared. Chu-do had asked Ning Lei to buy them. They were all things like cosmetics, perfumes, lipsticks, as well as expensive cigarettes, liquor, and watches. Chu-do had also prepared a house and a car. If you wanted to make an impact, you should directly give expensive gifts. A few tens of millions was nothing to Chu-do. The private jet was designed with a parking space for cars, so Chu-do drove the car onto the plane and parked it safely. He would continue using it when they arrived. Chu-do and Wang Xinyue sat inside the plane. They had already applied for takeoff and landing, so after everything was ready, the pilots and the control tower had finished communicating and confirmed that there were no problems. They began to take off. Flying from Shanghai to Chengdu usually took 3.5 hours. By the time they arrived, it would be noon. Perhaps she was exhausted from Chu-do's torment last night. Wang Xinyue didn't look around much after getting on the plane, but instead went to the bedroom and fell asleep within a few minutes. Chu-do, on the other hand, was bored and picked up his phone to play, scrolling through short videos and reading novels. The plane actually had internet access, especially the private jet. They had a special network. It wasn't like normal passenger planes where you had to turn on airplane mode. 10 flight attendants were all around him, waiting for Chu-do's orders at any time. They actually didn't have much to do. Their main task was to serve every flight. At the moment, Chu-do was the only one there. So of course, they had nothing to do but wait to be summoned. Chu-do didn't have the intention of taking them all to bed. Although he liked beauty, he wouldn't just sleep with everyone he saw. He simply chatted with them, and it was pleasing to the eye to look at them. However, the 10 flight attendants didn't think that way. They all knew Chu-do's identity: young, handsome, and rich. How could any of them who came on the plane have pure intentions? They all had their purposes. Moreover, they had heard from their higher-ups that this young master had more than 1 or 2 women around him, which meant that even if they managed to squeeze their way in, they didn't know where they would rank. But what did that matter? Serving a boss like this as a junior would still be much better than their current situation. Was it pathetic? But that was reality. If such a system were allowed, wealthy people could easily have dozens of lovers and still maintain harmony. Don't bring up the idea of drama. Everyone was there for the money. Talking about a drama was pointless. As long as the money was in place, helping each other through their postpartum period was normal. Therefore, None of the women around Chu-do had ever caused trouble. They all knew their place. Only Lu Ruyan wanted to fight for his attention, but she wasn't forcing Chu-do to break off relationships with the others. That was how she kept things clear. But since they were encountering Chu-do for the first time, they were still in a superior subordinate relationship, and with others around, they didn't dare to blatantly seduce him. They were all very well behaved, and nothing happened. And so, they arrived in Chengdu uneventfully. After landing, under the guidance of the ground crew, Chu-do confirmed that everything was safe, and then drove the car out. As he left, he told the pilots and flight attendants that they would be flying to Linen on the 29th, and they were free in the meantime. However, Chu-do also prepared an Audi A6 on the plane for Wang Xinyue to drive. Afterwards, Chu-do drove the Ferrari 612, following Wang Xinyue to her home. Wang Xinyue's home was in an ordinary neighborhood. It was noon, a little past 12 o'clock, when all families were eating. Wang Xinyue hadn't told her family that she was coming back today. When they arrived downstairs, Chu-do and Wang Xinyue parked the car and started taking the things out. Although there were many items, Chu-do was quite strong. One finger could carry a large bag, and he carried 8 bags in total. Wang Xinyue also carried 4 bags, and together they went upstairs. Since they had too many things in their hands, Wang Xinyue just knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a middle-aged woman opened the door. She paused upon seeing Wang Xinyue and Chu-do in front of her. "Mom." When Wang Xinyue called out, her mother reacted and quickly opened the door to let them in. When they entered the house, Wang's parents were both there, having lunch at home. Seeing Chu-do, Wang's parents also made some guesses and said warmly, "Come on, come in, sit down." Chu-do and Wang Xinyue put down their things, and then sat on the sofa. Wang's parents looked at Chu-do, and then at Wang Xinyue. Wang's father said, "Yeah, is this your boyfriend?" Chu-do said with a smile, "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Chu-do, I'm Yea's boyfriend." Hearing this, Wang's parents immediately smiled. "Oh my, Ye finally knows to find a boyfriend, it hasn't been easy." Chu-do also said politely, "This is my first time visiting, and I didn't know what to bring, so I just bought some things. Please don't look down on them, Uncle and Auntie." Look down on them? Just bought some things? Wang's parents were both secretly shocked. Although they were older, they were not blind. They could naturally see the brands on the bags. La Mer, SK2, Sisley, Chinese cigarettes, Mutai liquor. They were all expensive items. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 items. These were bags and boxes full. Just looking around, these things were worth hundreds of thousands. Wang's parents felt a bit dizzy, not knowing what the identity of this suddenly appeared son-in-law was, or how he was so rich. Chu-do then took out a set of keys and another bag, and placed them on the table.